Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening of enchanting tales. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to cozy up and let the gentle narration carry you away to magical and peaceful places. As you settle into comfort, allow these stories to guide your imagination into whimsical worlds where dreams come alive. Let's embark on this delightful journey together. Story 1. Deep within the heart of an ancient, sprawling forest, where the trees whispered stories of old and the air carried a symphony of life, lived a young girl named Willow. Her hair, a cascade of autumn's fiery hues, danced in the wind like falling leaves, while her eyes held the vibrant green of new spring growth. Willow possessed a rare and remarkable gift, the ability to converse with the trees that surrounded her woodland home. Each day, the forest was alive with whispered secrets, shared by rustling leaves and the gentle creaking of sturdy branches, as if the very earth beneath her feet hummed a song that only she could hear. One crisp morning, as the sun's golden rays filtered through the canopy above, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor, Willow sat beneath her favorite ancient oak. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the gentle breeze carried the symphony of the forest, a melody Willow had grown to cherish. But amidst the usual chatter, she discerned something unusual, a faint plea, a cry for help that seemed to ride upon the wind itself, whispering of a hidden realm in peril, a magical world nestled within the very roots of the trees. Startled, Willow turned her gaze upwards. There, perched on a low-hanging branch, was a tiny sparrow, its feathers shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Its eyes, bright and full of urgency, met hers. "Please, Willow, you must come with me," implored the sparrow, its voice a delicate whisper that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. "The realm of Ember is in grave danger, and only one with a pure heart and a connection to nature can save us." Willow's heart fluttered with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Her entire life, she had known the forest held secrets, but never had she imagined the existence of an entire realm hidden from the eyes of humans. The sparrow's urgent plea stirred a sense of responsibility within her, awakening a courage she never knew she possessed. She glanced back at her simple woodland home, a place of comfort and familiarity, and then at the vast unknown that lay ahead. "Lead the way," Willow said, her voice trembling slightly, her resolve firm despite the uncertainty that lay ahead. With a graceful flutter, the sparrow took flight, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Willow followed, her feet guiding her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The familiar path transformed as they journeyed further, the trees growing taller and more ancient, their branches forming a cathedral of nature that arched overhead. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine and damp earth enveloping her senses. As they walked, Willow couldn't help but feel the forest itself was alive with anticipation, each rustling leaf and distant bird call urging her onward. They came upon a towering oak, its trunk gnarled and ancient, its bark lined with the wisdom of centuries. The sparrow circled the tree, and before Willow's eyes, a glowing portal opened in the bark, revealing a pathway that seemed to descend into the very heart of the earth. The portal shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond, disturbed by a gentle breeze, its edges flickering with a soft, inviting light. Stepping through the portal, Willow's senses were immediately overwhelmed by the sights and sounds of the realm of Ember. The air was rich with the scent of blooming flowers, the ground underfoot soft and springy with vibrant mosses. Towering mushrooms dotted the landscape, their caps emitting a soft, warm glow that illuminated the realm in hues of amber and gold. Crystalline streams trickled over rocks, their waters singing a melody that intertwined with the delicate harmonies of unseen creatures flitting through the air. As Willow marveled at her surroundings, the sparrow landed on a nearby toadstool and transformed into a tiny winged fairy with wings that shimmered like gossamer. "Welcome to the realm of Ember, Willow," the fairy said, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "I am Zephyr, and I have summoned you here to aid us in our time of need." Zephyr explained that the realm of Ember was a sanctuary for all manner of magical beings, protected by the ancient trees above. But a dark force had recently emerged, threatening to extinguish the realm's precious light and warmth. The source of this darkness was a mysterious entity known as the Nightwalker, a sinister being that craved the extinction of all light and life. The Nightwalker has stolen the Emberstone, the very heart of our realm, Zephyr said, her wings drooping with sorrow. Without its radiant energy, our world will slowly fade into darkness, and all who dwell here will perish. The weight of Zephyr's words settled heavily on Willow's heart. She could not bear the thought of such a wondrous place being consumed by darkness. I will do whatever I can to help, she vowed, her voice filled with determination. Zephyr smiled, her tiny features brightening with hope. Then we must seek out the guidance of the ancient tree keepers, she said. They are the guardians of the realm of Ember, and they will know how to defeat the Nightwalker and recover the Ember Stone. Thus began Willow's extraordinary journey through the realm of Ember. Accompanied by Zephyr and a motley crew of friendly sprites, they traversed enchanted glades and mushroom forests, encountering a diverse array of magical creatures along the way. Each step they took was a new discovery, a new wonder unveiled before Willow's eager eyes. The realm felt alive, each element of nature a part of a symphony that resonated with the very essence of life. In the Whispering Woods, they befriended a clan of mischievous pixies who revealed the secret path to the Treekeeper's Grove. The pixies were delightful beings, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes, their tiny hands weaving garlands of flowers that seemed to pulse with their own light. In the crystal caverns, they aided a family of luminous moths in restoring the cavern's natural glow, earning their gratitude and a precious shard of crystallized starlight, a fragment that shimmered with the gentle light of 1,000 stars. Throughout their quest, Willow and her newfound friends faced challenges and obstacles that tested their courage and resolve. They outwitted cunning tricksters who sought to lead them astray, and overcame treacherous terrain that threatened to impede their progress. But through it all, their friendship grew stronger, forged by the shared goal of saving the realm of Ember. Each trial taught Willow something new about herself, revealing a strength and resilience she had never known. One evening, as the stars twinkled above like diamonds scattered across velvet, Willow found herself alone by a shimmering brook. The gentle gurgle of water over stones provided a soothing counterpoint to her swirling thoughts. Here, she faced her deepest fears, the fear of failure, the fear of letting down her new friends, the fear of an unknown future. But in that solitude, she also discovered a wellspring of inner strength and an unyielding belief in the power of hope. At last, they reached the ancient grove of the Tree Keepers, towering, sentient trees whose wisdom spanned eons. The grove was a place of profound tranquility, the air thick with the scent of ancient wood and the gentle rustle of leaves speaking of secrets long forgotten. The eldest tree keeper, a mighty oak with bark weathered by time, greeted them with a warm, rumbling voice that resonated with the wisdom of ages past. "Welcome, child of the forest," the tree keeper said to Willow, his leaves rustling with a sound akin to a contented sigh. "We have been awaiting your arrival, for you are the one destined to confront the Nightwalker and restore the balance of light and darkness in our realm." Willow listened intently as the tree keeper revealed the true nature of the Ember Stone, a powerful artifact crafted by the first inhabitants of the realm, imbued with the essence of the sun's warmth and the earth's nurturing energy. Only one with a pure heart and a deep connection to nature could wield its power against the Nightwalker's darkness. Armed with this knowledge and the shard of crystallized starlight, Willow and her companions set out to locate the Nightwalker's lair, a twisted cavern deep beneath the roots of the ancient trees. The journey was perilous, but their unwavering friendship and determination carried them through. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they approached, the trees whispering encouragement and hope. Finally, they stood before the Nightwalker's domain, a cavernous expanse of utter darkness. Willow could feel the malevolent presence of the Nightwalker, a cold, suffocating force that sought to extinguish all light and life. The air was tense, the silence heavy with the weight of impending confrontation. Summoning her courage, Willow stepped forward, the shard of crystallized starlight clutched tightly in her hand. She called upon the power of the Ember Stone, drawing upon the warmth and energy of the sun and earth within her heart. A blinding light erupted from the shard, piercing the darkness and revealing the Nightwalker's true form, a twisted, shadowy wraith that recoiled from the radiance. Willow felt the essence of the Emberstone coursing through her veins, amplifying her connection to the natural world. In a desperate attempt to regain control, the Nightwalker unleashed a torrent of darkness, but Willow's light shone brighter, fueled by the love and friendship she had found in the realm of Ember. With a final, brilliant burst of energy, the Nightwalker was banished, and the Emberstone was restored to its rightful place at the heart of the realm. As the warm glow of the Emberstone spread throughout the land, Willow felt a profound sense of transformation within herself. She had faced her fears, embraced her destiny, and emerged victorious through the power of friendship and her unwavering connection to nature. The inhabitants of the realm of Ember celebrated Willow's triumph, and the tree keepers bestowed upon her a precious gift, a seed from the ancient oak that would one day grow into a mighty tree, serving as a permanent gateway between the human world and the realm of Ember. As she held the seed in her hands, Willow felt a connection to the realm that transcended time and space, a bond forged through shared trials and triumphs. Before returning home, Willow spent a final day in the realm of Ember, wandering through its luminescent meadows and tranquil glades. She visited places she had not seen during her quest, such as the Lake of Echoes, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect harmony, reflecting the vibrant dance of the stars above. Here she met the lake's guardian, a wise and gentle water spirit named Lyra, who imparted a final lesson in balance and reflection. Lyra's words echoed in Willow's mind, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of maintaining harmony between worlds. Willow returned home, her heart filled with gratitude and a deeper appreciation for the wonders of the natural world. She planted the seed beneath the oak tree where her journey had begun, and as it took root and grew, she knew that the friendship and lessons she had learned in the realm of Ember would forever be a part of her. As seasons passed, Willow noticed subtle changes in her woodland home. The forest seemed more vibrant, the trees richer in hue, the air humming with a newfound vitality. She often wondered if the realm of Ember's magic had seeped into her world through the seed she had planted, creating a bridge not just between realms, but between all forms of life. She could feel the whisper of the forest deepening, its stories more vivid, as if the ancient trees themselves were eager to share the secrets of the universe. One day, as she sat beneath the growing oak, Willow heard a familiar whisper in the breeze. It was Zephyr, visiting from the realm of Ember, her presence a gentle reminder that the bonds Willow had formed were as enduring as the roots of the mighty oak. Together, they spoke of new adventures and the endless possibilities that lay ahead, weaving dreams that danced with the light and laughter of two worlds forever intertwined. And so, the realm of Ember was restored to its former glory, a hidden sanctuary of light and life, protected by the ancient trees and the bonds of friendship that transcended worlds. Willow's journey had not only saved a magical realm, but had also transformed her into a guardian of nature, forever connected to the hidden wonders that thrived beneath the forest's embrace. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook lay nestled in the heart of a lush emerald valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering trees. It was a place where the hands of time moved slowly, where nature's gentle caress enveloped everything in a serene embrace. The air carried the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, while the gentle murmur of a nearby stream provided a soothing lullaby for all who lived there. As the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and violet each day, the villagers went about their lives, their rhythms harmonizing with the earth's own heartbeat. At the center of this tranquil village was a young woman named Leora. Her hair, dark and lustrous like the rich soil, framed a face with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves in the morning sun. Leora had always felt a profound connection to the land surrounding her, yet an emptiness lingered within her, a yearning to understand the stories of her ancestors, tales whispered in fragments by the village elders. Her dreams were often filled with visions of long-lost lands and forgotten faces, leaving her with a sense of longing that tugged at her soul. On a crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like whispers from the trees, Leora's grandmother called her over to the old stone cottage at the edge of the village. The cottage was a tapestry of time, adorned with ivy and surrounded by a garden bursting with the colors of the season. The scent of rosemary and thyme mingled with the cool morning air, creating a fragrant symphony that greeted Leora as she approached. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and spices drying in bunches from the wooden beams, a testament to her grandmother's wisdom and nurturing spirit. "Come, Leora," her grandmother beckoned, her voice as soft as the rustle of the leaves outside. Her eyes, a mirror of the forest's depth, held a glint of something unspoken, a mystery wrapped in love. "There is something I must show you." Leora followed her grandmother to a small, hidden alcove in the corner of the cottage. There, covered in a fine layer of dust, was an ancient wooden chest. Its surface was intricately carved with symbols and patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight, as if telling their own stories of old. "This, my dear, is the legacy of the Willow," her grandmother explained, her eyes glimmering with a mixture of nostalgia and mystery. "It has been passed down through generations, holding the secrets and wisdom of our ancestors." With a gentle creak, the lid of the chest was opened, revealing an assortment of artifacts. There were delicate silver amulets, each etched with symbols of protection and strength, a leather-bound book filled with handwritten tales and recipes, and at the very bottom, a small polished stone that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Leora picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. It was as if it was whispering to her, speaking a language she couldn't quite understand but felt in her heart. The stone seemed alive, its glow pulsating gently with the rhythm of her heartbeat, connecting her to something greater. "That stone," her grandmother said with a smile, "is believed to hold the spirit of our ancestors. It connects us to them, reminding us of who we are and where we come from." As Leora held the stone, a sense of belonging washed over her. It was as if the whispers of the past were guiding her, leading her on a journey she was meant to take. The stone seemed to hum softly, resonating with her deepest desires and fears, promising guidance and comfort. Over the coming days, Leora spent countless hours with her grandmother, learning about the artifacts and the stories behind them. Each story was like a thread, weaving together the tapestry of her heritage, revealing a rich history filled with wisdom, courage, and love. The tales were brought to life with each word, painting vivid images of her ancestors' journeys, their struggles and triumphs. The amulets, she learned, were crafted by her ancestors to protect those who wore them during times of uncertainty. The book contained not only tales of bravery and kindness, but also recipes for healing potions and remedies, a testament to the deep knowledge her ancestors held of the natural world. Leora found herself absorbed in the stories, her imagination painting pictures of her forebears walking the same paths she did, their spirits intertwined with the land. But it was the stone that captivated Leora the most. Whenever she touched it, she felt a calming presence, as if the voices of her ancestors were encouraging her, reminding her that she was never alone. The stone became her quiet confidant, a keeper of secrets and dreams yet to be realized. Inspired by these newfound connections, Leora began to explore the valley with fresh eyes. She wandered through the fields, listening to the songs of the birds, feeling the gentle breeze against her skin, and watching the dance of the sunlight on the stream's surface. Each moment was a reminder of the legacy she was a part of, a legacy that was alive in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat by the stream with the stone resting in her hands. She closed her eyes and let the peace of the moment envelop her. She thought of her ancestors, of their strength and wisdom, and realized that their spirit lived on in her, guiding her, supporting her. It was then that Leora understood the true gift of her heritage. It was not just about the artifacts or the stories, but about the values they represented: kindness, resilience, and a deep respect for the world around her. These were the true treasures of her ancestry, lessons from the past that resonated with her own life. With this newfound understanding, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that she was part of something much larger than herself, a lineage of love and wisdom that would continue to guide her throughout her life. Her heart, once filled with longing, now overflowed with gratitude and acceptance. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora made her way back to her cottage, her heart full and her spirit light. She knew that she had found her place in the world, a place where the past and present were beautifully intertwined, where she was never truly alone. In the cozy warmth of her home, with the comforting crackle of the fire and the gentle hum of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, the stone resting beside her, a silent guardian of dreams yet to be woven. The next morning, as dawn's light kissed the valley, Leora awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to share the stories and lessons she had learned with the children of Willowbrook, ensuring that the legacy of the willow would thrive in the hearts of future generations. As she gathered the children under the great oak tree in the village square, Leora began to tell the tales of bravery and wisdom, the stone resting in her palm, a beacon of unity and continuity. In that moment, Leora realized that she was not just a keeper of her ancestors' legacy, but a bridge to the future, weaving new stories that would one day be passed down as part of the tapestry of Willowbrook. The valley, in its timeless embrace, held each whispered tale close, ensuring that the heartbeat of the past would echo through eternity. Days turned into weeks, and Leora's bond with the valley grew stronger. The villagers began to notice a change in her. She moved with a quiet confidence, her presence a calming force in the village. With each story she shared, the children of Willowbrook learned not just about their history, but about themselves. Leora taught them to see the world not just with their eyes, but with their hearts, encouraging them to find their own connections to the land and their heritage. One afternoon, while exploring an untouched grove hidden deep within the valley, Leora stumbled upon an ancient tree, its roots twisting through the earth like the veins of time itself. The tree stood tall and proud, its bark etched with symbols similar to those on the chest in her grandmother's cottage. Entranced, Leora sat beneath its sprawling branches, feeling the presence of her ancestors all around her. She realized that this tree, too, was part of her legacy, a living testament to the enduring spirit of her people. As she touched the tree's rugged bark, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw her ancestors, young and old, gathering beneath this very tree, celebrating the changing of seasons, sharing stories and wisdom, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. Leora felt their joy, their hopes, their fears, and understood that the tree had been a silent witness to their lives, a keeper of their collective memory. This revelation deepened Leora's connection to her heritage, igniting a desire to preserve such sacred spaces for future generations. She returned to the village with a newfound mission, to protect the natural wonders of the valley, to ensure that the stories of the land and its people would never be forgotten. With the villagers' support, Leora organized gatherings where stories and songs were shared, where the beauty of their world was celebrated. She encouraged the planting of trees, the nurturing of gardens, and the creation of art inspired by their surroundings. The village thrived, its heart beating in harmony with the earth, each inhabitant contributing to the living legacy of Willowbrook. In the years that followed, Leora became a revered figure in the village, a symbol of wisdom and unity. Her grandmother's teachings, the artifacts, and that shimmering stone became cherished heirlooms, passed down to those who would continue the journey of discovery and connection. And so the story of Leora and her ancestors lived on, woven into the fabric of Willowbrook, a testament to the enduring power of heritage and the unbreakable bond between people and the land they call home. The valley, with its whispering trees and rolling hills, stood as a guardian of their tales, ensuring that the heartbeat of the past would resonate through the ages, guiding and inspiring those who listened. One evening, as the village gathered for a harvest festival, Leora stood among them, watching the flames of a communal fire dance into the night sky. The air was alive with laughter and music, and the villagers, young and old, shared stories under the starlit canopy, each voice adding to the symphony of their collective memory. As the night wore on, an elder approached Leora, his weathered face etched with the lines of a life well lived. He spoke of a time long ago when he had stood at the precipice of a great decision, unsure of the path he should take. "Your grandmother," he said with a nod towards the memory of the woman who had been a pillar of wisdom, guided me with the same spirit that guides you now. Leora listened, her heart swelling with the recognition that the legacy she carried was not just one of blood, but of community and shared history. The elder's words were a reminder of the interconnectedness of their lives, each person a thread in the rich tapestry of Willowbrook. As the festival drew to a close, Leora found herself at the edge of the gathering, the stone warm in her hand. She looked out over the valley, its silhouette gently cradled by the moon's soft glow, and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The land, with its endless stories and silent witnesses, was as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. In that moment, she understood that the true legacy of Willowbrook lay not in the artifacts or even the stories alone, but in the relationships fostered and the lives touched. Her journey of discovery and connection had transformed not only her own heart, but the hearts of those around her. The stone, a steadfast companion, glowed softly, a symbol of unity, hope, and the eternal bond between past and present. And so, with a heart full of love and a spirit buoyed by the whispers of her ancestors, Leora turned back to the village, ready to continue the work of weaving the stories of the land and its people, ensuring that the legacy of Willowbrook would forever echo through the ages, a beacon of light and love for generations yet to come. In the late hours of that night, when the village lay in slumber, Leora found herself drawn back to the ancient tree in the grove. The moon cast a silvery glow over the valley, highlighting its serene beauty. As she sat beneath the tree, she felt a comforting presence envelop her, as if the land itself was embracing her. With the stone in her hand, she whispered a silent vow to the spirits of her ancestors. She promised to be a steadfast guardian of their legacy, to nurture the bond between the people and the land, and to weave new stories that would inspire and unite future generations. The tree, in its silent wisdom, seemed to understand her pledge. A gentle breeze rustled its leaves, carrying a soft sigh of approval across the valley. In that moment, Leora knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at the heart of Willowbrook, a bridge between the past, present, and future. And so Leora's journey continued, her heart aligned with the rhythm of the earth, her spirit intertwined with the legacy of the willow. Her story, like the valley itself, became a timeless testimony to the enduring power of connection, love, and the whispered tales of those who came before. Story 3. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Silver Thread, a legacy woven through time. Once, nestled amidst the gentle hills and sprawling meadows of the quaint village of Elderglen, there was a tale often whispered among the people, of the Whispering Woods. These woods, dense with towering oaks and birches whose leaves shimmered like emeralds in the sun, were said to house secrets older than time itself. But what truly captured the imagination of the villagers was the legend of the silver thread, a magical object that could weave the fabric of reality itself. The story begins on a crisp autumn evening, when the air was tinged with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was painted with hues of deep amber and soft purples. In a small cottage at the edge of Elderglen lived a young girl named Lila, with hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that sparkled like stars in the night. Lila was known for her curiosity and her heart of gold. She was a quiet girl, often finding solace in the pages of books and the whispers of the wind through the trees. Lila had always been enchanted by the tales her grandmother told her. Stories of the Whispering Woods and the Silver Thread, spun with love and a hint of mystery, filled her dreams with wonder. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often spoke of these woods as a place where one could find answers to questions they didn't know they had, and where the heart could learn to sing to the tune of nature. One evening, as Lila sat by the fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow on her face, her grandmother shared a tale that would change Lila's life forever. Long ago, her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, there was a weaver named Myra. She was gifted with the ability to create tapestries that came to life. But her most treasured creation was a silver thread, spun from the beams of the moon and the whispers of the stars. It is said that whoever finds the silver thread can weave a tapestry that alters the course of destiny. Lila listened with rapt attention, her heart racing with the possibilities. The idea of the silver thread fascinated her, and as the fire slowly dimmed, she found herself yearning to see it with her own eyes. The next morning, the sun rose with a promise of adventure, bathing the world in a golden light. Driven by an inexplicable pull, Lila decided to venture into the whispering woods. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a notebook to scribble her thoughts, and set off on her journey, her heart fluttering like a bird set free. As she stepped into the woods, a sense of calm enveloped her. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches forming a cathedral of greenery overhead. The air was cool, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with leaves that crunched gently with each step. Lila wandered deeper into the woods, listening to the symphony of nature, the gentle babbling of a brook nearby, the melodic chirping of crickets, and the occasional call of a distant bird. Time seemed to lose its meaning in this hidden world, where the sun's rays danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. As she walked, Lila came upon a clearing, where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath this ancient tree, Lila felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as though she were standing in the heart of the world itself. It was then that she noticed something peculiar, a glimmer of silver amidst the roots of the oak. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached, kneeling down to examine the object that sparkled in the dappled light. It was a silver thread, just as her grandmother had described. Delicate yet unbreakable, it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as though it were woven from the very fabric of the stars. Lila gently picked up the thread, feeling its weightless strength between her fingers. As she held it, a strange sensation washed over her, a feeling of being connected to something far greater than herself. Yet with this connection came a whisper, a gentle urging that spoke not in words, but in feelings and images. It was as if the woods themselves were speaking to her, guiding her towards a destiny she had yet to understand. Though Lila was filled with wonder, she knew she could not wield this magic alone. Her grandmother's stories had always emphasized the importance of friendship and wisdom when handling such powerful artifacts. So, with the silver thread safely tucked away, she made her way back through the woods, her mind alight with the possibilities that lay ahead. As night fell, Lila returned home, her heart still racing with the day's discoveries. She shared her tale with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile and eyes that glimmered with pride. "The thread has chosen you, my dear," she said softly. "But remember, it is not the thread that holds the power. It is the heart that guides it." The next morning, Lila knew she needed help to understand the true nature of the silver thread. So she sought out her dear friend Finn, a boy with an adventurous spirit and a kindness that knew no bounds. With sandy hair and eyes as blue as the summer sky, Finn was the perfect companion for any journey. Intrigued by Lila's discovery, Finn agreed to join her. Together, they ventured once more into the whispering woods, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within. As they walked, Lila shared her grandmother's wisdom, and Finn, with his quick wit and open heart, helped her piece together the puzzle of the silver thread. Their journey led them deeper into the woods than either had ventured before, to a place where the trees grew so close together that the world seemed to hold its breath. It was here, amidst the shadows and the silence, that they stumbled upon an ancient circle of stones. The air was thick with magic, and the stones hummed with an energy that resonated with the thread Lila carried. As they stood in the circle, a vision unfolded before them. The stones shimmered, revealing a tapestry woven from countless threads of light, each representing a life, a choice, a path untaken. In the center was a single thread of silver, weaving through the tapestry with grace and purpose. Lila and Finn watched in awe as the tapestry shifted, showing them glimpses of the past and hints of the future. They saw moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat, all woven together in the intricate dance of life. It was a humbling experience, one that left them both breathless and inspired. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the silver thread. It was not just a tool to change fate, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Each choice they made, each path they took, had the potential to alter the tapestry in ways they could not yet comprehend. With this newfound understanding, Lila and Finn returned to Elderglen, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder. They shared their story with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their imaginations ignited by the magic of the Whispering Woods and the Silver Thread. As time passed, Lila and Finn became guardians of the thread, using it to guide and protect their village, always mindful of the lessons they had learned. They understood that true power lay not in the ability to change destiny, but in the courage to embrace it with love and wisdom. And so, the legend of the Whispering Woods and the Silver Thread lived on, a gentle reminder of the beauty and mystery of life, woven into the hearts of all who heard it. For in the end, it was not just a story of magic, but a tale of friendship, courage, and the infinite possibilities that lay within each of us. As the years went by, Lila and Finn's friendship grew ever stronger, their bond unbreakable, much like the silver thread itself. Together, they faced challenges and triumphs, always guided by the wisdom of the woods and the love that connected them to each other and their village. The Whispering Woods became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking answers and solace, a sanctuary where the weary could find peace and inspiration. And Lila and Finn, with their gentle hearts and open minds, welcomed all who came, sharing the lessons they had learned and the stories that had shaped them. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to slow, Lila would often sit beneath the ancient oak, her heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. She would hold the silver thread, feeling its familiar warmth and strength, and whisper her hopes and dreams to the woods, knowing that they would be heard. One afternoon, as she sat in the tranquility of the woods, Lila noticed a young girl watching her from a distance, her eyes wide with wonder. Lila beckoned her over, and the girl hesitantly joined her beneath the oak. "My name is Alara," she said, her voice soft but filled with curiosity. "I heard stories about the silver thread and wanted to see if they were true." Lila smiled warmly, recognizing a kindred spirit in the young girl. She gently placed the silver thread in Alara's small hands, watching as the girl's eyes lit up with awe. Lila shared with her the tale of the thread and the lessons she had learned over the years. As they talked, Lila realized that Alara reminded her of herself at that age, full of dreams and questions, eager to understand the world around her. It was in this moment that Lila understood her new role as a mentor and guide, passing on the wisdom of the Whispering Woods to the next generation. For she had learned that the true magic of the silver thread was not in its ability to change the world, but in its power to connect us to the world, to each other, and to the endless dance of life. And in that connection, Lila found her purpose, her joy, and her peace. But the world itself was not static, and neither were the challenges it presented. One particularly harsh winter, when snow blanketed Elderglen in a white shroud and the winds howled with a fierce bite, the village found itself facing dwindling supplies and a sense of isolation. It was then that Lila and Finn understood the deeper value of community and the role that stories played in sustaining the human spirit. Gathering the villagers in the warmth of the communal hall, Lila and Finn wove tales of resilience and hope, stories of how the silver thread had guided past generations through trials and triumphs. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that seemed to dance along with their words as the villagers listened and felt their hearts lift. The stories were not mere entertainment. They were a lifeline, a reminder that they were not alone, that they were part of a continuum that stretched beyond the here and now. As the tales unfolded, the villagers found laughter amidst the cold, their shared stories warming them more profoundly than any blanket could. In the following spring, as the snow melted and life returned to Elderglen, the village emerged stronger, their bonds tighter than before. This adversity had reminded them of their interconnectedness, and the lessons of the Whispering Woods echoed in their hearts. In time, Lila and Finn grew old, their hair silvered like the thread they had once discovered. Yet their spirit remained youthful, their eyes still bright with the wonder of the world they had come to know and love. They continued to share their stories, their laughter, and their kindness, leaving a legacy of love and friendship that would endure long after they were gone. As the sun set on their final days, Lila and Finn found comfort in the knowledge that their journey had been one of purpose and meaning. They had woven a tapestry of their own, one that would forever connect them to the people of Elderglen, to the whispering woods, and to the timeless dance of life. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the story of Lila, Finn, and the silver thread came to a gentle close, its final notes lingering like a melody carried on the wind. It was a story of friendship and courage, of magic and wisdom, and of the infinite possibilities that lie within each of us. A story that would forever be cherished, whispered among the people of Elderglen, and passed down through the generations as a beacon of hope, love, and the enduring magic of the human heart. In the years that followed, Alara grew to be a wise and compassionate leader within Elderglen. She often visited the Whispering Woods, where she felt the gentle embrace of the ancient trees and the whispers of the leaves. Under her guidance, the village prospered, its traditions and stories flourishing like wildflowers in the meadows. Alara, carrying the legacy of Lila and Finn, became a bridge between the past and the future, ensuring that the magic of the silver thread continued to inspire and unite the people of Elderglen. Her leadership was marked by an unwavering commitment to community and understanding, and she often gathered the villagers beneath the ancient oak, sharing tales of old and encouraging them to find their own threads within the tapestry of life. With each story told, the bonds between the villagers grew stronger, weaving a community as resilient and beautiful as the silver thread itself. One day, Alara decided to host a festival in honor of the Whispering Woods and the silver thread. The village square was transformed into a vibrant hub of activity, with stalls offering freshly baked pastries, hand-carved trinkets, and vibrant tapestries inspired by the woods. Musicians played lively tunes, and dancers moved with grace, their movements echoing the dance of the leaves in the wind. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the village, Alara invited everyone to gather around the ancient oak. With the silver thread in her hands, she shared stories of Lila and Finn, of their adventures and the lessons they had imparted. Her words wove a spell over the gathering, binding them with a sense of shared history and purpose. In that moment, Alara realized the true power of stories, the ability to unite, to inspire, and to remind each person of their place in the greater tapestry of life. She felt a deep connection to the generations that had come before her and to those that would follow, understanding that the silver thread was not just a relic of the past, but a living symbol of the village's resilience and hope. As the festival drew to a close, the villagers lingered beneath the starlit sky, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder. They knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would continue to guide and protect them, weaving a future as bright and boundless as the stars above. And so, the legacy of the Whispering Woods and the silver thread endured, a timeless narrative woven into the very fabric of Elderglen. As generations came and went, the village thrived, its heart forever guided by the gentle wisdom of those who had come before. The stories of Lila, Finn, and Alara were passed down with reverence and love, ensuring that the spirit of the Whispering Woods would continue to inspire the dreams and destinies of all who called Elderglen home. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient oaks and shimmering birches, continued to be a place of wonder and revelation. And the silver thread, once a whispered legend, became an enduring testament to the power of connection and the magic that resides within every heart. But as time wove its tapestry, a new chapter began to unfold. Elderglen was changing, its borders expanding as new families arrived, drawn by tales of prosperity and the ageless allure of the Whispering Woods. Among them was a young boy named Eric, whose family had moved to the village in search of a fresh start. Eric, with eyes that mirrored the depth of the forest and a mind teeming with questions, quickly became enamored with the stories of the silver thread. One spring morning, driven by an insatiable curiosity, he ventured into the woods, eager to discover its secrets for himself. As he walked, the woods welcomed him with open arms, the melodies of nature guiding his steps. The path led him to the ancient oak, where he found Alara sitting in quiet contemplation. She looked up, her eyes meeting his with a knowing smile. "Ah, young Eric," she greeted warmly. The woods have called you, haven't they? Eric nodded, feeling an inexplicable connection to this place and the stories it held. He shared his desire to understand the magic of the silver thread, and Alara listened intently, recognizing the same spark of wonder that had drawn her to the woods in her youth. Guided by her wisdom, Eric began to learn the delicate art of weaving stories, understanding the silver thread not just as an object of power, but as a symbol of the unity that bound the village together. Under Alara's mentorship, he discovered that every person, every choice, was a thread in the tapestry of Elderglen, each one essential to the vibrant whole. As the seasons turned, Eric grew into a young man, his heart filled with the knowledge and love of the village and its stories. He often accompanied Alara to the village gatherings, where they shared tales both old and new, weaving a rich tapestry of history and hope that spanned generations. The villagers, inspired by Eric's enthusiasm and Alara's guidance, began to create their own stories, celebrating their individual threads and the collective tapestry they formed. Together, they embraced the magic of the silver thread, understanding that it was not only a connection to their past, but also a beacon guiding them toward a shared future. And so, the Whispering Woods and the silver thread continued to thrive, their legacy ever growing with each new voice that joined the chorus. The village of Elderglen flourished, its heart beating in time with the timeless dance of life, an enduring testament to the power of stories, of connection, and of the magic that resides within every soul. Story 4. In the quaint village of Eldenwood, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there was a sense of magic that lingered in the air like the sweet scent of honeysuckle on a summer evening. It was a place where the sun shone just a little brighter, and the stars twinkled with a mischievous glint, as if they knew secrets untold. The villagers went about their days with a quiet contentment, tending to their gardens, weaving their tales, and sharing stories passed down through generations. Among these villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as curious as the rustling leaves in autumn. Lila had a mop of curly hair that danced with the wind and eyes like the forest after a spring rain, full of wonder and endless possibility. She lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village with her grandmother, a wise old woman who always seemed to have a knowing smile and a tale or two to share. One particular evening, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth and shadows played upon the walls, Lila's grandmother beckoned her close. "Leela, dear," she began, her voice soft and comforting, like the embrace of a well-worn quilt, "have I ever told you about the hidden world of the Whispering Woods?" Lila shook her head, eyes wide with anticipation. Her grandmother nodded, as if she'd expected this response. "It is said," she continued, "that deep within the Whispering Woods there exists a world unknown to most, a world where the trees speak in hushed tones, where creatures of unimaginable beauty roam, and where a magical object, the Heartstone, holds the power to heal and protect." Lila leaned in closer, captivated by the story. "But," her grandmother added, "the Heartstone is hidden well, guarded by the gentle spirits of the forest. They say only those with a pure heart and a noble intent may find it." The tale lingered in Lila's mind long after she had been tucked into bed and the fire had died down to glowing embers. She dreamed of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves whispered ancient secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and possibility. The very next morning, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose that filled her with excitement. She decided she would find this hidden world, for she believed in the magic of the Whispering Woods and the tales her grandmother told. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with simple provisions and a sketchbook to capture her journey, Lila set off towards the edge of the village, where the path wound its way into the depths of the forest. The morning sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. Lila walked with a light step, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the woods. She marveled at the way the sunlight kissed the emerald leaves, making them shimmer with an almost ethereal glow. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path became less defined, and the trees grew taller and more ancient. Their trunks were gnarled and wise, covered in moss and the stories of 1,000 years. Lila paused occasionally to listen, hoping to hear the whispers her grandmother had spoken of. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her, and for a moment she thought she heard a soft, melodic sigh, like a gentle breeze through a meadow. Her journey led her to a small clearing, where a brook babbled its cheerful melody over smooth stones. Lila knelt by the water's edge, cupping her hands to take a sip. The water was cool and crisp, refreshing her spirit as much as her body. It was here that she noticed something glinting beneath the surface, a small, round object that seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light. Curiosity piqued, Lila reached into the brook and retrieved the object. It was a stone, unlike any she had seen before, smooth and warm to the touch, with a swirling pattern that seemed to dance beneath the surface. As she held it, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm and clarity, as if the stone were speaking to her in a language older than time itself. Could this be the heartstone her grandmother had spoken of? It seemed impossible that such a powerful object could be found so easily, yet Lila couldn't shake the feeling that this stone was special. She slipped it into her satchel, deciding to keep it safe until she understood its true nature. The day wore on, and the sun began its descent towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Lila continued her exploration, her path guided by intuition and the gentle nudges of fate. As the light began to fade, she stumbled upon a grove of ancient oaks, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. In the center of the grove stood a figure, cloaked in shadows and mystery. Lila hesitated, unsure whether to approach or retreat, but something in the air urged her forward, a sense of belonging that she couldn't quite explain. The figure turned, and Lila found herself face to face with a creature unlike any she had ever imagined. It was a deer, but not just any deer. Its coat shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its eyes were deep pools of wisdom and kindness. Antlers crowned its head, delicate and intricate, like the branches of the very trees that surrounded them. "Welcome, young seeker," the deer spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have found the Heartstone, and with it, the path to the hidden world." Lila's heart leapt with joy and a hint of trepidation. "Is this truly the Heartstone?" she asked, holding up the stone for the deer to see. The deer nodded, a gentle smile in its eyes. "Indeed it is. The Heartstone chose you, for your heart is pure and your spirit seeks truth and harmony." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose and connection that filled her with newfound strength. "But why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because you listen," the deer replied simply. "You listen to the whispers of the world, and you seek to understand, not to conquer." In that moment, Lila understood that her journey was not just about finding the Heartstone, but about discovering the hidden world within herself. The Heartstone was a symbol, a reminder that magic and wonder existed in every leaf, every stone, and every heart that dared to dream. As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, the deer beckoned Lila to follow. Together, they walked through the grove, the Heartstone glowing softly in the gathering darkness. The trees seemed to part for them, revealing a path that led deeper into the forest, where the hidden world awaited. Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if she had come home to a place she had never known. The air was alive with the whispers of the woods, telling stories of old and new, of dreams and desires. She knew her journey was just beginning, and that the Heartstone would guide her, not just through the whispering woods, but through the adventures of life itself. With a heart full of hope and wonder, Lila stepped forward, hand in hand with the magic that surrounded her, ready to explore the hidden wonders of the world and the boundless possibilities within her own heart. And as the night embraced the forest in its gentle embrace, Lila knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, a part of the story that was as old as time, yet forever new. As Lila and the silvery deer continued their journey through the heart of the whispering woods, the forest seemed to come alive in ways she had never imagined. The trees, with their ancient wisdom etched into every knot and bough, whispered softly, their voices a gentle chorus that mingled with the rustle of leaves and the distant song of a nightingale. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, grounding and invigorating at once. They walked in companionable silence, the deer leading the way with an unerring sense of direction that seemed to come from the very soul of the forest. Lila felt a deep sense of peace, her worries and fears melting away like morning mist before the rising sun. The heartstone nestled in her satchel pulsed with a gentle warmth, as if in rhythm with her own heartbeat, and she felt its power resonating within her. Eventually, they arrived at a small glen, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the glen stood a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, their surfaces covered in delicate carvings that told stories of times long past. Lila could sense the significance of this place, the sacredness that lingered in the air like a blessing. The deer paused at the edge of the circle, turning to meet Lila's gaze with a look of profound kindness. "This is the Circle of Whispers," it said, its voice a gentle caress. "Here the spirits of the forest gather to share their wisdom and their dreams." Lila stepped forward, drawn by an invisible force that called to her very soul. She could feel the presence of the spirits, not as distinct entities, but as a part of the living, breathing tapestry of the forest itself. The heartstone in her satchel seemed to hum in response, connecting her to this hidden world in a way that transcended words. As she stood within the circle, Lila closed her eyes and let her senses open to the whispers that surrounded her. She could hear the stories of the trees, tales of resilience and growth, of seasons turning and the cycles of life. She felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, steady and reassuring, a reminder that she was a part of something greater than herself. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the heartstone. It was not just a magical object, but a key to unlocking the magic within herself and within the world around her. It was a reminder to listen, to seek understanding, and to embrace the beauty and wonder of life in all its forms. The deer watched her with a serene expression, its eyes filled with a knowing that transcended time. "You have found your place within the circle, young seeker," it said softly. "The heartstone has shown you the way, but it is your own heart that will guide you on your journey." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and a quiet determination. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the heartstone as her guide, and the wisdom of the forest as her compass, she felt a sense of purpose that filled her with a radiant light. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, casting a golden glow over the glen, Lila turned to the deer with a smile. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with sincerity and warmth. "Thank you for guiding me and for trusting me with the heartstone." The deer inclined its head, a gesture of gentle acknowledgement. "Go forth with courage and kindness, Lila," it said, its words a blessing and a promise. "May your journey be filled with wonder and your heart always open to the whispers of the world." With those words echoing in her mind, Lila stepped out of the circle of whispers, the heartstone in her satchel a comforting presence. She felt a newfound confidence and a sense of belonging that filled her with joy. The forest around her seemed to shimmer with magic, each leaf and blade of grass a testament to the hidden wonders that awaited her. As she made her way back through the forest, Lila knew that she would carry the lessons of the whispering woods with her always. She would listen to the whispers of the world, seek to understand the stories of others, and embrace the magic that existed in every moment. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit open to adventure, Lila set forth on the path that lay before her, ready to explore the endless possibilities of life and the boundless beauty of the world. For she had discovered the true magic of the heartstone and the hidden world within herself, and she knew that her journey was just beginning. The journey back through the whispering woods was a tapestry of light and shadow, as the morning sun began its gentle ascent, casting golden rays through the canopy above. Lila walked with a lightness in her step, her heart buoyed by the knowledge and peace she had found in the circle of whispers. Each step felt purposeful, guided by an invisible hand that seemed to weave her path with intention and grace. As she moved through the forest, Lila noticed things she had not seen before: the subtle patterns of lichen on ancient tree trunks, the delicate spiderwebs glistening with dew in the early light, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook, its waters flowing with a timeless rhythm. The world seemed to sing around her, a symphony of life and beauty that resonated deep within her soul. Lila's thoughts drifted back to her grandmother, whose stories had first ignited her curiosity and led her to this magical place. She felt a renewed sense of gratitude for her grandmother's wisdom and love, which had nurtured her spirit and inspired her to seek the hidden wonders of the world. She couldn't wait to return home and share her adventures, to tell of the heartstone and the silvery deer, and the profound sense of connection she had discovered. But Lila's journey was not yet complete. As she neared the edge of the forest, she heard a soft, plaintive cry, like the whisper of a breeze through a meadow. She paused, listening intently, her heart attuned to the subtle sounds of the woods. The cry came again, this time more insistent, tugging at her heartstrings with an urgency that could not be ignored. Guided by the sound, Lila made her way through the underbrush, her footsteps careful and deliberate. The cry grew louder, leading her to a small clearing where she found a young fox, its fur a vibrant russet that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. The fox was caught in a snare, its paw trapped and injured, and it looked up at Lila with eyes full of fear and pain. Lila's heart ached at the sight, and she knew she had to help. She approached slowly, speaking softly to the fox, her voice a gentle reassurance. "It's okay, little one," she murmured, kneeling beside the creature. "I won't hurt you. I'm here to help." The fox watched her with wary eyes, but something in Lila's presence seemed to calm it. Carefully, she examined the snare, her fingers deftly working to release the trap. It was a simple device, yet its grip was cruel and unyielding. Lila's hands moved with a certainty that surprised even her, as if guided by an unseen force. As she worked, she felt the heartstone in her satchel warm against her side, its gentle pulsing a reminder of the magic and strength that resided within her. With each breath, she focused on the task at hand, her heart filled with compassion and determination. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the snare gave way, releasing its hold on the fox's paw. Lila carefully freed the creature, examining the injury with a gentle touch. It was a deep cut, but not beyond healing, and she knew she had to do what she could to help. Reaching into her satchel, Lila found a small cloth and wrapped it around the fox's paw, binding the wound with care. She spoke soothingly, her words a balm to the frightened creature. "There you go," she said softly, her heart swelling with relief. "You're free now." The fox looked up at her, its eyes full of a gratitude that transcended words. It nuzzled her hand, a gesture that spoke of trust and understanding, and Lila felt a profound connection to the creature, a bond forged in kindness and empathy. With a final, lingering glance, the fox turned and disappeared into the forest, its lithe form a flash of fiery red against the emerald green. Lila watched it go, her heart full of hope and a sense of fulfillment that filled her with warmth. As she made her way back to the village, Lila couldn't help but reflect on the lessons she had learned in the Whispering Woods. She realized that true magic lay not just in the Heartstone or the hidden world, but in the simple acts of kindness and compassion that connected all living beings. Her journey had shown her the power of listening, the strength of a pure heart, and the beauty of a world filled with wonder and possibility. She knew that these lessons would guide her always, as she continued to explore the endless adventure of life. With the village now in sight, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and joy. She knew that her story was just one of many, a part of the greater tapestry of life that wove through the hearts of all who dared to dream. As she crossed the threshold of her grandmother's cottage, Lila was greeted with a warm embrace and a knowing smile. "You've found your path, haven't you, dear?" her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with pride and understanding. Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and love. "Yes, grandmother," she replied, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. "I've found my path, and so much more." Together, they sat by the crackling fire, sharing stories and dreams, the Heartstone a gentle reminder of the magic that existed in every moment. And as the night enveloped the village in its tender embrace, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning, and that the whispers of the Whispering Woods would guide her always, lighting her path with the magic of a heart that listened and a spirit that dared to dream. Story 5. In the quaint, sleepy village of Glimmerwood, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there was a peculiar charm to the air. It was a place where whispers of magic danced with the evening mist, and where the soft rustle of leaves often carried secrets from times long past. The village was alive with stories, lingering in every corner, waiting to be discovered. One such story began with a girl named Lila, who had a heart as curious as the meandering paths of the forest itself. Lila was known in Glimmerwood for her boundless imagination and her love for exploring the woods that bordered her home. Her father, an old storyteller himself, often warned her of the enchanted creatures said to reside within. Despite the tales of caution, Lila was not deterred. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where her dreams soared like the birds above. Her eyes, a deep, earthy brown that mirrored the forest floor after a heavy rain, sparkled with the thrill of discovery. On a golden afternoon, with the sun casting long, dappled shadows through the canopy, Lila's feet carried her deeper into the woods than she had ventured before. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, a heady fragrance that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. The gentle crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied her, a rhythmic beat to her solitary expedition. As she wandered, she stumbled upon something extraordinary, a small, intricately carved box nestled among the roots of a grand oak. The box was like nothing she had ever seen, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and glimmer in the light. A gentle warmth emanated from it, as if it held a living heartbeat. Lila, entranced by its beauty, carefully lifted the lid. Inside lay a single, clear crystal that shimmered with colors beyond description. As she touched it, a soft hum filled the air, and a feeling of calm enveloped her, as if the world itself had paused to listen. The hum resonated through her fingertips, sending a gentle vibration up her arm and into her chest, where it nestled warmly against her heart. Curiosity piqued. Lila slipped the crystal into her pocket and continued her wanderings. She felt a strange connection to the object, as if it was meant for her and her alone. Little did she know, this crystal was a key to a world hidden within the folds of the natural one she adored. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, the forest began to change. The familiar path transformed, flowers bloomed in vibrant hues she had never seen, and the air was tinged with a sweet, lilting melody. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her forward to a place she could not yet see. It was then she realized, with a mix of awe and excitement, that the crystal was guiding her somewhere special. At the heart of the forest, Lila found herself standing before a shimmering veil of light, a curtain of luminescence that pulsed like a living thing. The crystal in her pocket warmed, and she knew, deep within her soul, that she was meant to step through. With a breath of courage, she crossed the threshold and found herself in a world unlike any she had imagined. This hidden realm was alive with magic. Trees stretched impossibly tall, their branches woven with sparkling vines. Streams of liquid gold meandered through meadows where flowers sang in harmony with the gentle breeze. Creatures of all kinds roamed freely, each more wondrous than the last. There were foxes with fur like starlight, birds with feathers of flame, and deer whose antlers were crowned with blossoms. In the midst of this enchanted land, Lila met a curious creature named Pippin. He was small, with eyes that twinkled like the night sky, and a mischievous smile that hinted at untold stories. Pippin was a guardian of this realm, and he had been waiting for Lila, for it was said that only one with a pure heart and a keen spirit could wield the crystal's power. "Welcome, Lila," Pippin chirped, his voice as musical as the forest itself. "You hold in your hands a gift of great power and responsibility. This crystal connects our worlds, and with it, you can see the beauty and magic that lies within the mundane." Lila listened, her heart swelling with wonder. She had always dreamed of discovering magic, and now it was real, vivid and alive before her eyes. Pippin explained the crystal was more than a mere trinket. It was a bridge between worlds, meant to remind those who held it of the wonders that lay beneath the surface of the everyday. As Lila spent time in this magical realm, she learned the language of the flowers, danced with the breezes, and heard the stories of the stars. She discovered that she could communicate with the creatures, each with their wisdom and tales to share. With Pippin by her side, she explored far and wide, her heart growing more attuned to the rhythm of this hidden world. But as days passed, Lila began to miss her village and the people she loved. She realized that while this magical land was a wonder to behold, her true home was where her heart belonged. With a heavy yet hopeful heart, she confided in Pippin, who nodded with understanding. "Magic is not meant to keep you away from what you love," Pippin said gently. "It is meant to bring you closer to it, to show you the beauty in both worlds. You have learned to see with new eyes, Lila, and that is the greatest gift of all." With the crystal still warm in her pocket, Lila returned to her world. She found that she could now see magic even in the smallest things, the way sunlight danced on the water, the laughter of children, the whispers of the wind through the trees. She taught others to see with their hearts, sharing the wonder she had found. And so, the story of Lila and the crystal became a cherished tale in Glimmerwood, a reminder that magic is all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to look beyond the surface. Lila's journey had changed her, and through her, it changed the village, bringing new life to the stories that were passed down through generations. In the end, Lila understood that the crystal's true power was not in the magic it revealed, but in the love and wonder it inspired. And with that knowledge, she lived her days with a heart full of magic, knowing that the world was a brighter, more enchanting place than she had ever dreamed. On one of her visits back to the mystical realm, Pippin shared a secret with Lila. There was a legend, he said, of a hidden chamber deep within the enchanted forest, a place where the threads of time wove together, revealing glimpses of the past, present, and future. Intrigued, Lila felt a new quest stir within her heart. Guided by the crystal's gentle warmth, Lila embarked on this new journey. The forest, familiar yet new, unfurled before her with whispered promises and the rustling of ancient leaves. As she journeyed, Lila encountered an elderly fox with fur as silver as moonlight. His eyes, wise and kind, seemed to know her story before she spoke. "You seek the Chamber of Threads," the fox said, his voice like a gentle breeze. "It is a place of profound understanding and reflection. But be warned, young seeker, the truths you find may not always be easy to bear." Lila nodded, her resolve unwavering. She knew the path would challenge her, but her heart was eager for what lay ahead. The fox led her through a maze of towering trees and across streams that sang of forgotten times. As they approached the chamber, a serene silence enveloped them, and the air grew thick with anticipation. Inside, the Chamber of Threads was a wonder to behold. Glowing strands of light crisscrossed the space, each thread a tapestry of moments and memories. Lila watched, mesmerized, as scenes from her life and the lives of those she loved played out before her. She saw her father as a young storyteller, weaving tales beneath the starlit sky, and glimpses of her own future filled with laughter, adventure, and love. Amidst the beauty, Lila felt a pang of sorrow. She saw moments of loss and heartache, the inevitable parts of life that shape who we become. Yet as she watched, she realized that these threads, both joyful and sad, were woven together to create the intricate tapestry of her existence. With newfound understanding, Lila emerged from the Chamber of Threads, her heart lighter and her spirit more resilient. She thanked the fox, who nodded in approval, and made her way back to Pippin, eager to share the wisdom she had gained. As Lila left the enchanted realm, she carried with her not just the magic of the crystal, but the deeper knowledge of life's interconnectedness. In Glimmerwood, she became a storyteller like her father, sharing her tales with those who would listen, and inspiring others to seek the magic within their own lives. In time, the legend of Lila and the crystal grew, becoming a cherished part of Glimmerwood's history. And though the forest continued to whisper its secrets and the magic lingered in the air, it was the stories, born of love and wonder, that truly bound the village together, a testament to the enduring power of imagination and the beauty of the human spirit. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, Lila sat by the village well, surrounded by eager listeners. Children, with wide eyes and open hearts, gathered around her, hanging on to her every word as she spun tales of her adventures and the lessons she'd learned. Her voice, gentle and melodic, wove a tapestry of wonder that enveloped the listeners, drawing them into the magic of the moment. As she finished her story, a gentle breeze swept through the square, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. Lila looked out at the faces of her friends and family, seeing in their eyes the spark of curiosity and the warmth of love. In that moment, she realized that the true magic of the crystal was not in the fantastical realm it unlocked, but in the way it had opened her heart to the beauty of her own world. The stories she shared were not just tales of adventure, but reflections of the journey she had taken within herself, a journey of courage, understanding, and the unyielding power of hope. Emboldened by her newfound perspective, Lila decided she would not only recount her tales, but also encourage the villagers to embark on their own quests for magic and understanding. She began organizing gatherings where the villagers would share their own stories, creating a tapestry of shared experiences that connected everyone in Glimmerwood. Under the starlit sky, with the soft glow of lanterns casting warm light and the gentle crackle of a communal fire, Lila encouraged the youngest to the eldest to speak from the heart. The villagers spoke of dreams and aspirations, of fears and triumphs, each story adding a thread to the vibrant tapestry of their community. From these gatherings emerged a deeper sense of unity and purpose in Glimmerwood. The villagers discovered that while their individual stories were unique, they were all part of a grander narrative, woven together by shared hopes and dreams. Lila's heart swelled with pride as she watched the village flourish, each person finding their own magic in the simple, everyday moments of life. In time, Glimmerwood became renowned for its tapestry of stories, drawing visitors from far and wide who came to listen, learn, and share. Lila's vision had transformed her village into a sanctuary of magic and wisdom, a place where the past and present danced together in harmony, echoing the whispers of the ancient forest that cradled it. And so the legacy of Lila and the crystal endured through the generations, a timeless reminder that magic is not just a force of the extraordinary, but a quiet, ever-present glow found within the heart of those who dare to dream and discover. Yet even as Glimmerwood thrived, the tales of Lila's adventures continued to evolve, revealing new facets of her journey. One such tale spoke of a day when Lila, driven by a sense of restlessness, returned to the enchanted realm. The forest welcomed her back with open arms, the familiar path unfurling like an old friend. As she walked, the crystal warmed in her pocket, guiding her to a hidden glade where an ancient tree stood, its bark etched with the passage of time. Lila felt a kinship with this tree, sensing it was a keeper of ancient wisdom. She placed her hand upon its trunk, and the air shimmered with a gentle glow. In that moment, Lila was filled with a profound understanding. She saw the interconnectedness of all things, the forest, the village, her own heart. She realized that the magic she had discovered was not confined to one world or the other, but was a thread that wove through the fabric of existence, binding everything together in a dance of life and love. With this realization, Lila returned to Glimmerwood, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She continued to share her stories, each one a reflection of the magic that lay within and around her. The villagers, inspired by her tales, found their own connections to the world, seeing beauty in the everyday and understanding that they too were part of the tapestry of life. And so, as the sun set over Glimmerwood, casting a warm glow over the village, Lila sat surrounded by her friends and family, her heart full of joy. She knew that the magic of the crystal would continue to inspire, lighting the way for others to discover the wonder within themselves. In the end, the story of Lila and the crystal was not just a tale of adventure, but a celebration of life itself, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies in the simple, profound act of seeing the world with eyes anew and embracing the beauty that life has to offer. Story 6. In the serene village of Willow, nestled between gentle hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious girl named Pippa. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that danced with wonder. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow as softly as the streams that crisscrossed its meadows, and the villagers often spoke of ancient tales and forgotten magic. Pippa had grown up hearing these stories, her favorite being of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious forest that bordered the village, where it was said the trees had secrets to share with those who truly listened. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with a voice like warm honey, often told her that the woods were a place where one's heart could find answers. It was on a crisp autumn afternoon, with leaves swirling like golden confetti in the breeze, that Pippa decided to venture into the whispering woods. She felt a pull, a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to uncover its mysteries. As she stepped beneath the arching boughs, the air seemed to hum with life. The scent of pine and damp earth wrapped around her like a comforting blanket, and the forest light danced in dapples across her path. The whispers of the woods were faint at first, a soft murmur that intermingled with the rustle of leaves. Pippa walked deeper, her footsteps cushioned by the thick carpet of moss, until she came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted, with roots that spread like veins across the ground. Hanging from one of its sturdy branches was a silver bell, small and intricately engraved, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Drawn to the bell, Pippa reached out and gave it a gentle ring. The sound was unlike anything she had ever heard, a clear, melodious chime that resonated through the forest, as if the very air vibrated with its song. In that moment, the whispers grew louder, coherent, and Pippa realized they were voices, gentle and wise. "Welcome, seeker of truths," the voices intoned in unison, warm and inviting. "You have found the bell of whispers, a gift from the ancient guardians of this wood." Pippa's heart quickened with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "We are the spirits of the forest, the keepers of its secrets and its magic," the voices replied, swirling around her like a gentle breeze. "The bell you hold is a key to understanding, a tool for those who seek wisdom with an open heart." "What must I do?" Pippa asked, her curiosity outweighing her fear. "Listen," the voices answered simply. "Listen to the truths that the bell will reveal, and carry them with you." And so, with the bell in hand, Pippa embarked on a journey through the whispering woods, guided by the chimes and the gentle voices that now accompanied her. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive in ways she had never imagined. The trees, with their towering canopies, whispered stories of times long past, of the creatures that roamed the earth and the harmony that once prevailed. Pippa came across a babbling brook, its waters sparkling under the dappled sunlight. As she knelt by its banks, the bell chimed softly, and the water began to speak, its voice like tinkling laughter. It told her of the journey it took from the mountain springs to join the great river, a journey filled with twists and turns, much like life itself. "The path is not always straight," the brook said, "but each bend holds its own beauty, its own lesson." Pippa nodded, understanding the brook's message. Life, she realized, was a journey of its own, with unexpected turns that led to growth and discovery. Continuing her exploration, Pippa encountered a family of deer grazing in a sunlit glade. The bell's chime softened, and the deer lifted their heads, eyes meeting hers with gentle curiosity. The mother deer, her coat a rich mahogany, stepped forward, and in that moment Pippa felt a connection, a silent understanding of the importance of family and community. "The bonds we share are our strength," the deer seemed to convey, their presence a comforting reminder of the love and support that surrounded her. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in hues of amber and rose, Pippa came upon a grove of ancient stones, each etched with runes and symbols long forgotten. The bell rang out, its tone deep and resonant, and the stones began to glow with a soft inner light. The spirits of the forest spoke once more, their voices a harmonious symphony. These stones hold the memories of the earth, the wisdom of ages past. They remind us of our connection to all that has come before and all that will come after. Pippa sat among the stones, feeling the weight of their history and the timelessness of their presence. She understood now that she was a part of something much greater, a thread in the vast tapestry of life. With nightfall approaching, Pippa made her way back through the forest, the bell guiding her with its gentle chime. As she emerged from the woods, the sky was a canvas of stars, each one twinkling like a beacon of hope and possibility. Pippa returned to Willowbrook, the bell tucked safely in her pocket, its whispers now etched in her heart. She had found wisdom in the forest, not only in its stories, but in the connections she had forged, with the earth, with the creatures, and with herself. From that day forward, Pippa carried the lessons of the Whispering Woods with her, sharing its truths with those who sought understanding and peace. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a source of inspiration and comfort, a reminder of the beauty that lay in listening, in embracing the journey, and in cherishing the bonds that united them all. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Pippa lived her days with a heart full of wonder and a spirit ever open to the magic of the world around her. Story 7. In a far corner of the galaxy, two spiraling planets drifted side by side, their surfaces as different as night and day. On one, lush forests and sparkling streams painted the landscape in vibrant shades of green and blue. This was the homeworld of the peaceful Verdani, beings whose very essence intertwined with nature itself. The neighboring world was a stark contrast, a desert expanse baked by twin suns, where the resilient Solaran people had carved out cities of gleaming metal and soaring spires. They prided themselves on their ingenuity, ever innovating to tame the harsh environment. For cycles untold, these two civilizations coexisted in polite indifference, neither quite understanding the other. That all changed the fateful night a Solaran exploration craft malfunctioned and careened into a Verdani valley. Jana, a young Verdani, witnessed the fiery descent with a mixture of awe and dread. Hurrying through the forest, she found the crumpled craft and its dazed pilot, a metallic Solaran named Corin. Though his frame was sleek and angular compared to her organic form, Jana saw the same bewildered gleam in his photoreceptor eyes. "You're hurt," she said, reaching out with her Vinastum fingers. "Let me help." Corin recoiled at her touch, his first instinct to analyze the threat. But this strange, root-like being issued no warnings, only concern. "Maintain distance," he said, voice tinny with uncertainty. "My damage assessment systems are offline." So began an unlikely alliance, born of necessity yet strengthened by curiosity. Jana tended Corin's wounds using the forest's regenerative herbs, while he attempted to jury-rig his comlink to call for assistance. Conversation came haltingly at first, their perceptions and instincts shaped by vastly different worlds. Yet they soon discovered common ground. Jana was entranced by the marvels of Solaran technology, while Corin found himself appreciating the delicate balances of nature as never before. Barriers of misunderstanding gave way to mutual admiration and a deepening friendship. When a Solaran rescue team finally located them, new challenges arose. Solaran Prime directives strictly forbade interaction with lesser species, and the squad leader demanded Corin return immediately. But Corin refused to abandon Jana and her forest home, having learned how much their peoples could share. Tense negotiations ensued, with Jana and Corin supporting each other's arguments, united as comrades. In the end, their sincere bond convinced the squad to grant Verdani sovereignty, ensuring future relations between the two worlds. As the Solaran craft departed with an ambassador newly appointed, Corin turned to Jana, his angular frame silhouetted against the branching trees. "It seems we have much to learn from each other," he said, extending a jointed hand. Jana grasped it with her verdant tendrils, sharing in a smile that transcended mere shape or origin. "The forest welcomes you, my friend." In that moment, the true meaning of friendship revealed itself, the capacity to see beyond surface differences and nurture understanding between any two beings, no matter how dissimilar. Whether metallic and sentient or rooted firmly in the earth, their bond would help shape the future of both their worlds. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently to the rhythm of the wind, there lay a secret known only to those with ears attuned to the whispers of the earth. It was a secret of such wonder and magic that it seemed to breathe its own life into the forest, casting a gentle glow that flickered like fireflies beneath the moonlit canopy. In this enchanted forest, where leaves rustled with secrets and streams sang ancient lullabies, lived a young girl named Mira. She was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart open to the mysteries of the world. Every day, Mira wandered the woods, delighting in the symphony of chirping crickets and the rustle of deer in the underbrush. Her favorite place was a clearing where sunbeams danced upon the ground, painting patterns of light and shadow. Mira's grandmother, an old woman with silver hair and stories as ancient as the hills, often spoke of a hidden world. She would sit by the hearth, her voice a soft murmur over the crackle of burning logs, weaving tales of wonder and magic. There is a world within this world, she would say, her eyes gleaming with the light of 1,000 untold tales. A place where the impossible becomes possible and dreams take flight. Mira listened with rapt attention, her mind painting pictures of this hidden realm. She imagined a world bursting with color and life, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams held reflections of forgotten dreams. Her heart ached with the desire to find this place, to step into the stories that danced just beyond her reach. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a golden glow, Mira set out on her daily wander. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. She made her way to the clearing, her footsteps soft against the carpet of fallen leaves. As she reached the center, she paused, the world around her holding its breath. It was then she saw it, a shimmer in the air, a ripple like sunlight on water. It hovered at the edge of the clearing, beckoning her with its ethereal glow. Mira's heart leapt with excitement. Could this be the entrance to the hidden world her grandmother spoke of? Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the shimmering veil. As she did, the world shifted and swirled around her. The trees stretched into towering giants, their bark a tapestry of silver and gold. The ground beneath her feet was soft and warm, like the embrace of an old friend. Mira gasped in wonder, her eyes drinking in the beauty of the hidden realm. Here, in this magical place, everything was alive with possibility. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Birds sang melodies that wove through the air like threads of silk, and streams danced over stones, their laughter a gentle melody. Mira wandered through this wondrous world, her heart swelling with joy. She marveled at the beauty around her, feeling as though she had stepped into a dream. In this place, time seemed to stand still, each moment a treasure to be cherished. As she explored, she came across a small creature nestled in the crook of an ancient tree. It was a tiny thing, with fur like spun silver and eyes that gleamed with wisdom and mischief. The creature looked up at Mira, its gaze curious and unafraid. "Hello," Mira said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "What are you?" The creature tilted its head, as if considering her question. "I am a guardian," it replied, its voice a soft chime in the stillness. "I watch over this world and those who wander here." Mira smiled, feeling a sense of kinship with this little guardian. "It's beautiful here," she said, her voice filled with awe. "How is it that such a place exists?" The guardian's eyes twinkled with knowing. "This world is woven from the threads of dreams and hope," it explained. "It is a place where the heart's true desires are given form." Mira nodded, her heart understanding what words could not convey. She spent the day exploring the hidden realm, her soul alight with wonder. As the sun began to set, casting the world in hues of pink and gold, she knew it was time to return. "Will I be able to come back?" she asked the guardian, her voice tinged with longing. The guardian nodded, its eyes warm and kind. "This world will always be here for those who seek it with an open heart," it said. "Remember, the magic of this place is not bound by time or place, but by the dreams you carry within you." With a heart full of gratitude, Mira bid farewell to the guardian and stepped back through the shimmering veil. The forest welcomed her home, its familiar sights and sounds wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. As she made her way back to her grandmother's cottage, Mira felt a profound sense of peace. She had discovered a world of magic and wonder, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. And though the hidden realm lay beyond the reach of most, she knew its magic lived within her, a light that would guide her through the darkest of days. From that day forward, Mira carried the memory of the hidden world with her, its beauty a balm to her soul. She shared her experiences with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her heart full of pride for her adventurous granddaughter. The forest, with its secrets and wonders, became a place of refuge and inspiration for Mira. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the streams, finding solace and wisdom in the embrace of nature. And though she continued to explore the hidden realm, she knew that the true magic lay not in the place itself, but in the journey it inspired within her heart. In the years that followed, Mira grew into a wise and gentle woman, her spirit as vibrant as the world she had discovered. She shared her stories with those around her, weaving tales of wonder that sparked the imaginations of all who listened. Her life became a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of the hidden world that lay within us all. And so, the secret of the Whispering Woods lived on, a shimmering beacon of hope and magic, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and dreaming souls. For in the end, it is not the destination that matters, but the journey and the transformation it brings. In the warmth of her grandmother's cottage, Mira often found herself by the hearth, her thoughts drifting back to the hidden world. The fire crackled softly, casting a gentle glow that danced across the room, wrapping her in a cocoon of warmth and comfort. She would sit there, a cup of tea cradled in her hands, lost in the stories that had become a part of her. One evening, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Mira was joined by a visitor. It was a young boy from the nearby village, his eyes wide with excitement and curiosity. He had heard tales of Mira's adventures and longed to know more about the magical world she had discovered. "Tell me about the hidden world," he pleaded, his voice filled with wonder. "Is it really as amazing as they say?" Mira smiled, her heart warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. She gestured for him to sit by the fire, the flames casting playful shadows on the walls. "It is indeed a place of magic," she began, her voice a gentle murmur over the crackle of the flames. "But its true beauty lies not in the sights and sounds, but in the journey and the lessons it teaches." The boy listened intently, his eyes never leaving Mira's face. She spoke of the guardian and the world woven from dreams, sharing the wisdom she had gained from her adventures. As she spoke, the boy's eyes shone with the light of discovery, his heart touched by the magic of the hidden world. "You see," Mira continued, her voice soft and melodic, "the hidden world is a reflection of our own dreams and desires. It teaches us to look within ourselves, to find the magic that lies in our hearts." The boy nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. "Do you think I could find the hidden world, too?" he asked, hope and excitement lacing his words. Mira's smile was warm and reassuring. "The hidden world is open to all who seek it with a pure heart," she replied. "Remember, it is not the destination that matters, but the journey and the transformation it brings." With those words, the boy's heart soared with the promise of adventure. He left Mira's cottage that evening, his mind filled with dreams of the hidden world and the magic that awaited him. And so, the tales of the hidden world continued to spread, whispered from one heart to another, a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that often forgot to dream. The forest, with its secrets and mysteries, remained a place of refuge and inspiration, its magic waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and dreaming souls. As the years passed, Mira's tales became legends, her adventures inspiring generations to seek the magic within themselves. The hidden world, with its shimmering beauty and timeless wisdom, lived on in the hearts of all who believed in the power of dreams. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees swayed gently to the rhythm of the wind and the streams sang ancient lullabies, the magic of the hidden world continued to thrive, a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of the journey. For in the end, it is not the destination that matters, but the journey and the transformation it brings. And it is in the journey that we find our true selves, discovering the magic that lies within us all. Story 9. The Whispering Woods and the Song of the Stars. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Anwen. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, where the scent of baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of wildflowers. Anwen was known for her sparkling eyes, which seemed to catch the light of every dawn and dusk. She was a kind soul, often seen helping her neighbors or tending to the lush garden her grandmother had left her. Anwen's favorite place was the Whispering Woods, a sprawling forest that bordered the village. The villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, for they were said to be enchanted. The trees were ancient and mighty, their trunks wrapped with vines as if nature itself was knitting a great green tapestry. The canopy above filtered sunlight into golden beams, creating a dance of light and shadow on the forest floor. It was a place where the air was filled with the murmur of leaves and the gentle songs of hidden creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost laced the leaves with silver, Anwen decided to explore deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The forest was alive with the rustle of falling leaves and the distant chatter of squirrels preparing for winter. Wrapped in a cloak to fend off the chill, she ventured forth, her heart fluttering with the thrill of adventure. As she walked, Anwen found herself drawn to a path she had never noticed before, a narrow trail bordered by ferns that seemed to shimmer under the morning sun. The path wound through the trees, leading her to a clearing she did not recognize. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, she discovered something extraordinary, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Curiosity piqued, Anwen knelt beside the box. It was adorned with symbols she could not quite comprehend, but they seemed to hum with a quiet energy. With gentle hands, she opened the lid and found within a delicate silver flute, its surface inscribed with the same mysterious symbols. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a strange connection to the forest, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets to her. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Anwen decided to take the flute home. Perhaps, she thought, it was a forgotten heirloom left by travelers long ago. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village lights twinkled like stars, she sat by her window, the flute resting in her lap. The night was calm, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine through her open window. Tentatively, Anwen raised the flute to her lips. She blew softly, and to her amazement, a melody flowed out, soft, enchanting, and unlike anything she had ever heard. It was as if the flute was alive, guiding her fingers to create a song woven from the whispers of the woods and the twinkling of stars. As the music filled her room, the world outside seemed to pause, listening. The next morning, Anwen awoke with a sense of purpose. She felt changed somehow, as if the music had opened a door inside her. She knew she had to return to the clearing and learn more about the flute's magic. With the flute tucked safely in her satchel, she set off once again into the whispering woods. As she walked, she noticed the forest seemed different. The trees leaned in slightly, their leaves rustling in a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. Birds flitted from branch to branch, chirping tunes that harmonized with the whispers of the wind. It was as if the entire forest was alive with music, a symphony only she could hear. Back at the clearing, Anwen sat beneath the ancient oak and began to play the flute once more. The melody flowed effortlessly, and with it came visions, glimpses of a hidden world within the forest, unseen by ordinary eyes. She saw fairies dancing in moonlit glades, their laughter echoing like chimes. She saw creatures of light and shadow weaving through the trees, guardians of the forest's ancient magic. It was then that Anwen realized the flute was more than just a musical instrument. It was a key to the hidden heart of the woods, and with it, she had the power to bridge the world of humans and the magical realm that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. With each note she played, Anwen felt the forest revealing its secrets. She learned of the great oak's history, its roots entwined with the stories of generations past. She discovered that the Whispering Woods had once been a sanctuary for mystical creatures, a place where magic thrived and nature flourished in harmony. Anwen also realized that the flute had chosen her for a reason. The forest needed a guardian, someone who could protect its secrets and nurture its magic. She felt a deep sense of responsibility and knew she could not undertake this journey alone. Returning to the village, Anwen confided in her closest friend, a gentle boy named Finn. Finn was known for his gentle spirit and keen intuition. He listened intently as Anwen recounted her experiences, his eyes widening with wonder. "You must let me come with you," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "Together, we can protect the forest and learn its mysteries." And so, Anwen and Finn ventured into the Whispering Woods together. With each passing day, their bond strengthened, their friendship becoming a beacon of warmth and light amidst the towering trees. They explored new paths, discovered hidden glades, and met creatures who had long remained hidden from human sight. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Anwen and Finn stumbled upon a hidden grotto. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of jasmine. In the center of the grotto stood a stone altar, ancient and weathered, yet radiating a quiet power. As Anwen approached, the flute in her bag hummed softly, resonating with the magic of the place. She took it out and began to play, the notes rising to mingle with the gentle trickle of the spring. To her amazement, the water began to shimmer, reflecting a vision of the forest's past. They saw the Whispering Woods as it had been centuries ago, a realm where humans and magical creatures lived side by side, sharing stories and songs. But as time passed, humans forgot the old ways, and the connection between the worlds faded. The vision faded, leaving Anwen and Finn in awe of the responsibility they had undertaken. They realized that their journey was not just about protecting the forest, but also about rekindling the harmony between their world and the magical realm. Together, they made a vow to honor the old ways, to nurture the forest's magic, and to ensure that the whispers of the woods would never be silenced. They would be the bridge, the guardians of the hidden world that lay within the heart of nature. As the seasons turned and the village prepared for the onset of winter, Anwen and Finn continued their work in the woods. They planted new saplings, tended to the creatures they had befriended, and shared their discoveries with the villagers, teaching them to see the magic in their midst. Under their care, the Whispering Woods thrived, its magic spreading beyond the forest to touch the hearts of the villagers. People began to speak of dreams filled with music and light, of feeling a gentle presence guiding them through their days. Anwen and Finn's friendship blossomed into something deeper, a bond forged by shared dreams and a love for the magic that surrounded them. And as they grew, so too did their understanding of the world and their place within it. One crisp winter's night, as snow blanketed the village and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Anwen and Finn stood in the clearing beneath the ancient oak. The flute, now a treasured companion, lay in Anwen's hands, its surface gleaming in the moonlight. Together they played a song, a melody woven from the laughter of friends, the whispers of the woods, and the dreams of a world renewed. The notes rose into the night, carrying a message of hope and unity, a promise that the magic of the Whispering Woods would endure. And so, beneath the starlit sky, Anwen and Finn stood side by side, guardians of the forest and keepers of the song. Their journey had changed them, weaving their lives into the rich tapestry of the world around them. With hearts full of love and wonder, they embraced the future, knowing that whatever came their way, they would face it together, with the magic of the Whispering Woods guiding them home. In the end, Anwen and Finn's tale became legend, a story passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the enduring magic that lies within us all. And beneath the ancient oak, the whispers of the woods continued to sing, their song echoing through the ages, a testament to the timeless bond between humans and the world they call home. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a village nestled beside the Whispering Woods, a gentle soul named Leora lived with her grandmother in a quaint cottage. The village was cloaked in the hues of autumn, where the trees sang with vibrant leaves of amber and gold. Each morning, the air was filled with the sweet scent of dew-kissed earth, mingling with the distant aroma of freshly baked bread. Leora was a curious girl, with eyes as bright as the morning sun, and a heart that danced with the wonders of the world. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often shared tales of the olden days by the warmth of the hearth, where the fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. One evening, as the moon hung low and the stars twinkled like diamonds strewn across velvet, Leora's grandmother spoke of an ancient legacy. "Our family," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "has long been the guardians of the Heartstone, a magical artifact that holds the wisdom of our ancestors." Leora listened, her heart beating with a newfound excitement. The Heartstone was said to be hidden within the heart of the forest, protected by the spirits of the land. It was a symbol of the unity and strength of their lineage, bestowed with the power to bring clarity and peace to its bearer. Intrigued by her grandmother's tales, Leora felt an irresistible pull to discover this piece of her heritage. With her grandmother's blessing and a gentle reminder to trust in the kindness of the woods, Leora set out at dawn, the soft light painting the world in a gentle embrace. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its canopy a tapestry of shimmering leaves. The path beneath her feet was lined with soft moss, and the air was filled with the symphony of rustling branches and the distant call of a songbird. Leora walked with reverence, each step a gentle dance with the earth. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, she felt the presence of the forest spirits, unseen but sensed in the rustling leaves and the whispering wind. It was as though the trees themselves were guiding her, their ancient roots sharing stories of times long past. After a time, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the leaves. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its trunk wide and strong, with branches stretching towards the sky like the welcoming arms of a wise elder. Nestled within the roots was a small, intricately carved stone, pulsing with a gentle, warm light. With a heart full of awe, Leora reached out and touched the heartstone. At that moment, she was enveloped in a comforting warmth, as though embraced by generations of her family. Memories flowed through her, visions of those who had come before her, their lives interwoven with the land they cherished. She saw her ancestors tending to the fields, their hands working in harmony with the earth, and sharing stories under the same stars that now watched over her. She felt their joys, their struggles, and their undying love for one another. Through their eyes, she saw the beauty of unity and the strength found in community. As the visions faded, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. The Heartstone had not only revealed her heritage, but also showed her the timeless lessons of understanding, compassion, and the deep bonds that connect us all. With gratitude in her heart, Leora returned to the village, the Heartstone cradled gently in her hands. Her grandmother awaited her by the hearth, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. As Leora shared her journey, the warmth of the fire wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. From that day forward, Leora became a storyteller, weaving the tales of her ancestors with her own experiences, sharing the wisdom of the Heartstone with all who would listen. She learned that the magic of her heritage lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and lessons passed down through generations. And so, in the quiet embrace of their home, under a canopy of stars, Leora and her grandmother found peace in the stories of the past, knowing that they were part of a legacy of love that would continue to shine through the ages. Story 11. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, stood a small, time-worn shop that seemed to be forgotten by the world. It was called the Tinker's Nook, a place where every nook and cranny overflowed with peculiar knickknacks and mysterious trinkets. The air inside was filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood, mingling with a hint of lavender that drifted in through the open window. The shop was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of ages past. He wore spectacles that perched precariously on the tip of his nose, and a vest that seemed to have endless pockets, each one brimming with curious items. Mr. Thistle was known for his gentle smile and his uncanny ability to find just the right thing for anyone who wandered into his shop. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees, a young girl named Clara strolled into the Tinker's Nook. Clara was a quiet soul, with eyes like the summer sky and hair that danced like the autumn leaves. She loved to explore, always in search of something she couldn't quite name. "Good morning, my dear Clara," Mr. Thistle greeted her warmly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my little corner of the world today?" Clara smiled shyly, her cheeks flushed from the brisk air. "I'm not sure, Mr. Thistle. I felt like there was something here I needed to find." Mr. Thistle nodded knowingly and gestured for her to browse the shelves. Clara wandered through the shop, her fingers brushing against dusty tomes and delicate porcelain figurines. Her gaze fell upon a small, unassuming box tucked away on a shelf in the far corner. It was crafted from richly grained wood, with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. Drawn to it, Clara carefully lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a simple silver whistle. It gleamed softly, as if whispering secrets only the heart could hear. "What is this?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder. Mr. Thistle leaned closer, his eyes twinkling with mystery. "Ah, that is the whispering whistle. It's said to hold a bit of magic, but it only reveals its secrets to those who listen with their hearts." Clara's curiosity piqued, and she decided to take the whistle home. As she walked through the village lanes, the wind carried the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon, wrapping around her like a warm hug. That evening, under the soft glow of the moon, Clara sat by her window. She hesitated for a moment, then gently blew into the whistle. The sound that emerged was unlike any she had ever heard, a soft, melodious note that seemed to dance on the night air. As the sound faded, Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the whistle was guiding her somewhere unseen. The days that followed were filled with small, wondrous discoveries. Whenever Clara played the whistle, the world around her seemed to shimmer with hidden magic. She noticed the whispers of the trees, the laughter of the brook, and the songs of the wind. It was as if the whistle had opened her eyes to the beauty that had always been there, waiting to be seen. One morning, as Clara wandered through the woods, she met a fox with fur like fire and eyes like amber. The fox, whose name was Finn, was a mischievous creature with a heart of gold. He had heard the call of the whispering whistle and had come to offer his friendship. "Welcome, young Clara," Finn said with a playful grin. "The woods have been waiting for you." Clara felt a warmth spread through her as she and Finn explored the forest together. Finn showed her secret paths and hidden glades, each one more enchanting than the last. With every step, Clara felt herself growing more attuned to the world around her, her heart expanding with joy and wonder. One day, as they rested by a sparkling stream, Finn turned to Clara, his eyes serious for once. "There is a place deep in the forest that few have seen. It's called the Grove of Echoes. It's said that those who find it can hear the wisdom of the world. But the journey is not easy." Clara felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. "How do we find it?" Finn tilted his head, considering. "The path to the grove is hidden, and only those who listen with their hearts can find the way." Together, Clara and Finn set off, the whispering whistle guiding them with its gentle song. They traveled through sun-dappled meadows and shadowy woods, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. As they journeyed, they met a host of delightful creatures. A wise old owl named Sage, who shared tales of the stars, a family of squirrels who offered them nuts and stories of their own, and a gentle deer who showed them the beauty of stillness. Each encounter taught Clara something new, weaving a tapestry of friendship and wisdom around her heart. And as the days passed, she realized that the journey itself was as precious as the destination. Finally, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in hues of gold and rose, Clara and Finn arrived at the Grove of Echoes. The grove was a place of ethereal beauty, where ancient trees stood like guardians and a gentle breeze carried the soft hum of the earth's song. Clara stood in the center of the grove, her heart full. She played the whispering whistle, its notes mingling with the whispers of the trees. As the sound faded, she felt a deep peace settle within her, a sense of belonging that filled her soul. In that moment, Clara understood the true magic of the whistle. It wasn't about finding something outside of herself, but about discovering the wonders within. The journey had taught her to see with her heart, to listen to the world, and to cherish the bonds of friendship. With newfound wisdom, Clara and Finn made their way back to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. The village welcomed them with open arms, and Clara shared the stories of her journey, inspiring others to seek out the magic in their own lives. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the world settled into a peaceful slumber, Clara knew that the whispering whistle had given her a gift far greater than she could have imagined. A heart that could hear the music of the world, and a spirit that danced in harmony with it. And in the quiet corners of Willowbrook, where the leaves whispered secrets and the brook sang lullabies, the magic of the whispering whistle lived on. A gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us home to ourselves. Story 12. In the heart of a vast and whispering forest, there stood a little village named Willow Glen, where every cottage was painted in soft hues of blue and green, and the air always smelled faintly of pine and honeysuckle. The villagers had a saying, The forest knows our dreams. It was a place where magic seemed to linger just out of sight, peeking from between the leaves or flickering in the morning mist. This was a village filled with gentle laughter, and the soft hum of life lived in harmony with nature. At the edge of Willow Glen, where the village paths turned into forest trails, there lived a boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of storm-tossed seas and a heart that beat with the rhythm of the wild woods. He was known for his kindness and his whispers to the trees, and often spent his days wandering through the forest, talking to the birds and listening to the stories the wind carried. Finn's best friend was a girl named Leora, who lived just a few cottages down the lane. Leora was as spirited as the sun and as gentle as the moonlight. She was the one who could coax the flowers to bloom with the softest of songs and could always find the brightest star in the night sky. The two friends shared a bond as warm as the sunbeams that danced through the canopy above them, a friendship that was as enduring as the ancient trees surrounding Willow Glen. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Finn and Leora set out on one of their many adventures. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the chatter of squirrels as they scampered across branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying with it the promise of new discoveries. "Do you think the tales are true, Finn?" Leora asked, her voice soft and filled with wonder as they walked deeper into the woods. "The ones about the hidden world beneath the old oak tree?" Finn smiled, his eyes twinkling like sunlight on water. "I hope so," he replied, his voice carrying the same sense of wonder. "Imagine what we might find, a world within our world, filled with mysteries and magic." Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the grand old oak tree stood, its branches reaching up to the sky like ancient arms. The tree's trunk was broad and knotted with age, its bark etched with the passage of time. It was said that this oak was the keeper of secrets, the guardian of the hidden world. As they approached the tree, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, whispering secrets only the forest knew. Finn and Leora exchanged a glance, their hearts racing with excitement and a touch of trepidation. They had heard stories of the magical world beneath the oak, a place where time stood still, and wonders awaited those brave enough to seek them. With a shared nod of determination, the two friends began to search the base of the tree, their fingers brushing against the rough bark and soft moss. It was Leora who first noticed it, a small, hidden door nestled between the roots, almost invisible to the untrained eye. It was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light. "Look, Finn!" Leora exclaimed, her voice tinged with awe. "It's just like the stories said." Finn knelt beside her, tracing the carvings with his fingertips. "It's beautiful," he murmured, feeling a thrill of wonder coursing through him. "Do you think we should open it?" Leora nodded, her eyes bright with excitement. "Let's see what's inside." Together, they carefully pushed the door open, revealing a narrow passage that seemed to lead down into the earth. A warm, golden light spilled out, inviting them to step inside. With hearts full of anticipation, Finn and Leora took a deep breath and entered the hidden world. The passageway led them into a vast underground chamber, illuminated by floating orbs of light that glowed like miniature suns. The air was filled with the scent of fresh earth and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a distant stream echoed through the space. The walls were lined with crystals that sparkled like stars, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the chamber. In the center of the room stood a magnificent tree, its branches spreading wide to form a canopy of leaves that shimmered with a silvery sheen. It was unlike any tree they had ever seen, its beauty otherworldly and enchanting. As they approached the tree, they noticed a small, intricately carved box resting at its base. It was made of the same shimmering wood as the tree, and seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting glow. "Do you think it's safe to open it?" Finn asked, glancing at Leora. Leora nodded, her curiosity piqued. "I think we were meant to find it." With careful hands, Finn lifted the lid of the box, revealing a collection of tiny, glowing seeds. Each seed radiated a different color, casting a rainbow of light across their faces. "They're beautiful," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "What do you think they are?" Finn smiled, feeling a sense of magic in the air. "I think they're seeds of possibility," he said, his voice filled with awe. Each one holds a different kind of magic, waiting to be discovered. As they gazed at the seeds, a soft voice echoed through the chamber, gentle and wise. These are the seeds of dreams, gifted to those with hearts pure and true. Plant them with care, and they shall reveal wonders beyond imagination. Finn and Leora looked at each other, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose and wonder. They knew that these seeds were a gift, a chance to bring a little more magic into their world. With careful hands, they gathered the seeds and placed them back in the box, feeling the weight of their responsibility. As they made their way back through the passage and out into the forest, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm, golden glow through the trees. The air was filled with the sound of birdsong, and the forest seemed to hum with life. Back in Willow Glen, Finn and Leora shared their discovery with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts. The seeds were planted throughout the village, each one bringing a touch of magic to the world above. As the days passed, Willow Glen blossomed with new wonders. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, trees grew taller and stronger, and the air was filled with a sense of possibility and joy. The villagers worked together, their bonds of friendship and community strengthened by the magic of the seeds. Through their journey, Finn and Leora learned that the true magic of the world lay not in hidden treasures or secret worlds, but in the love and kindness they shared with one another. The seeds had shown them the power of dreams and the beauty of friendship, and their hearts were forever changed. As the years passed, the story of the magical seeds became a cherished tale in Willow Glen, a reminder of the wonders that lay within the hearts of those who dared to dream. And every evening, as the sun set beyond the horizon, the villagers would gather beneath the old oak tree, their hearts filled with gratitude for the magic that had brought them together. And so, under the watchful branches of the ancient tree, the people of Willow Glen lived in harmony and joy, their lives woven with the threads of friendship and dreams. The forest whispered their stories, and the world was a little brighter for it, a testament to the enduring magic of love and hope. Story 13. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet night, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Ziridia. Ziridia was celebrated for its luminescent flora and skies that shimmered with an ethereal glow of soft pastel hues, creating an eternal twilight that wrapped the world in a gentle embrace. It was here that our story begins, with a young Ziridian named Leora, whose heart yearned for adventure beyond the comforting confines of her tranquil world. Leora was a being of light, with a translucent, shimmering form that allowed her to blend seamlessly with the glowing flora of her home. Her gentle nature was evident in every step she took, every word she spoke, and her eyes, like pools of liquid starlight, were filled with dreams of faraway worlds and distant stars. One evening, as the Ziridian sky painted itself with swirls of lavender and peach, Leora sat by the edge of a tranquil pond, its surface mirroring the celestial display above. She was lost in thought, her mind weaving tales of exploration and discovery, when a sudden disturbance broke the serenity. A peculiar craft, unlike any she had seen, descended from the sky, its sleek form glinting in the twilight. As the craft settled on the ground, a figure emerged. It was a traveler from the planet Nox, a place of shadow and mystery, where the skies were perpetually dark and the inhabitants thrived in the absence of light. The traveler was called Kale, a being of darkness, with a silhouette that seemed to absorb the very light of Ziridia. His presence was a stark contrast to the world around him, his eyes glinting like twin black opals. At first, there was a moment of mutual hesitation. Leora, accustomed to the gentle radiance of her world, was unsure of this shadowy visitor. Kale, in turn, found the luminescence of Ziridia overwhelming, a constant reminder of the stark difference between their worlds. Yet, beneath the surface of their initial wariness, there was a spark of curiosity, a shared sense of wonder at the unknown. Their first interactions were tentative, marked by misunderstandings born of their contrasting natures. Leora, used to the unspoken language of light and warmth, struggled to understand Kale's gestures, which were subtle, almost imperceptible. Kale, in turn, found Leora's radiant expressions difficult to decipher, her emotions as bright and varied as the Ziridian sky. Despite these initial hurdles, a bond began to form between them, nurtured by their shared love of stories and exploration. Leora would recount tales of Zaridia's history, of the ancient luminescent trees that sang with the wind and the crystalline caves that sparkled with captured starlight. Kale, in return, spoke of Nox's hidden beauty, of the deep caverns that echoed with the whispers of the past and the bioluminescent creatures that danced in the darkness. As they shared these stories, the misunderstandings that once seemed insurmountable began to dissolve, replaced by a deeper understanding of each other's worlds and perspectives. The challenges they faced together, navigating the unfamiliar terrain of their friendship, became opportunities for growth and learning. One day, as they wandered through a grove of glowing trees, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a creature caught in a web of tangled vines, struggling to break free. It was a creature of light and shadow, a rare blend of their two worlds, and it seemed to represent the very essence of their growing friendship. Without hesitation, Leora and Kale worked together to free the creature, their actions synchronized as if they had known each other for a lifetime. In that moment, they realized that their differences, once seen as obstacles, were in fact their greatest strength. Leora's gentle light guided Kale's deft hands, while Kale's understanding of shadow provided the insight needed to untangle the vines. As the creature bounded away, free and unharmed, Leora and Kale shared a moment of quiet triumph. They had discovered that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but embracing them, finding harmony in the contrast. Their adventures continued, each day a new chapter in their shared journey. They learned from each other, laughed together, and most importantly, supported one another as they faced the unknown. Under the endless twilight of Zaridia, where the skies whispered of dreams and the stars sang of possibilities, Leora and Kale found the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond forged in understanding, nurtured by trust, and illuminated by the light of their shared journey. As the twilight deepened, casting its gentle glow over the land, Leora and Kale sat side by side, their hearts full of gratitude for the unlikely companionship that had blossomed into something beautiful. They knew that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry with them the lessons learned and the warmth of their friendship, a beacon of light and shadow intertwined. And so, beneath the shimmering skies of Zaridia, where the stars kept their silent watch, Leora and Kale's story continued, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring strength of friendship. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Misty Hollow, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there stood an old cobbler's shop. Its windows were framed by ivy, and its roof was patchworked with moss, giving it an appearance as if nature herself had taken a liking to this little abode. Inside, the gentle aroma of leather and polish mixed with the faint scent of lavender, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. In this humble shop lived a young cobbler named Finn. Finn was known throughout Misty Hollow for his kind heart and exceptional skill in crafting shoes that seemed to fit perfectly and last forever. His secret, however, was not just in his craftsmanship, but in a pair of ancient spectacles that had been passed down through his family for generations. These spectacles, with their round, wire-rimmed frames, held a secret. When worn, they revealed the hidden magic within everyday things. Finn's life was simple and content, but he often wondered about the world beyond Misty Hollow. His curiosity was sparked anew one autumn morning when, while tidying the shop, he stumbled upon an old shoebox tucked away in a dusty corner. Inside was a single shoe, unlike any he had ever seen. It was a delicate slipper woven with threads that shimmered like moonlight and adorned with tiny, glistening stars. As Finn slipped on his magical spectacles, the slipper began to glow, and a soft, tinkling melody filled the air. He knew at once that this slipper was something extraordinary, and his heart swelled with wonder and anticipation. But what was its purpose? And how had it come to be in his shop? Determined to uncover the slipper's secrets, Finn set off on a journey, leaving the familiar cobblestone streets of Misty Hollow for the first time. His path led him through the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering tales of ancient times. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, creating a symphony that soothed Finn's soul. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Finn met a wise old owl named Oswald, perched atop a gnarled oak tree. Oswald's feathers were a tapestry of browns and grays, and his eyes twinkled with knowledge. "Ah, young cobbler," Oswald hooted softly, "I see you have found the slipper of stars. It is said to reveal the path to one's true self." Finn, intrigued and eager to learn more, asked Oswald if he knew where the slipper might lead him. The owl, with a gentle nod, said, "Your journey will take you to the Valley of Echoes. There, you must listen to the voice within." Thanking Oswald, Finn continued on his way, the forest gradually giving way to rolling hills that led to the Valley of Echoes. The valley was a place of serene beauty, with meadows of wildflowers swaying in the breeze and a babbling brook that wound its way through the landscape, its waters sparkling under the gentle sun. In the center of the valley stood a ring of ancient stones, worn smooth by time. As Finn approached, he felt a gentle tug from the slipper, urging him to step inside the circle. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and listened. At first, there was nothing but the soft murmur of the brook and the rustling of leaves. But soon, a gentle voice began to speak, echoing in the valley and in his heart. It was a voice filled with warmth and wisdom, guiding Finn to see beyond the surface, to the true essence of things. "True strength lies not in force, but in understanding," the voice whispered. "Seek harmony within, and you shall find it without." With newfound clarity, Finn understood that his journey was not just about discovering the slipper's origin, but about discovering his own potential. He realized that the magic of the slipper was not in its ability to transform the world, but in its ability to transform him. As Finn made his way back to Misty Hollow, he carried with him a sense of peace and purpose. He knew that he had changed, his heart now open to the wonders of the world and the wisdom that lay within. Upon returning to his shop, Finn placed the slipper of stars on a shelf, a reminder of his journey and the lessons he had learned. And though he continued to craft shoes with skill and care, he also shared the magic of understanding and kindness with those around him, helping others to discover their own hidden strengths. And so, in the cozy little shop with its ivy-clad walls and lavender-scented air, Finn found his place in the world. Content in the knowledge that true magic lay not in the objects we possess, but in the hearts we touch and the lives we change. And each night, as the villagers of Misty Hollow drifted off to sleep, they did so with a sense of comfort and peace, knowing that their world was a little brighter, thanks to the gentle cobbler and the wonders he had discovered. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, emerald hills and the gentle whisper of a silver stream, there lay a hidden world waiting to be discovered. This village, known as Willow was as picturesque as a painting, with cobblestone paths winding through fields of wildflowers and cottages adorned with ivy and blooming roses. The air was fragrant with the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread, creating an atmosphere so cozy and inviting that it seemed as if time itself had decided to rest its weary feet there. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was as curious as the day was long, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as open as the fields that surrounded her home. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, yet she always felt a tugging at her spirit, a whisper that spoke of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves crunched underfoot like the satisfying snap of a perfectly toasted biscuit, Lila stumbled upon something peculiar. She was wandering through the woods on the edge of the village, a place where the trees seemed to hum with secrets of their own, when she noticed a glimmer beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling down, she brushed away the layers of earth and leaves to reveal a tiny, intricately carved wooden box. Curious, Lila opened the box to find a small, iridescent stone. It shimmered with colors that danced and shifted like the northern lights, casting a warm glow on her hands. As she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her, filling her with a sense of peace and wonder. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Lila held the stone beneath her pillow. She dreamt of a world unlike any she had ever imagined, a hidden realm where the trees whispered in musical notes and the streams sang stories of old. In this dream world, she met a wise old owl named Oliver, whose feathers were as soft as the clouds and whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, dear Lila," the owl hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You hold the stone of whimsy, a key to the world beyond the veil of ordinary sight. It is a gift of friendship and discovery, but it must be used with care and kindness." Lila awoke with a start, her heart fluttering with excitement. Could it be that her dream had shown her a glimpse of something real? She resolved to find out. The following day, Lila ventured back to the woods, clutching the stone tightly. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she began to notice things she had never seen before. The leaves seemed to shimmer with hidden patterns, and the air was filled with a symphony of sounds, gentle rustlings, distant melodies, and the soft murmur of unseen creatures. Guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain, Lila followed a path that twisted and turned like a winding stream. It led her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk as wide as a cottage door and its branches reaching towards the heavens. As Lila approached, she noticed a small door carved into the tree. It was adorned with delicate carvings of leaves and flowers, and it seemed to beckon her closer. With a heart full of wonder, she reached for the handle and pushed it open. Inside, she found herself in a cozy room filled with the warm glow of candlelight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with books, trinkets, and curious objects. A plush armchair sat by a crackling fireplace, its flames dancing merrily as if welcoming her arrival. "Ah, there you are, my dear," came a familiar voice. Lila turned to see Oliver the owl perched on a high-backed chair, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "Welcome to the Arboreum, the heart of our hidden world." Lila's eyes widened in awe as she took in her surroundings. "It's beautiful," she breathed, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into her bones. "But why am I here, Oliver?" The owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "The stone of whimsy has chosen you, Lila, for you possess a heart that sees beyond the ordinary. Here in the Arboreum, you will learn the true magic of friendship and the power of understanding." Over the days that followed, Lila visited the Arboreum often, learning from Oliver and the other inhabitants of the hidden world. A mischievous squirrel named Pip, a gentle deer called Fawn, and a wise turtle known as Eldrick. Each had their own stories and wisdom to share, and Lila found herself growing and changing in ways she had never imagined. One afternoon, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila sat with Fawn by the stream that babbled through the clearing. "Why are we hidden from the rest of the world?" she asked, watching as the water sparkled in the fading light. Fawn tilted her head, her eyes soft and understanding. "Sometimes, those who can see beyond the surface must hide to protect what is precious," she explained gently. "But it is through true friendship that our world can be revealed." Lila pondered Fawn's words, realizing that the hidden world was not just a place, but a way of seeing, of understanding and caring for others, of recognizing the magic in everyday moments. As the seasons changed, so too did Lila. She became more attuned to the beauty and wonder around her, seeing the world with new eyes. She shared her adventures with the villagers, her tales of the hidden world inspiring laughter and joy. Though she never revealed the true secret of the Arboreum, she opened their hearts to the possibility of magic in their own lives. One crisp winter's eve, as snowflakes danced in the air like tiny ballerinas, Lila sat before the fire, the stone of whimsy warm in her hands. She thought of her friends in the hidden world, of the lessons she had learned, and the adventures yet to come. A gentle hoot echoed through the room, and she smiled, knowing that Oliver and the others were never far away. They were with her in spirit, guiding her with their wisdom and friendship. And so, as the fire crackled and the wind whispered softly against the windows, Lila drifted to sleep, her heart full of warmth and wonder. She dreamt of a world where kindness and understanding could bridge any divide, where friendship could reveal the magic hidden in the most unexpected places. In Willowbrook, where the air was sweet and the days gentle, Lila's story was just the beginning. For in every heart that dared to dream, a hidden world awaited, ready to reveal its secrets to those who would listen. And that, dear one, is where our tale finds its comfort, nestled in the warmth of dreams beneath the starry sky, where the magic of friendship Whispers on the Wind. Story 16. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young raccoon named Remy. Though small in stature, Remy possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to understand and communicate with the trees. The forest was more than just a home to Remy. It was a living, breathing entity filled with secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each tree had its own unique personality, whispering tales of the past and offering guidance for the future. One day, as Remy scampered along the mossy paths, he stumbled upon a curious sight, a glowing acorn pulsing with a warm, golden light. Drawn to its radiance, Remy reached out and gently picked it up. In that moment, a voice echoed through his mind, beckoning him to embark on a journey unlike any other. "The balance of our forest is in peril, young one," the voice spoke. "An ancient evil stirs, threatening to drain the life from our beloved trees. Only you, with your gift and the power of this enchanted acorn, can restore harmony to our realm." Remy's heart raced with a mixture of fear and excitement. He had always felt a deep connection to the forest, but never imagined he would be chosen for such an important quest. Without hesitation, Remy clutched the glowing acorn and set forth on his journey, guided by the whispers of the trees. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic flowed through every leaf and branch. Along the way, Remy encountered peculiar creatures and faced daunting challenges. A family of wise old owls taught him the art of stealth and patience, while a playful troop of squirrels shared their knowledge of the forest's intricate pathways. One evening, as Remy huddled beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, he met a fellow traveler, a timid rabbit named Willow. Despite their initial wariness, the two quickly formed an unbreakable bond, united by their love for the forest and their desire to protect it. Together, Remy and Willow ventured deeper into the hidden realm, guided by the warm glow of the enchanted acorn. They encountered wondrous sights and puzzling riddles, each one testing their courage and strengthening their friendship. As they drew closer to their destination, the forest grew increasingly eerie. The trees whispered warnings of a sinister force lurking in the shadows, draining their life essence. Remy and Willow knew they had to act quickly to unravel the mystery and restore balance to the magical realm. In a clearing shrouded in mist, they came face to face with the source of the darkness, a twisted, ancient tree spirit consumed by greed and envy. With malicious intent, the spirit sought to siphon the life force from the forest, leaving it barren and lifeless. Remy and Willow's hearts raced with determination. Joining paws, they summoned the power of the enchanted acorn, unleashing a brilliant burst of golden light that pierced the darkness. The spirit recoiled, its wicked grasp loosening as the life-giving energy of the forest surged through every root and branch. In that moment, the trees awoke from their slumber, their voices echoing in a triumphant chorus. The spirit, weakened by the combined might of the forest, retreated into the shadows, vanquished for now but not forgotten. As the mist cleared, Remy and Willow stood in awe of the vibrant, rejuvenated forest around them. The trees seemed to glow with renewed vitality, their leaves rustling with gratitude for the two brave companions. Remy felt a profound sense of transformation within himself. His journey had not only saved the forest, but it also taught him the true meaning of courage, friendship, and selflessness. From that day forward, Remy and Willow became guardians of the hidden realm, their bond stronger than ever. They continued to explore the wonders of the magical forest, sharing their experiences with others and passing on the lessons they had learned. And whenever the enchanted acorn glowed, they knew another adventure awaited, another mystery to unravel, and another opportunity to protect the place they called home. For in this hidden world within the natural environment, magic was not just a fleeting wonder. It was a way of life, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the resilience of nature itself. Story 17. The Silver Feather. In the heart of a sprawling ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there was a small village named Eldergrove. Nestled between towering oaks and beneath a canopy of emerald leaves, Eldergrove was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical blurred gently, like the soft edges of a dream. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, tending to their gardens and animals, always respectful of the unseen forces that dwelled in the shadows of the woods. At the edge of the village, where the path twisted into the forest's embrace, lived a young girl named Leora. She was gentle and kind-hearted, with eyes the color of the forest after a rain. Leora's heart was woven with the threads of curiosity and wonder, and she often spent her days exploring the woods, learning its rhythms and secrets. Her best friend was a wise old fox named Ember, whose fur gleamed like embers of a dying fire. Ember had seen many seasons come and go, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Leora and Ember sat by their favorite spot, a small, clear pond that mirrored the sky above. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle croaking of frogs accompanied the symphony of the night. "Leora," Ember began, his voice as soft and warm as the evening itself, "have you ever wondered what lies beyond the forest?" Leora smiled, her eyes twinkling with the curiosity that always danced within her. "Every day, Ember, I dream of lands where the stars touch the earth and where magic is as real as the air we breathe." Ember chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Then perhaps it is time for you to discover the secret of the silver feather." "The silver feather?" Leora's voice was a melody of intrigue. Ember nodded. "It is said to be a gift from the moon itself, hidden somewhere deep within our forest. It holds the power to reveal the unseen, to uncover the hidden truths of the world." Leora's heart quickened at the thought. "Then we must find it, Ember, together." And so, under the cloak of twilight, Leora and Ember embarked on their journey. The forest was a tapestry of shadows and moonlight, each step a whisper against the soft earth. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the night wove around them like an ancient lullaby. Their path led them to a grove of silver birches, their trunks glowing softly in the moonlight. In the center of the grove stood a statue of an owl carved from stone, its wings outstretched as if poised for flight. At its feet lay a single feather, shimmering with a light all its own, a light that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the forest. Leora approached the feather with reverence, her breath catching in her throat. She reached out, and as her fingers brushed the feather, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity she had never known. The forest around her seemed to breathe, its secrets unfolding like the pages of a long-lost story. Ember watched with knowing eyes. "The silver feather is yours now, Leora. But remember, its true power lies not in the magic it holds, but in the heart of the one who wields it." With the feather in hand, Leora felt a profound connection to the world around her. Colors seemed brighter, the air sweeter, and she could hear the whispers of the trees as if they spoke directly to her heart. As they made their way back to Eldergrove, she felt a change within herself, a new understanding, a deeper appreciation for the wonders of her world. Days turned into weeks, and Leora found herself using the feather's gentle magic to help those around her. She healed the broken wing of a bird, guided lost travelers back to the safety of the village, and even brought life back to a wilting garden. The villagers, who had always admired her kindness, now looked upon her with awe and gratitude. But with the feather's power came the responsibility to protect it, for there were those who would seek it for selfish desires. One such seeker was a man named Garrick, who had heard tales of the silver feather and coveted its power for his own. He was a man of ambition, his heart clouded by greed, and he was determined to possess the feather at any cost. One night, under the cover of darkness, Garrick crept into the village. His presence was a shadow against the moonlit ground, moving with the stealth of a predator. Leora, who had been restless in her sleep, awoke with a start. She felt a tug at her heart, as if the feather were calling to her, warning her of the danger that lurked nearby. Quietly, she slipped from her bed and made her way outside, Ember by her side. The village was still, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. But Leora's heart was steady, her resolve strong. She knew she must protect the feather, not only for herself, but for the forest and its inhabitants. As she approached the grove of silver birches, she saw Garrick standing before the stone owl, his eyes fixed on the feather. Without hesitation, Leora stepped forward, her voice calm and clear. "Garrick, you must leave this place. The feather is not meant for those who seek it with greed in their hearts. Garrick turned, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the young girl before him. And what makes you worthy of its power, child? Leora met his gaze, her heart filled with the truth she had come to understand. It is not the power of the feather that makes one worthy, but the love and kindness within one's heart. The feather is a gift, not a prize. Garrick hesitated, the weight of her words sinking into him like the roots of an ancient tree. For a moment he was silent, his mind a storm of conflicted thoughts. But as he looked into Leora's eyes, he saw something he had long forgotten, a glimmer of hope, a reminder of the goodness that still dwelt within him. Slowly, he stepped back, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his own ambition. "Perhaps you are right," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the whispering trees. "Perhaps I have lost sight of what truly matters." With a final glance at the feather, Garrick turned and retreated into the shadows, leaving the grove in peace once more. Leora watched him go, her heart full of compassion and understanding. She knew that everyone had the capacity for change, for redemption, and she hoped that Garrick would find his way back to the light. In the days that followed, Leora continued to use the feather's magic to bring joy and healing to her village. She taught others to see the beauty in the world, to listen to the whispers of the forest, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and love. Through her actions, she showed that true power lay not in the feather itself, but in the heart that guided it. As the seasons changed and the forest donned its vibrant autumn cloak, Leora and Ember often returned to the grove of silver birches. There, beneath the watchful gaze of the stone owl, they would sit and talk, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the ever-watchful stars, Leora's story became a part of the tapestry of Eldergrove. It was a tale of friendship and courage, of kindness and hope, and of the magic that dwells within us all. In the end, the silver feather was not just a gift from the moon, but a symbol of the light that shines brightest in the darkest of places, a light that could guide any heart that chose to see it. And as the years passed, the story of the silver feather was told and retold, a gentle reminder of the power of love and the beauty of the unseen magic that surrounds us every day. Thus, in the cozy embrace of Eldergrove, under the gentle glow of the moon, Leora and Ember's tale became a beacon of warmth and comfort, a bedtime story that would lull the village to sleep, wrapped in the soft whispers of the forest and the promise of dreams yet to come. Story 18. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint little village, surrounded by rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her heart brimmed with a love for the unknown, always seeking adventures beyond the familiar cobblestone paths of her home. She often imagined what lay beyond the misty veil that shrouded the distant hills, where the sun seemed to dip into a sea of golden light each evening. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and crimson, Lila set out on a journey to explore the lands beyond. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with her favorite book, a slice of warm honey bread, and a tiny lantern, she ventured into the forest. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet sang a rhythmic tune that accompanied her steps. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before, carpeted with moss so lush it seemed to glow under the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, she followed it, feeling a tingling sense of anticipation. The path led her to an enchanting glade, where the trees bowed gracefully, their branches forming a natural archway. It was as if the forest itself was inviting her into a secret realm. Beyond the archway, Lila found herself in a world that seemed to shimmer with magic. The air was filled with the soft hum of creatures unseen, and the light danced playfully on the surface of a small, sparkling brook that wound its way through the glade. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals fluttering like the wings of tiny butterflies. In the center of this wonderland stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching protectively over the clearing. As Lila approached the oak, she noticed a peculiar sight. A ring of mushrooms encircled its base, and within the ring sat a gathering of the most whimsical creatures she had ever seen. There were tiny, delicate fairies with wings of gossamer, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. A family of hedgehogs, their spines bristling with autumn leaves, shared stories with a wise old owl perched above. And there, amidst them all, was a jovial squirrel, his tail fluffed like a plume, juggling acorns with remarkable dexterity. "Welcome, dear traveler," chirped the squirrel, pausing his acorn act with a bow. "You have found the Circle of Wonders, a place known to few and cherished by all who do." Lila, eyes wide with delight, introduced herself. "I'm Lila, from the village beyond the hills. I've always dreamed of discovering places like this." The fairies fluttered closer, their wings casting a gentle breeze. "Every dreamer is welcome here," they sang in unison. "The Circle of Wonders reveals itself to those with hearts full of curiosity and courage." Feeling a warm glow of belonging, Lila joined the circle. As they shared stories and laughter, she learned that the creatures of the glade each possessed a unique gift. The owl could see the future in the patterns of the stars, the hedgehogs could weave blankets from fallen leaves, and the squirrel, with his acorns, could create music that lifted the spirits of all who heard it. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the creatures invited Lila to join them in a gentle dance under the stars. The fairies' wings shimmered like constellations, and the music of the brook harmonized with the rustling leaves, creating a melody that was both enchanting and serene. In that moment, Lila realized that her journey had taught her the beauty of exploration and the courage it takes to step into the unknown. The glade, with its magical inhabitants, had shown her that true wonder lies not just in faraway lands, but in the connections we make and the stories we share. As the first stars began to twinkle, Lila knew it was time to return home. The creatures bid her farewell, each offering a small token of their friendship, a feather from the owl, a leaf from the hedgehog's blanket, and a tiny acorn from the squirrel. With her heart full of joy and her satchel a little heavier with gifts, Lila retraced her steps through the forest, the path now aglow with the soft light of her lantern. As she emerged from the woods, she looked back one last time, whispering a promise to return. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Lila made her way back to her village, her spirit alight with the courage to explore, the wisdom of friendship, and the comfort of knowing that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. And from that day on, Lila's dreams were filled with the magic of the Circle of Wonders, a place she carried in her heart, a reminder that every journey begins with a single, courageous step into the unknown. Story 19. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the depths of an endless sea, there was a little-known planet called Quellara. Quellara was a place of gentle breezes and lush emerald forests, its skies painted with streaks of lavender and gold at sunset. The air hummed softly with the songs of creatures who called this serene world home. On a particularly quiet evening, a small, metallic spacecraft descended gently onto the moss-covered ground at the edge of one such forest. From this craft emerged a slender figure with skin as smooth and silver as moonlight, an inhabitant of the planet Zinthar, known for their wisdom and serene demeanor. This Zintharian was named Leora, whose eyes gleamed with curiosity and kindness, always eager to learn about the universe's myriad wonders. Simultaneously, from the heart of the forest, emerged another being, a creature named Tiran, native to Quellara. Tiran was a being of vibrant color, with skin that shimmered in hues of turquoise and amber, reflecting the warm glow of the setting sun. His eyes sparkled with a playful light, full of stories yet untold. Tiran was accustomed to the rhythm of the forest, its whispers and secrets woven into his very being. Fate, with its gentle hand, brought these two together on a path of stars and soil. It was in the delicate light of dusk, where the sky met the earth in a tender embrace, that Leora and Tiran first laid eyes on each other. Their meeting was unexpected, a collision of worlds and cultures, and for a moment they both stood in silence, unsure of what to make of the other. Leora, with her calm and composed nature, spoke first. Her voice was soft and melodic, like the tinkling of distant chimes. "Greetings, friend of the forest. I come in peace, seeking knowledge and companionship." Tiran, ever the curious soul, tilted his head, the playful light in his eyes dancing with interest. "Companionship, you say? What an intriguing notion. I am Tiran, keeper of tales and seeker of adventure. Despite their words of friendship, there was an undercurrent of misunderstanding between them. Leora, accustomed to the measured ways of Zinthar, found Tiran's vibrant energy overwhelming at first, like a sudden burst of sunlight after a long night. Meanwhile, Tiran, with his exuberant nature, found Leora's calm demeanor puzzling, like a riddle wrapped in stillness. Their initial interactions were marked by small missteps and gentle corrections, as they navigated the delicate dance of understanding each other. Leora, in her quest for learning, sometimes asked questions that seemed too probing to Tiran, who valued the mysterious and unspoken. Tiran, in his exuberance, often assumed that Leora shared his fondness for spontaneous adventures, leading to moments of confusion and hesitation. Yet, amidst these misunderstandings, there was a seed of friendship that began to grow. They realized that despite their differences, they both shared a deep appreciation for the beauty of the universe and a yearning for connection. They decided to embark on a journey together, to explore the wonders of Quellara and beyond, hoping that in their travels they would learn not only about new worlds, but also about each other. Their journey took them through the whispering woods of Quellara, where the trees were tall and ancient, their leaves rustling secrets of ages past. They wandered through fields of luminescent flowers that glowed gently under the moon's watchful gaze, their petals releasing a sweet and soothing fragrance. It was in these moments, surrounded by nature's quiet splendor, that Leora and Tiran began to understand the beauty of balance, the harmony of stillness and movement, of silence and song. One evening, as they rested by a tranquil lake that mirrored the star-strewn sky above, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop creating ripples that danced across the water's surface. The rain, with its rhythmic patter, seemed to weave a cocoon of peace around them. It was here that Tiran shared one of his tales, a story of a Quellaran creature who had once traveled to the edge of the known galaxy and back, guided by the light of a single, unwavering star. Leora listened intently, her silver skin glistening with raindrops, her heart warmed by Tiran's tale. She realized that beneath Tiran's vibrant exterior lay a depth of wisdom and understanding, much like the still waters of the lake beneath the rain. In turn, Tiran began to see the quiet strength in Leora, a steadfastness that was as enduring as the stars that watched over them. As days turned into weeks, their journey led them to unexpected challenges, a sudden storm that swept through the forest, leaving a trail of fallen branches, and a curious creature that blocked their path, insisting on a toll of laughter before allowing them to pass. In these moments of adversity, Leora and Tiran found that their differences became their strengths. Leora's calm and thoughtful nature helped them navigate through the storm with patience and care, while Tiran's infectious laughter and boundless energy charmed the creature, turning an obstacle into a moment of joy. Through these shared challenges, Leora and Tiran discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcended words and differences, a connection forged through trust and mutual respect. They learned that friendship was not about changing to fit one another's worlds, but about expanding their own to include each other. One night, as they lay beneath the canopy of stars, with the gentle hum of the forest as their lullaby, Leora turned to Tiran, her voice a whisper in the night. "Thank you, Tiran, for showing me the beauty of spontaneity and laughter. I have learned that wisdom is not only in the questions we ask, but also in the stories we share." Tiran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Leora, for teaching me the value of stillness and contemplation. I have come to understand that adventure is not just in the places we go, but in the moments we cherish." And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, surrounded by the gentle symphony of Quellara's night, Leora and Tiran found comfort in each other's presence, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light in the vastness of space. Their journey continued, an endless tapestry of discovery and wonder, woven with threads of laughter and understanding. Together they explored new worlds, each one a chapter in their shared story, a testament to the bond that had grown between them, a bond that was as enduring as the stars themselves, forever guiding them on their path of friendship. Story 20. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a quaint little shop known as the Curious Curio. The shop was tucked away at the end of a cobblestone lane, its windows brimming with trinkets that glimmered like stars under the gentle glow of oil lamps. The air inside was perfumed with the scent of lavender and old parchment, creating a space that felt as if time itself had paused to linger in the cozy corners. The shop was owned by a kind-hearted old man named Mr. Waverly, whose snowy beard and twinkling eyes gave him the appearance of a gentle winter spirit. Mr. Waverly had a peculiar knack for discovering objects that held secrets untold, each with a story waiting to unfold. His shop was a haven for those who cherished the magic in everyday life, though few knew just how magical it truly was. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lila, with cascading auburn hair and eyes the color of an autumn sky, found herself drawn to the Curious Curio. Lila was a curious soul, filled with a sense of wonder that rivaled the most enchanting tales. She often wandered the village and its surroundings, seeking adventures that lay hidden in the mundane. As Lila entered the shop, the doorbell chimed a cheerful tune, and Mr. Waverly greeted her with a warm smile. "Welcome, dear Lila," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I believe I have just the thing for a seeker like you." Lila's eyes sparkled with intrigue as Mr. Waverly led her to a small, dusty shelf at the back of the shop. Nestled among the forgotten relics was a simple, unassuming magnifying glass. It was rimmed in brass, its handle worn smooth by the hands of time. "This," Mr. Waverly whispered, "is no ordinary magnifying glass. It has the power to reveal the hidden magic in the world around us." Skeptical yet enchanted, Lila took the magnifying glass into her hands. The moment she held it, she felt a gentle warmth emanate from its frame, like a reassuring hug from a dear friend. With a heart full of curiosity, Lila thanked Mr. Waverly and set off to explore. As she ventured through the village and into the woods beyond, she held the magnifying glass aloft, peering through its lens. The world transformed before her eyes. The leaves on the trees shimmered with golden dust, as if kissed by the sun. The babbling brook sang a melody that danced on the breeze, and the wildflowers glowed with a vibrant life of their own. Lila laughed with delight, her spirit soaring as she discovered the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila's journey brought her to the heart of the woods. Here she found herself at the edge of a serene, moonlit pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the stars that twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns. It was here that Lila met her first helper, an elderly turtle named Oliver, who wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched on his nose. Oliver had lived in the woods for many, many years, and his shell was etched with the patterns of time itself. "Good evening, young one," Oliver greeted her, his voice gentle and wise. "What brings you to our enchanted pond at this hour?" Lila explained her journey and the magical magnifying glass, her words bubbling with excitement. Oliver nodded sagely, understanding the wonder she felt. "Ah, the magnifying glass of revelation," he mused. "It shows not just the beauty around us, but also the beauty within." Intrigued by Oliver's words, Lila sat beside him, and they spoke for hours, their conversation flowing like the gentle ripples on the pond. Oliver shared tales of the forest's hidden wonders and the wisdom of embracing one's own inner magic. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the world, Lila felt a warmth blossoming in her heart, a newfound understanding of herself and the world she cherished. But her journey was far from over. As dawn approached, Oliver guided Lila to the edge of a meadow where a peculiar challenge awaited. It was said that the meadow was home to a riddle that had puzzled many a traveler, a riddle that required not strength, but wisdom and a heart open to friendship. In the center of the meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its roots entwined with the earth like the embrace of old friends. Hanging from its branches were delicate crystal chimes that sang in the morning breeze. To solve the riddle, one had to listen closely to the chimes and decipher their tune. Lila focused her mind, listening with her heart as much as her ears. The melody was sweet and gentle, yet complex in its simplicity. It spoke of harmony, of connection, and the ties that bind all living things. As Lila pondered, she realized the answer lay not in solving the riddle alone, but in seeking help and understanding from those around her. She turned to Oliver, whose eyes twinkled with encouragement, and together they listened once more. With Oliver's guidance and her own intuition, Lila began to hum a tune that resonated with the chimes, a melody of friendship and unity. The chimes responded in kind, their song weaving into Lila's until a perfect harmony emerged. The ancient tree shivered with delight, its branches swaying as if in applause. A gentle breeze carried the melody through the meadow and beyond, a reminder of the power of connection and the beauty found in unity. Having solved the riddle, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment, as if she had discovered not only the magic in the world, but also the magic within herself. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the sun rising to greet the new day, Lila felt forever changed. She had embarked on a journey of discovery and wonder, one that had revealed the extraordinary within the ordinary and the beauty in friendship and wisdom. When she returned to the curious curio, Mr. Waverly greeted her with a knowing smile. "I see the magic found its way into your heart," he said warmly. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Waverly, for opening my eyes to the world and to myself." With the magnifying glass cradled in her hands, Lila knew she would continue to seek the hidden wonders of life, guided by the gentle wisdom she had found along the way. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Lila's story of discovery and wonder continued, a testament to the magic that resides in every heart. Story 21. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and fields of wild lavender, there was a legend known to every child and elder alike. It spoke of a mystical lantern, hidden deep within the sprawling woods, said to contain whispers of ancient wisdom and the gentle glow of 1,000 stars. This lantern, it was told, would light the path to one's true heart's desire, but only for those pure of heart and true of spirit. On the edge of this village, in a small, ivy-clad cottage, lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of chestnut leaves and eyes that mirrored the serene azure of the summer sky, Leora was known for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity. Her days were filled with exploration, whether it was chasing the sunbeams that danced across the forest floor, or listening to the melody of the babbling brook that wound through the woods like a silver ribbon. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Leora set out on a journey that would change her life forever. It was a day like no other, with the air crisp and the scent of pine lingering in the gentle breeze. Clutched in her hand was a map, hand-drawn and dotted with clues that led to the Whispering Lantern. It had been passed down through generations, and now it was Leora's turn to seek out this fabled treasure. Her path led her through the heart of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadow and light. The forest was a realm unto itself, filled with the quiet rustle of leaves and the soft coo of wood pigeons. As Leora ventured deeper, the world seemed to change around her. The air grew thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the light took on an ethereal glow, as if the trees themselves whispered secrets to the wind. As she walked, Leora marveled at the beauty around her. The forest was alive with color and sound, a symphony of nature's own making. Tiny droplets of dew clung to spiderwebs, turning them into nets of diamonds. Squirrels chattered and darted through the branches, and somewhere in the distance, the haunting call of an owl echoed through the trees. After hours of wandering, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like a wise old sage. At its base, nestled among the roots, she found what she had been seeking, a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. Made of delicate silver filigree, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, casting gentle shadows that danced across the ground. Heart pounding with excitement, Leora reached out and touched the lantern. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, a soft hum filled the air, and the lantern flickered to life, its glow warming her hands. And then, as if carried on the breeze, she heard them, the whispers, soft and melodic, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Follow your heart, dear child," the voices seemed to say. "Let the light guide you." With the lantern in hand, Leora felt a sense of peace and purpose. She knew she must follow where it led, for the whispers were not just ancient wisdom. They were the voice of her own heart, urging her toward her true path. As she journeyed further, the forest began to change once more. The trees thinned, revealing a hidden world that seemed to pulse with magic. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the sound of distant laughter, and the path beneath her feet glowed softly, as if lit by the lantern's gentle light. It wasn't long before Leora came upon a village unlike any she had ever seen. Nestled in a valley beneath the shadow of towering mountains, the village was a place of wonder and enchantment. The houses were carved from the living rock, their windows adorned with stained glass that shimmered in the sunlight. Flowers of every color bloomed in abundance, and the air was alive with the hum of bees and the laughter of children. As Leora entered the village, she was greeted by a group of villagers, their faces kind and welcoming. They marveled at the lantern she carried and shared stories of its magic, tales of hope and dreams fulfilled. Among them was a boy named Finn, with a mischievous smile and eyes that sparkled like sunlight on water. He became Leora's guide and companion, sharing in her quest and adding his own zest for adventure to their journey. Together, Leora and Finn explored the hidden wonders of this magical world. They rode on the backs of moonbeam-lit stallions, their manes like silver threads in the night, and danced with the fireflies that lit up the dusk. The villagers told them of an ancient tree at the edge of the village, its roots entwined with the very fabric of the earth, said to hold the key to the deepest mysteries of the heart. Eager to discover more, Leora and Finn made their way to the tree, guided by the lantern's soft, steady glow. As they approached, the whispers grew stronger, filling the air with a soothing melody. The tree itself was a marvel, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like arms, embracing the sky. At its base lay a small pool of water, crystal clear and reflecting the light of the lantern like a mirror. As Leora knelt by the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not just her own face she saw. Within the depths of the water, she glimpsed her dreams and fears, her hopes and doubts. The lantern's whispers grew louder, urging her to let go of her worries and trust in the path before her. With Finn by her side, Leora dipped her fingers into the pool, feeling the cool water ripple around them. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the lantern. It was not just a guide, but a mirror to her own heart, a reminder of the strength and wisdom she carried within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora and Finn returned to the village, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The villagers welcomed them back with open arms, celebrating their journey and the bonds of friendship they had forged. In the days that followed, Leora and Finn shared their story with the villagers, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. The lantern's glow remained with them, a constant reminder of the magic that lay within and the power of friendship and trust. And so, in the cozy warmth of the village, beneath a sky filled with stars, Leora found her true heart's desire, not a treasure of gold or jewels, but the love and laughter of those she held dear, the beauty of a world filled with wonder, and the knowledge that the light she sought had always been within her. As the gentle night wrapped the village in its embrace, Leora nestled into her bed, the whispering lantern by her side, its glow a gentle lullaby. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the stars above whispered their own secrets, promising dreams of adventure and the dawn of a new day. The end. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a realm where dreams and reality intertwined, there lived a young girl named Lilia. She possessed a remarkable talent, the ability to shape the clouds into wondrous forms with a mere wave of her hand. This magical gift had been bestowed upon her by a kind wizard who saw the purity of her heart. One early morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked through her window, Lilia awoke to the sound of a gentle breeze whispering her name. Sitting up, she rubbed the sleep from her eyes and gasped in delight at the sight before her. A fluffy white cloud had drifted into her room, swirling and dancing as if alive. "Hello, little one," the cloud spoke in a soft, wispy voice. "I come bearing a message from the Dreamweaver, the guardian of the hidden realm within the clouds." Lilia listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "The Dreamweaver's domain is in peril," the cloud continued. "A dark force has taken root, casting shadows over the once vibrant dreamscapes. Only one with a pure heart and a connection to the clouds can restore the balance. Will you accept this quest, brave Lilia? Without hesitation, Lilia nodded, her heart filled with determination. She had always felt a deep bond with the clouds, and the thought of their magical realm being threatened stirred a fierce desire within her to protect it. Gathering her courage, Lilia stepped onto the cloud, and in an instant they soared through the open window, ascending into the vast expanse of the sky. As they climbed higher, the world below faded away, replaced by a breathtaking realm of swirling mists and glimmering sunbeams. Lilia marveled at the sights around her, towering cloud formations that resembled majestic castles, winding rivers of mist, and vibrant rainbows that danced across the ethereal landscape. It was a world beyond her wildest dreams, and yet she could sense the darkness that lingered, casting an ominous shadow over the beauty. Guided by the cloud, Lilia ventured deeper into the realm, her path leading her to a magnificent palace crafted from the finest wisps of vapor. Here she met the Dreamweaver, a regal figure whose form shimmered with 1,000 colors. "Welcome, brave Lilia," the Dreamweaver greeted her warmly. "The darkness that plagues our realm stems from the nightmares of those who dwell below. Fears and doubts have manifested into shadowy entities that threaten to consume the dreamscapes." Lilia listened intently, her heart heavy with concern for the wondrous world she had just discovered. "To vanquish this darkness, you must travel to the heart of the nightmare realm and confront the source of these shadows," the Dreamweaver explained. "But you cannot do this alone. Seek out the guardians of the four winds, the wisest and most ancient clouds in our realm. Only with their guidance and the power of your pure heart can you hope to restore balance." With a determination that belied her years, Lilia set forth on her quest, embarking on a journey that would test her courage and resilience. Her first stop was the towering peak of Cloud Mountain, where the guardian of the northern wind resided. As she climbed the steep slopes, Lilia encountered a series of challenges. Swirling mists obscured her path, and icy winds whipped against her face. But with each obstacle she overcame, her resolve grew stronger. At last, she reached the summit, where a majestic cumulus cloud hovered, its form as ancient and wise as the mountain itself. "Welcome, young one," the guardian rumbled, its voice resonating like distant thunder. "To gain my wisdom, you must prove your worthiness. Gaze into the mists and tell me what you see." Lilia peered into the swirling vapors, her brow furrowed in concentration. At first, she saw nothing but haze, but then shapes began to emerge, shadows of doubt and fear, whispering insidious lies. "I see my own doubts and insecurities," Lilia admitted, her voice trembling slightly. "They tell me I am not strong enough, not brave enough to succeed." The guardian nodded solemnly. "These shadows plague us all, but true courage lies in facing them head-on. Embrace your fears, young one, and let them fuel your determination, not hinder your path." As the guardian's words sank in, Lilia felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. She understood that her doubts were merely obstacles to be overcome, not insurmountable barriers. With newfound resolve, she thanked the guardian and continued her journey, seeking out the remaining guardians of the winds. In the lush meadows of the eastern realm, she encountered the guardian of the eastern wind, a wispy cirrus cloud that danced gracefully through the air. "To gain my wisdom," the guardian sang, its voice like a gentle melody, "you must learn to see beauty in the most unlikely of places." Lilia gazed around the meadow, her eyes drawn to a small, unassuming wildflower that swayed in the breeze. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but as she studied it closer, she noticed the intricate patterns on its petals, the delicate veins that carried life-giving nutrients, and the vibrant colors that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. True beauty lies not in grandeur, but in the simple details that so often go unnoticed, Lilia realized, her heart swelling with appreciation for the wonders that surrounded her. The guardian nodded approvingly, and Lilia continued her quest, her eyes open to the beauty that existed in even the smallest of things. In the scorching deserts of the western realm, she faced her greatest challenge, the guardian of the western wind, a towering cumulonimbus cloud that crackled with electricity. "To gain my wisdom," the guardian thundered, "you must weather the storm and emerge unbroken." Suddenly the sky darkened, and fierce winds whipped around Lilia, pelting her with stinging rain and shards of ice. Lightning cracked overhead, and the ground trembled beneath her feet. Fear gripped Lilia's heart, but she refused to let it consume her. Drawing upon the lessons she had learned, she stood tall, weathering the storm with unwavering determination. As the tempest raged on, Lilia saw herself reflected in the rain, a small, fragile figure facing the fury of nature. But within that reflection, she also saw a spark of resilience, a fire that burned brightly despite the raging winds. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the storm subsided, leaving Lilia drenched but triumphant. "Well done, young one," the guardian rumbled, its voice tinged with respect. "You have proven your mettle in the face of adversity. Never forget the strength that lies within you." With the wisdom of the four winds guiding her, Lilia felt ready to face the heart of the nightmare realm. She journeyed deep into the shadowy depths, where twisted spires of darkness loomed and the air was thick with dread. Here she encountered the source of the nightmares, a writhing mass of shadows that fed on the fears of those below. As Lilia approached, the shadows coalesced into a towering figure, its form shifting and contorting with every whisper of doubt and insecurity. "You cannot defeat us," the shadowy figure taunted, its voice a cacophony of whispers. "We are the embodiment of every fear, every doubt that plagues the hearts of mortals. We are eternal, and you are but a child." But Lilia was not deterred. Drawing upon the wisdom of the four winds, she summoned the courage to face her fears head-on. "You may feed on doubts and insecurities," she proclaimed, her voice ringing with conviction, "but you cannot survive in the light of hope and determination." With a wave of her hand, Lilia conjured a dazzling array of clouds, each one imbued with the lessons she had learned on her journey. The northern clouds swept away the shadows of doubt. The eastern clouds revealed the beauty hidden within the darkness. The southern clouds brought forth the warmth of friendship and companionship, and the western clouds unleashed a tempest of resilience. The shadowy figure recoiled, its form shrinking and dissipating under the onslaught of Lilia's pure heart and unwavering spirit. As the last tendrils of darkness faded away, the nightmare realm transformed, its twisted spires replaced by vibrant dreamscapes teeming with life and wonder. The balance had been restored, and the Dreamweaver's domain was once again a haven of beauty and imagination. Lilia's journey had not only saved the realm, but had also transformed her. She had faced her fears, embraced her doubts, and emerged stronger, wiser, and more compassionate than ever before. As she returned to the Dreamweaver's palace, the regal figure greeted her with a warm embrace. "Well done, brave Lilia," the Dreamweaver praised. "Your courage and pure heart have triumphed over the darkness, and in doing so, you have grown into a true guardian of dreams." From that day forward, Lilia became a protector of the dreamscapes, using her newfound wisdom and magical abilities to inspire hope, courage, and beauty in the hearts of all she encountered. And whenever a child drifted off to sleep, they could catch glimpses of Lilia's wondrous cloud formations dancing across the night sky, weaving dreams of endless possibilities and reminding them that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope and determination would never fade. Story 23. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, always seeking the mysteries hidden just beyond the horizon. Her home, a cozy cottage draped in ivy and blooming lavender, sat at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path turned into a mossy trail leading into the forest. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila decided it was the perfect time to explore the woods she had so often admired from afar. The villagers spoke of an enchanting place within, a grove where magic seemed to dance with the wind. With a heart full of anticipation and a satchel packed with bread and cheese, she set out, her feet following the path as if guided by an unseen hand. As she entered the forest, the air grew cooler and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Lila's footsteps were accompanied by the soft symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong, creating a melody that wrapped around her like a warm shawl. The path soon led her to a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches twined together like the fingers of old friends. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that curled over mossy stones. Lila felt drawn to its base, where a small door, no taller than her knee, was carved into the bark. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a spiral staircase winding downward. Lila hesitated for a moment, her heart fluttering like a bird caught in a sudden breeze. But then she remembered the stories of courage and adventure her grandmother had shared with her, and her resolve strengthened. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the tree, the door closing softly behind her. The staircase led to a cavern lit by glowing mushrooms that dotted the walls, casting a soft blue light that shimmered like moonbeams on water. The air was fresh and carried the faint scent of rain and jasmine. As Lila descended further, she heard a gentle humming, a sound like glass chimes in the wind. At the bottom of the stairs, she found herself in a vast underground garden, unlike anything she had ever seen. The ceiling arched high above, encrusted with crystals that reflected the light of the mushrooms, creating a starlit sky underground. Around her, flowers of all colors and shapes bloomed, their petals whispering secrets to the air. In this magical place, Lila encountered the first of the whimsical creatures, a tiny winged being with skin that shimmered like silver. It hovered before her, its eyes large and full of wisdom. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this grove. Few have ventured here, guided by curiosity and courage as you have." Lila smiled, feeling warmth spread through her chest. "Hello, Zephyr. This place is more beautiful than I ever imagined." Zephyr nodded, its wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a gentle breeze. "Beauty lies in the heart of the beholder, dear Lila. But beware, for not everything in this realm is as it seems. Sometimes courage is needed to see through the illusions." Lila thanked Zephyr and continued her exploration, her curiosity leading her deeper into the garden. She soon came upon a pool, its surface as smooth as polished glass. As she peered into the water, she saw her reflection ripple and change, revealing a path that led through the trees. Trusting in the vision, Lila followed the path, her steps light and careful. Along the way, she encountered a chorus of luminescent frogs that sang a melody so sweet it brought tears to her eyes. She paused to listen, her heart swelling with joy, and felt a new courage bloom within her, a courage born not of boldness, but of the gentle strength that comes from understanding the beauty of the world. As she journeyed, Lila faced small challenges. A brook that needed crossing, where stepping stones appeared only when she trusted her instincts, and a thicket that whispered doubts, which she silenced with the light of her own heart. Each challenge revealed more of her inner strength, teaching her that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the ability to move forward despite it. At last, Lila reached the heart of the garden, where a great fountain stood, its waters sparkling with an inner light. Around it danced creatures of every kind, tiny dragons with scales like rainbow glass, rabbits with ears like silk ribbons, and birds with feathers of gold and emerald. In the fountain's reflection, Lila saw not just herself, but the entire journey she had taken, the moments of hesitation, the challenges, and the joy. And she understood the subtle lesson the grove had taught her, that the world is filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and that courage is the key to unlocking them. As she turned to leave, Zephyr appeared once more, a gentle smile on its face. "You have done well, Lila. Remember this journey and the courage you found within yourself. It will guide you, wherever you may go." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound strength, Lila returned to the spiral staircase. As she climbed, the glow of the mushrooms faded, replaced by the warm light of the setting sun. Emerging from the tree, she found the woods bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the world. Lila walked home, the path familiar yet new, her spirit lifted by the adventure she had embraced. And as she nestled into bed that night, the whisper of the woods and the memory of the enchanted grove lulled her into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders she had discovered and the courage she had found. And so, dear listener, may you too find courage in your heart to explore the unknown, to seek the magic in the world around you, and to embrace the gentle strength that lies within. for in doing so, you may discover the most enchanting journeys of all. The end. Story 24. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny candles in the velvet night, there existed a small, bustling planet named Lumara. Lumara was renowned for its vibrant skies and the harmonious symphony of its winds, which always carried a soft melodic hum. It was here that our tale begins, with a most extraordinary meeting. One fine morning, as the golden sun peeked over the amber hills, two travelers found themselves at the bustling marketplace of Lumara's capital, Glimmerdale. The first was a young girl named Arya from the serene, oceanic planet of Aquor. Her hair flowed like the waves of her home, and her eyes shimmered with the deep blue of Aquor's endless seas. She wore a cloak of seaweed green that rustled softly with her every movement. The second was a creature known as Nyx, a small, fox-like being from the frost-covered world of Icetide. Nyx's fur was as white as the purest snow, and his eyes glinted with the cool silver of moonlit ice. With a curious twitch of his pointed ears, he weaved through the crowd, his tiny paws barely making a sound. Their meeting was not orchestrated by fate, but rather a peculiar set of circumstances. Arya was in search of a rare shell, said to possess the power to calm the fiercest storms, while Nyx sought a mystical ember rumored to warm even the coldest nights. In the heart of the marketplace, amidst the lively chatter and colorful stalls, their paths crossed over a particularly intriguing display. "Oh, pardon me," Arya exclaimed, as she inadvertently stepped on one of Nyx's bushy tails. "Ow!" Nyx yelped, his voice a soft, musical chime. He spun around, eyes wide with surprise, but quickly softened as he took in Arya's apologetic face. "I'm so sorry," Arya said, kneeling to meet his gaze. "I didn't see you there." Nyx, though initially startled, was quick to forgive. "No harm done," he replied, his voice warm with understanding. "I'm Nyx, and it seems we're both drawn to the same mystery." Arya smiled, her initial embarrassment melting away. "I'm Arya. Perhaps we can help each other find what we seek." Thus began their unlikely companionship. As they wandered through Glimmerdale, they discovered that misunderstandings could indeed lead to growth. Arya's knowledge of the ocean's secrets complemented Nyx's understanding of the cold, and together they uncovered clues hidden in the bustling marketplace. Their journey took them beyond the vibrant city, into the lush, whispering forests of Lumara, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers. The trail led them to an ancient glade, where a crystalline stream sang a gentle lullaby. Here, however, they faced their first real challenge. The guardian of the glade, a wise old being named Selene, stood before them. Her hair cascaded like waterfalls, and her eyes were deep wells of infinite wisdom. "To find what you seek," Selene intoned, her voice as soothing as a mother's embrace, "you must first understand each other's hearts." Arya and Nyx exchanged puzzled glances. They had grown fond of each other's company, but understanding each other's hearts seemed a task of a different nature. Selene, seeing their confusion, smiled kindly. "Spend the night in the glade and let your hearts speak." As dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Arya and Nyx settled down by the stream. The warmth of the day gave way to a cool, comforting breeze, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. "Tell me about Aquor," Nyx said, his voice barely above a whisper as night enveloped them in its gentle embrace. Arya's eyes sparkled at the thought of her home. Aquor is a world of endless seas and gentle tides. The waves sing songs of old, and the stars dance upon the water's surface. It's a place where peace washes over you like a soothing lullaby. Nyx listened, captivated by Arya's words. "Icetide is quite different," he began, his voice carrying a hint of longing. "It's a land of shimmering snow and serene silence. The sky is a tapestry of shifting lights, and the air is crisp and pure. It's a place where solitude wraps you in its comforting arms." As they shared their stories, they found a profound understanding in their differences. Arya realized that beneath Nyx's cool exterior was a warmth that mirrored the sunlit depths of the ocean. Nyx, in turn, saw that Arya's vibrant spirit was akin to the dancing lights of his icy home. The night passed in a peaceful symphony of whispered tales and shared dreams. By morning, they awoke to find Selene awaiting them, her wise eyes twinkling with approval. "You have found what you seek," she said, holding out a delicate shell and a glowing ember. "These are but symbols of the friendship you've forged." Arya and Nyx accepted the gifts with gratitude, understanding that the true treasure was the bond they had formed. With their newfound tokens, they returned to Glimmerdale, their hearts light and their spirits intertwined. As they prepared to part ways, Arya and Nyx stood on the hill overlooking the city, the sun setting in a blaze of color. "Thank you, Nyx," Arya said softly, her voice filled with warmth, "for showing me the beauty of a world so different from my own." Nyx nodded, his eyes glistening with emotion. "And thank you, Arya, for sharing the music of your heart." With promises to visit each other's worlds, they bid farewell, knowing that their friendship would span the stars. As they turned to leave, the sky above Lumara shimmered with the promise of 1,000 adventures yet to come. And so, under the vast starry sky, our tale draws to a close, a gentle reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that the heart can bridge even the most distant of worlds. Story 25. In the heart of a picturesque village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an old, charming bookshop. Its creaky wooden door was painted a faded shade of teal, and above it hung a sign that read, "The Whispering Pages." Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and the soft rustle of pages being turned by a gentle breeze that seemed to have a will of its own. The bookshop was owned by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistle. His hair was as snowy as the winter's first blanket, and his eyes twinkled like the stars on a clear night. Mr. Thistle had a knack for placing the perfect book into the hands of any visitor, as if he knew precisely what their heart needed. But there was one book that he never offered to anyone, a small, unassuming volume tucked away on the highest shelf in the back corner of the shop. One crisp autumn morning, when the sunlight streamed through the shop windows, casting warm golden patterns on the floor, a young girl named Lila wandered in. Lila had a curiosity that knew no bounds, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She loved visiting the shop, exploring the stories and secrets within its walls. As Lila browsed the shelves, she noticed something peculiar, a glimmering, almost imperceptible glow emanating from the highest shelf. Her heart fluttered with intrigue. What could it be? She wondered aloud, her voice barely more than a whisper in the hushed shop. Mr. Thistle, who had been dusting a nearby shelf, smiled gently. "Ah, you've noticed it, have you?" he said, his voice like a melody. "That, my dear, is a very special book." Curiosity piqued, Lila asked. "What's so special about it?" Mr. Thistle chuckled softly, a sound as warm as a hug. "Why don't you take it down and see for yourself?" With a nod, Lila fetched a wooden stool and carefully reached for the book. As she touched its leather-bound cover, she felt a subtle warmth seep into her fingertips. Holding it close, she returned to her favorite reading nook, a cozy armchair nestled by the fireplace. As Lila opened the book, the pages began to shimmer, and the words danced before her eyes. The book was unlike any she had ever seen. It seemed to be alive, telling its story in a way that was both enchanting and deeply personal. It was a tale of a magical key that could unlock the secrets of the heart, revealing truths and granting wisdom to those who were pure of spirit. Inspired by the tale, Lila decided she must find this key, believing it to be hidden somewhere in the village. She felt a strange connection to the story, as if it was calling to her. Her quest for the key led her through the village, where she encountered a series of delightful characters, each with their own piece of wisdom to offer. First, she met Mrs. Puddlewick, the baker, whose laughter was as warm as her freshly baked bread. "The heart knows what the eyes cannot see," she told Lila as she offered her a sweet roll. Next, Lila visited Old Man Wren, the village gardener, whose hands were as gnarled and wise as the ancient trees he tended. He spoke to her as he planted seeds with care. "Patience, my dear, is the soil in which wisdom grows." Lastly, Lila found herself at the village pond, where she met Tilda, a young woman with a voice like the gentle ripple of water. Tilda was known for her kindness and the way she listened to the wind. "Listen closely," she said, "for the heart often whispers what the mind cannot hear." Each encounter left Lila with a feeling of warmth and understanding, her heart swelling like a flower beneath the sun's gentle rays. She realized that the key she sought was not a physical object, but rather a journey of understanding and connection with those around her. As Lila returned to the bookshop, she held the magical book to her chest, gratitude filling her being. Mr. Thistle awaited her, a knowing smile on his lips. "Did you find what you were looking for, dear Lila?" he asked. She nodded, her eyes bright with newfound wisdom. "I did. The key was within me all along, wasn't it?" Mr. Thistle's smile deepened, and he nodded. "Indeed it was. And now you have unlocked a wonderful secret, that true magic lies in understanding and love." With a heart full of joy and peace, Lila placed the book back on its shelf, the glow now a gentle, constant reminder of the journey she had taken. From that day on, she carried with her the lessons learned, her path brighter and her heart open to the wonders of the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila left the shop, her steps light and her spirit lifted. The whispering pages closed its door for the night, cradling its secrets within. And so, beneath the starlit sky, the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of stories told and hearts touched, the gentle magic of understanding weaving through dreams like a soft, soothing lullaby. Story 26. In a distant galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet night, there existed a quaint little planet named Auroria, renowned for its lush, shimmering forests and tranquil turquoise lakes. On the outskirts of one such forest, beneath the gentle glow of 3 moons, lived a kind-hearted creature named Zephyra. Zephyra was a lumini, a species known for their delicate, translucent wings that glimmered with the colors of dawn. Zephyra spent her days flitting among the towering tree canopies, gathering dew to craft her famous moonlit tea, which was said to soothe even the weariest of souls. Her evenings were filled with the comforting ritual of storytelling to the younger lumini, who would listen with wide eyes as she spun tales of adventure and wisdom. Yet, despite her contentment, Zephyra often gazed beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar woods. One misty morning, while Zephyra was collecting dew from the silken leaves, a strange sound pierced the air, a low hum followed by an unexpected crash. Startled, she fluttered high into the treetops, peering curiously through the foliage. There, in a clearing, surrounded by a halo of disturbed earth and curious woodland creatures, lay a peculiar, shiny vessel. It was unlike anything Zephyra had seen before, its surface smooth and metallic, reflecting the morning light in a dazzling array of colors. From the vessel emerged a figure, silhouetted against the rising sun. As the figure stepped forward, Zephyra noticed its skin shimmered a deep azure, and its eyes glowed with a gentle lavender light. The creature was tall and slender, with elongated limbs and a graceful, fluid movement. It was a Solarian, a traveler from a distant star. The Solarian looked around, its expression a mix of confusion and wonder. Zephyra, her curiosity piqued, descended from her perch and approached cautiously. "Hello," she called softly, her voice a gentle whisper among the rustling leaves. The Solarian turned, surprise evident in its eyes. "Greetings," it replied, its voice carrying a melodic quality that resonated through the clearing. "I am Aaron, a seeker of knowledge. My vessel was caught in a cosmic windstorm, and I have found myself here, far from home." Zephyra's heart swelled with both sympathy and excitement. "I am Zephyra. Welcome to Auroria. Though our world is small, it is rich in beauty and kindness. Perhaps I can assist you." Aaron nodded, grateful for the warmth of Zephyra's words. "Thank you, Zephyra. It seems my vessel requires repairs, but my knowledge of your world is limited. Perhaps you could guide me?" Thus began the unlikely companionship between the Lumini and the Solarian. Initially, their differences were stark. Zephyra's life was one of delicate equilibrium, attuned to the rhythms of her forest home. Aaron, on the other hand, was accustomed to the vast expanses of space, where exploration and logic prevailed over the gentle nuances of nature. Their first challenge arose as they attempted to communicate, each using their own unique gestures and expressions. There were moments of misunderstanding. Zephyra's gentle laughter sometimes confused Aaron, who interpreted it as a signal of distress, while Aaron's analytical approach to problem-solving occasionally left Zephyra feeling overwhelmed. Yet, with patience and perseverance, they found a rhythm. Zephyra introduced Aaron to the vibrant flora and fauna of Auroria, teaching the Solarian how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the river. In return, Aaron shared stories of distant galaxies, of stars that sang and planets that danced in harmony with their moons. One evening, as they sat beneath the 3 moons, sipping Zephyr's moonlit tea, Aaron spoke of a challenge that weighed heavily on its heart. In my travels, I've encountered many worlds, but I've never truly understood the essence of companionship. My existence has been solitary, guided by the pursuit of knowledge. Zephyra listened, her wings casting soft shadows in the moonlight. Companionship is like the threads of a tapestry, she said thoughtfully. Each thread is unique, yet together they create something beautiful and strong. It's about understanding, support, and the shared journey. As the weeks passed, they faced new challenges together. A sudden storm swept through the forest, threatening to uproot the ancient trees that provided shelter for Zephyra and her kin. Aaron, with its knowledge of cosmic phenomena, helped Zephyra devise a plan to protect the forest, using simple barriers and guiding the storm's energy safely away. In the aftermath, as the forest resonated with the songs of gratitude from its inhabitants, Zephyra realized the depth of their bond. Aaron, she said, her voice filled with warmth, I believe we have woven our own tapestry. Your presence has brought light to our world. Aaron smiled, a soft glow emanating from its eyes. And you, Zephyra, have shown me the beauty of connection, of being part of something greater than oneself. The day finally came when Aaron's vessel was ready, its repairs complete. As they stood together in the clearing, Zephyra felt a bittersweet twinge in her heart. Will you return? She asked, her voice a gentle breeze. Aaron placed a slender hand on Zephyra's wing, its touch a promise of enduring friendship. Our paths will cross again, dear Zephyra, for in the vastness of the universe, true friendship is a beacon that guides us home. With that, Aaron stepped into the vessel, which hummed softly, lifting gracefully into the sky. Zephyra watched as it ascended, a shimmering star ascending into the tapestry of the night. Though the clearing was once again quiet, Zephyra felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that while Aaron's journey would continue among the stars, their bond would endure, woven into the very fabric of the universe. And so, under the gentle glow of the 3 moons, Zephyra returned to her forest, her heart enriched by the unexpected friendship that had forever changed her world. As she fluttered among the treetops, her wings shimmering with the colors of dawn, she knew that the essence of true companionship was not bound by distance or time, but by the shared journey of understanding and love. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the soft rustle of leaves sang lullabies to the earth, there existed a hidden world, known only to those who dared to listen closely enough. This world, nestled beneath the mossy undergrowth and woven into the branches of ancient oaks, was the realm of the Fae, a place where magic lingered in every dewdrop and danced upon the breeze. The whispering woods were not readily visible to the casual passerby. To find them, one needed to possess a peculiar sort of curiosity, a willingness to venture beyond the beaten path and embrace the unknown with open arms. It was in these woods, on a day when the sun was a gentle golden orb hanging low in the sky, that a young boy named Rowan embarked upon a journey that would forever alter the course of his life. Rowan was not an extraordinary boy by most standards. He had a shock of unruly auburn hair, freckles that danced across his cheeks like constellations, and eyes the color of storm-tossed seas. He lived in a small cottage at the edge of the village with his grandmother, a wise woman known for her herbal remedies and whispered stories of the Fae. It was these stories that had captured Rowan's imagination and drawn him into the woods on that fateful afternoon. As he wandered deeper into the forest, the world around him seemed to shift and shimmer with an ethereal glow. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their bark mottled with emerald moss, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the chatter of birds and the hum of unseen insects. Rowan walked slowly, savoring the crispness of the air and the sense of adventure that tingled in his fingertips. He carried with him a small satchel, inside of which was a loaf of his grandmother's freshly baked bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a well-worn journal, a gift from his grandmother, filled with blank pages waiting to be inscribed with tales of wonder and discovery. He had been told many times of the Fae, those elusive beings who dwelled within the heart of the woods, guardians of nature and keepers of ancient secrets. Rowan longed to meet them, to glimpse the world through their eyes and understand the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the forest's verdant cloak. As he walked, Rowan stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed and glistening with dew, nestled within a small glade. The air here felt different, charged with a subtle energy that prickled his skin and set his senses alight. He knelt down, reaching out to touch the nearest mushroom, its cap smooth and cool beneath his fingers. "Careful, young one," came a voice, soft and lilting like the melody of a woodland stream. Startled, Rowan leapt to his feet, eyes wide as he looked around for the source of the voice. It was then that he saw her, a figure perched upon a low-hanging branch of a nearby tree. She was no taller than a squirrel, with skin that shimmered like moonlight on water, and eyes that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire. Her hair was a cascade of leaves and blossoms, and delicate wings, so fine they were nearly translucent, flitted gently at her back. Who are you?" Rowan stammered, his heart pounding with a mix of awe and disbelief. "I am Lirel," she replied, tilting her head with a curious smile, "a guardian of this realm. And who might you be, venturing so boldly into our world?" "I am Rowan," he said, finding his voice at last. "I've heard stories of the Fae all my life, and I've always wanted to meet you." Lirel laughed, a sound like wind chimes dancing in the breeze. "Well, you have found us, though not many can see the Fae unless they are truly open to the magic of the woods. Tell me, Rowan, what is it that you seek?" Rowan hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the longing that had driven him into the depths of the forest. I want to understand," he said finally. "I want to see the world as you do, to know the secrets of the woods and the magic that binds it all together." Lirel regarded him for a moment, her eyes searching his face. "That is a noble desire," she said at last. "But to truly see the world as we do, you must first undertake a journey that will take you beyond the boundaries of your understanding and into the heart of the unknown." Rowan nodded, determination flaring in his chest. "I'm ready," he declared, though a flicker of uncertainty danced in his heart. "Very well," Lirel said, spreading her wings wide. "Follow me, and we shall begin." With that, she took flight, a glimmering streak of light that darted through the trees. Rowan hurried after her, his feet slipping on the mossy ground as he raced to keep pace. They moved deeper into the forest, the world around them shifting and changing with every step. The air grew cooler, the shadows deeper, and the very essence of the woods seemed to pulse with a life all its own. Soon they arrived at a river, its waters clear and swift, babbling over smooth stones that shone like jewels in the sunlight. Here, Lirel alighted upon a rock, her wings folding gracefully at her back. "This is the river of reflection," she said, gesturing to the water. "It is here that your journey shall truly begin. Look into its depths and see what it reveals." Rowan approached the riverbank, peering into the water. At first he saw only his own reflection, the familiar features of his face staring back at him. But as he watched, the image began to shift, the ripples distorting and reshaping it into something new. He saw himself standing in a meadow, surrounded by flowers of every hue. The sky above was a tapestry of colors, vibrant and alive, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms. In this vision, Rowan was not alone. Beside him stood a figure, a girl his own age, with hair the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like stars. "Who is she?" Rowan asked, his voice barely a whisper. "She is a part of your journey," Lirel replied. "A friend you have yet to meet, but one who will play a vital role in the path you must walk. Remember her face, for she will guide you in ways you do not yet understand." Rowan nodded, committing the image to memory. As he did, the vision faded, the water returning to its natural state. He rose, turning back to Lirel. "What must I do now?" he asked, a new sense of purpose settling over him. "You must trust in the journey," Lirel said. "Follow the path that reveals itself to you, and be open to the lessons it offers. The Fae will be watching, and we will assist where we can, but it is you who must walk the path." With those words, Lirel took flight once more, her form disappearing into the canopy above. Rowan stood alone by the river, the weight of his newfound quest settling upon his shoulders. Yet he felt no fear, only a quiet determination to see it through. He turned from the river, setting off deeper into the woods. The path was uncertain, but with each step he felt the presence of the Fae, a guiding force that whispered in the rustle of leaves and the song of the wind. Days passed, marked by the changing light and the rhythm of the forest. Rowan traveled far, encountering wonders that filled his heart with awe and encounters that tested his resolve. He met creatures of the forest, each with a lesson to impart. A wise old owl who taught him the value of patience, a playful fox who showed him the importance of laughter, and a gentle deer who spoke of the strength found in kindness. Through these encounters, Rowan began to change. He grew wiser, his heart more attuned to the subtle magic of the world around him. He learned to listen, to see beyond the surface, and to trust in the journey even when the path was unclear. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the woods were bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Rowan found himself standing at the edge of a meadow. It was the same meadow he had seen in the vision at the River of Reflection, its flowers vibrant and alive beneath the painted sky. And there, at the heart of the meadow, stood the girl from his vision. She turned as he approached, her eyes meeting his with a warmth that chased away the lingering tendrils of doubt. "Hello, Rowan," she said, her voice like the gentle murmur of a stream. "I've been waiting for you." "Who are you?" Rowan asked, though in his heart he felt he already knew the answer. "I am Mira," she replied with a smile, "and like you, I have been on a journey that has led me here, to this moment." Rowan nodded, understanding dawning within him. "I saw you in the river," he said. "I knew we were meant to meet." "Yes," Mira said, stepping closer, "for it is together that we shall complete the journey, and together that we shall find the answers we seek." Rowan felt a sense of peace settle over him, the certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be. "What must we do?" he asked, taking her hand in his. "We must find the heart of the woods," Mira said. "It is there that the magic of the Fae is strongest, and there that we will find the truth of our journey." Together they set off across the meadow, the path ahead bathed in the soft light of the rising moon. The way was long and fraught with challenges, but with each step they grew closer, their friendship a beacon that guided them through the darkest nights and the fiercest storms. As they traveled, they learned from one another, their strengths and weaknesses complementing each other in ways they had never imagined. Rowan's patience and wisdom balanced Mira's courage and determination, and together they forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of their individual paths. Through forests and fields, over hills and through valleys, they journeyed, the heart of the woods ever calling them onward. They faced trials that tested their resolve, confronted fears that threatened to undo them, and discovered truths about themselves that reshaped their understanding of the world. At last, they arrived at a grove unlike any they had seen before. The trees here were ancient and towering, their branches woven together to form a cathedral of leaves and light. In the center of the grove stood a great stone, its surface etched with runes that glowed with a gentle luminescence. "This is the heart of the woods," Mira said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is here that the magic of the Fae flows strongest, and here that we shall find our answers." Rowan stepped forward, his hand tracing the lines of the runes. As he did, the air around them shimmered, a soft melody rising from the very earth itself. It was a song of ages, a symphony of creation and connection, and it spoke to the deepest parts of their souls. In that moment, Rowan understood. The journey had not been about reaching a destination or uncovering a single truth. It had been about the transformation that occurred along the way, the growth and understanding that came from facing challenges and embracing the unknown. He turned to Mira, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice steady and sure. "Thank you for walking this path with me." "And thank you," Mira replied, her eyes shining with warmth, "for teaching me that the journey is as important as the destination, and that together we are stronger than we ever could be alone." As they stood together at the heart of the woods, the magic of the Fae enveloped them, a gentle embrace that promised new beginnings and endless possibilities. They knew their journey was far from over, for the world was vast and full of wonders yet to be discovered. But no matter where the path might lead, they would face it together, their hearts united in friendship and their spirits bound by the magic of the woods. With a final glance at the glowing runes, Rowan and Mira turned away from the stone, their footsteps light upon the forest floor. The whispering woods welcomed them, a vibrant tapestry of life and magic that unfolded before them, inviting them to explore its mysteries and embrace the adventures yet to come. And as they walked hand in hand into the heart of the forest, they carried with them the lessons of their journey, a testament to the power of friendship, the strength of the spirit, and the beauty of a world seen through eyes open to wonder and possibility. The sun set beyond the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, and the stars began to twinkle above, a celestial map guiding them onward. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the night was alive with the soft sounds of the forest, a gentle lullaby that promised peace and comfort. Beneath the canopy of the whispering woods, Rowan and Mira found a place to rest. Their journey momentarily paused as they lay upon a bed of soft moss, the world around them a cocoon of warmth and safety. "Do you think we'll ever truly understand the magic of the woods?" Mira asked, her voice a soft murmur in the night. Rowan considered her question, his mind filled with the wonders they had encountered and the truths they had uncovered. "Perhaps," he said thoughtfully, "the magic of the woods isn't meant to be fully understood, but experienced and cherished. Maybe it's in the journey itself that we find its true essence." Mira nodded, a contented smile playing on her lips. "I think you're right," she agreed. "And as long as we're together, I'm ready for whatever adventures the woods have in store." With that, they closed their eyes, their hearts at peace, and their spirits buoyed by the promise of new beginnings. The stars above shone brightly, a canopy of light that watched over them as they drifted into dreams filled with magic and wonder. And so, beneath the whispering leaves and the gentle gaze of the moon, they slept, their friendship a beacon that would guide them through the unknown and lead them to the heart of all that was yet to be discovered. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the heart of a whispering forest, where the trees swayed gently like dancers in a timeless ballet, there lay a small village named Willowbrook. This village was cradled by the arms of towering pines and ancient oaks, their leaves a symphony of greens and golds that shimmered with each passing breeze. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle melody of a nearby babbling brook that meandered through the lush undergrowth, its waters sparkling like liquid crystals in the dappled sunlight. In this serene setting lived a young boy named Oliver. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes like two pools of clear blue sky, Oliver was known throughout Willowbrook for his kind heart and insatiable curiosity. He spent his days exploring the forest, always accompanied by his loyal companion, a wise old fox named Luna. Luna was a creature of deep russet hue with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, her eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. She was Oliver's guide and confidant, and together they shared countless adventures. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was cool and the leaves crunched delightfully underfoot, Oliver and Luna set out on one of their usual escapades. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, each tree adorned in a magnificent robe of amber, scarlet, and gold. The duo wandered deeper into the woods, following a path lined with mushrooms that looked like tiny umbrellas, until they stumbled upon something quite unusual. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a peculiar stone. It was small and round, with a smooth surface that glimmered like moonlight captured in solid form. Oliver picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from its core, and noticed a faint glow pulsing within. Intrigued, he showed it to Luna, whose eyes widened with recognition. "This, dear Oliver," Luna said in a voice soft as silk, "is no ordinary stone. It is a moonstone, a rare and magical object said to possess the power to reveal hidden paths and unlock secrets of the heart." Oliver's eyes sparkled with wonder as he turned the stone over in his hands. "What should we do with it?" he asked, his voice filled with anticipation. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's time for a journey, one that might lead us to discover things we never imagined." And so, with the moonstone safely tucked into Oliver's pocket, they embarked on a journey deeper into the forest than they had ever ventured before. The trees seemed to whisper their encouragement, and the soft earth beneath their feet felt alive with possibility. As they traveled, the forest began to change. The familiar path gave way to one less trodden, where the canopy overhead grew thicker, weaving an intricate tapestry of shadow and light. The air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant trill of a nightingale, its song sweet and haunting. It wasn't long before they came upon a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. In the center stood a grand willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of emerald leaves. The moonstone in Oliver's pocket began to shimmer more brightly, guiding him toward the tree. As he approached, the ground beneath his feet shifted, revealing a hidden staircase spiraling down into the earth. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Oliver and Luna descended the stairs. Each step resonated with a gentle hum, as if the stones themselves were singing a song of welcome. The passageway was illuminated by the soft luminescence of the moonstone, casting gentle shadows that danced along the walls. At the bottom of the staircase, they found themselves in a vast underground cavern. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, filled with glowing crystals that jutted from the walls like frozen shards of sunlight. A gentle stream wound its way through the cavern, its waters tinged with the colors of a rainbow. In the center of this magical realm stood a figure draped in robes of silver and blue. It was an elder being, with hair as white as snow and eyes that held the depth of the ocean. The being smiled kindly at Oliver and Luna, and his voice echoed through the chamber like the soft roll of distant thunder. "Welcome, travelers of heart and spirit," he intoned. "I am Elion, keeper of the moonstone's light." Oliver felt a sense of awe wash over him. "Hello, Elion. We found the moonstone in the forest, and it led us here. What is this place?" Elion's smile deepened. "This is the sanctuary of reflection, a hidden world where those who seek wisdom and truth may find the answers they desire. The moonstone has chosen you, young Oliver, for your heart is pure and your spirit kind." Luna sat down beside Oliver, her tail wrapped around her paws as she listened intently. "You see," Elion continued, "the journey you embark upon is one of personal discovery and transformation. The moonstone will guide you to see beyond what is visible, to understand the true essence of things. It is a journey that will change you, but only if you are willing to embrace it." Oliver nodded, his heart swelling with a mixture of fear and excitement. "I am ready, Elion. What must I do?" Elion motioned for them to follow. "Come, let us begin your journey with a mystery that awaits solving." They walked together through the cavern, the crystals casting kaleidoscopic reflections upon the path. Elion led them to a chamber filled with mirrors of all shapes and sizes, each one reflecting not only the physical form, but also the emotions and thoughts of those who stood before them. "In these mirrors," Elion explained, "you will see reflections of your own heart. They will reveal truths and mysteries about yourself and those around you." Oliver gazed into the nearest mirror and saw not just his own face, but the faces of his family, friends, and even strangers he had met along the way. Each reflection held a story, a lesson, a fragment of wisdom waiting to be uncovered. As he moved from mirror to mirror, Oliver learned of the kindness he had shown, the small acts of bravery he had performed, and the moments of doubt and fear he had faced. Each reflection was a step on his path of growth, revealing the interconnectedness of all lives. Luna, too, found herself reflected in the mirrors. She saw the loyalty and courage she had shared with Oliver, the gentle guidance she had offered, and the moments of joy they had experienced together. With each revelation, the bond between Oliver and Luna grew stronger. Their friendship deepened by the shared understanding of their journey. They realized that their adventures were not just about discovering new places, but about discovering themselves and the world around them. As they explored the mirrors, Oliver and Luna found a particular reflection that captured their attention. It was a vision of Willowbrook, but not as they knew it. The village appeared brighter, more vibrant, as if it were infused with the very magic of the forest. Elion watched them, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "This is the future you can help create," he said softly. "A world where kindness and understanding are the true magic that binds all living things. It is a future that begins with you." Oliver felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of purpose and hope. He understood now that the journey was not just about finding answers, but about becoming a part of the answer itself. As they returned to the surface, the moonstone's glow began to fade, its magic having fulfilled its purpose. Oliver and Luna emerged into the forest, the sunlight dappling the path before them. The village of Willowbrook lay ahead, a place of familiar faces and gentle smiles. With newfound wisdom and understanding, Oliver and Luna returned home, their hearts filled with the magic of the journey. They knew that the world was full of mysteries to be solved, paths to be explored, and friendships to be cherished. And so, with the wisdom of the Moonstone and the guidance of Elion, Oliver and Luna embraced their roles as guardians of kindness and seekers of truth. The forest sang its lullaby of rustling leaves and babbling brooks, cradling them in its embrace as they continued their adventures. In Willowbrook, the villagers noticed a change. The air seemed sweeter, the colors more vivid, and the bonds between friends and family stronger than ever. It was as if the very spirit of the forest had seeped into their lives, bringing with it a sense of peace and harmony. Oliver and Luna continued to explore the forest, their hearts open to the wonders and lessons it held. They discovered hidden groves where the trees whispered secrets of the past, and glades where the flowers bloomed in a symphony of colors. Each day was a new chapter in their journey, a chance to grow and learn. As the seasons passed, Oliver became known not just as the curious boy of Willowbrook, but as a wise young man whose heart was as vast as the sky. He shared the lessons he had learned with the villagers, teaching them to see the beauty in each moment and to cherish the bonds of friendship that wove their lives together. Luna, too, became a beloved figure in the village. Her presence was a reminder of the mysteries and magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. She was a symbol of loyalty and courage, a companion to those who dared to dream and explore. Together, Oliver and Luna inspired a new generation of adventurers, children who would follow in their footsteps, seeking the wonders of the forest and the wisdom of their own hearts. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its spirit intertwined with the magic of the natural world that surrounded it. And so the story of Oliver and Luna became a cherished tale, passed down through the ages as a reminder of the power of kindness and the magic of discovery. It was a story that began with a moonstone and a journey, and ended with a world transformed by love and understanding. In the end, the lesson was clear. The greatest magic of all was not in the stones or the hidden worlds, but in the hearts of those who dared to see the beauty and potential in themselves and others. As the sun set over Willowbrook, casting a golden glow over the village and the forest beyond, Oliver and Luna sat together beneath the ancient oak where their journey had begun. The world around them was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of life that resonated with their own hearts. And in that moment, as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, they knew that their adventure was far from over. It was a journey that would continue as long as there were mysteries to explore, friendships to nurture, and a world to cherish. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit ready for new adventures, Oliver looked at Luna and smiled. "Let's see what tomorrow brings, my dear friend." Luna wagged her tail, her eyes shining with the promise of new discoveries. Together, they sat in the embrace of the forest, their hearts intertwined with the magic of life and the beauty of the world they called home. And in that stillness, they found the true essence of their journey, the joy of living fully, the wonder of endless possibilities, and the comfort of knowing that they were never alone. And so their story continued, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the endless adventure of the heart. Story 29. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering lake, there stood a humble cottage with ivy-draped walls and a thatched roof. It was the home of a kind-hearted girl named Lila. Lila had an unusual talent for mending things, whether it was a broken teacup or a torn quilt. Her hands seemed to work magic, though she never thought much of it. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila decided to venture into the attic of her cottage to search for her grandmother's old recipes. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, filled with dusty trunks and forgotten trinkets. As she rummaged through the clutter, her fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. Pulling it out, she discovered an intricately carved key. its surface glimmering in the soft light that filtered through the small attic window. Curiosity piqued. Lila turned the key over in her hands, noticing tiny runes etched along its length. She felt a strange warmth emanating from it, as if it was alive with some hidden energy. She slipped the key into her apron pocket, deciding to inquire about it with the village elder, Mr. Thistlewisk, who was known for his vast knowledge of local lore. Mr. Thistlewisk lived at the edge of the village in a cozy little house surrounded by a garden brimming with wildflowers. As Lila approached, she could hear the soothing sound of the wind chimes he had crafted from seashells and driftwood. The elderly man greeted her with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Ah, Lila, my dear," he chuckled. "What brings you here on this fine day?" Lila explained her discovery and handed the key to Mr. Thistlewisk. His eyes widened with recognition as he examined it. "This, my dear," he said, his voice a mix of awe and reverence, "is the key of whispering wonders. It's said to unlock the hidden doors of the heart, revealing truths and paths unseen." Lila was intrigued, but also puzzled. "What does it unlock?" "That," Mr. Thistlewisk replied, "is for you to discover. The key chooses its own journey and reveals its secrets only when the time is right." Thanking him, Lila left with the key safely tucked away. As she walked back through the village, she couldn't shake the feeling that her life was about to change in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. One evening, as twilight draped the sky in hues of purple and blue, Lila sat by the lake with her best friend, a soft-spoken boy named Finn. Finn had a gentle soul and a keen eye for detail, often noticing things others missed. As they talked about their day, Lila showed him the key and shared Mr. Thistlewisk's words. Finn studied the key thoughtfully before nodding. "Perhaps it isn't just about unlocking doors, Lila. Maybe it's about unlocking parts of ourselves we didn't know were there." His words lingered in her mind like an echo, and that night Lila dreamt of endless corridors lined with doors, each one whispering her name. The next morning, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. She decided to explore the village, taking the key with her, hoping to stumble upon its mystery. She wandered through the familiar streets, her heart guided by intuition. As she crossed the old stone bridge, she noticed a narrow, overgrown path leading off the main road. With a deep breath, she followed it, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet and the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. The path wound through a grove of ancient trees, their branches arching like a cathedral ceiling. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. At the path's end, she found a small, weathered door set into the hillside, almost hidden by ivy and moss. Her heart quickened as she approached, the key in hand. Gently, she inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door swung open with a soft creak. Beyond the door lay a hidden garden, vibrant and alive with colors and scents that enveloped her senses. Flowers of every hue bloomed in wild abundance, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong. In the center of the garden stood a stone fountain, its water sparkling in the sunlight. Lila stepped inside, feeling a profound sense of peace. As she explored, she realized the garden wasn't just a secret place, but a reflection of her own heart. It was a place where dreams and memories mingled, where the past met the present. She spent hours there, discovering hidden nooks and listening to the whispers of the wind. Each visit to the garden helped her see the world with new eyes, fostering a deeper connection to her friends and the village she loved. Over time, she shared the secret of the garden with Finn, who marveled at its beauty and tranquility. Together they tended to it, planting new seeds and nurturing what grew. The garden became a sanctuary, a place where they could reflect and dream. Through her journey, Lila learned that the key had opened more than just a physical door. It had unlocked the part of her that was ready to embrace change, to see the wonder in the ordinary, and to understand that the greatest treasures are often found within. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's garden flourished. Just as she did, the village became richer for it, a place of beauty and harmony, where the whispers of the heart could always be heard. And so, by following the call of a simple key, Lila discovered the extraordinary within the ordinary, and her life and the lives of those around her were forever changed by the quiet magic of wisdom and friendship. Story 30. On the edge of the sleepy village of Willow Bend, where the sky seemed to blush with the colors of twilight, and the breeze always carried a whisper of secrets, there lay a peculiar forest known as the Luminous Glade. It was said that the trees of this forest were unlike any others. Their leaves shimmered like silver in the moonlight, and their trunks glowed softly, as if holding the light of 1,000 fireflies within. One quiet evening, just as the stars began to peek through the dusky sky, a curious young girl named Anwen stood at the threshold of the luminous glade. She had heard many tales of the forest, whispered by the village elders around crackling fires, stories of its gentle magic and the wondrous creatures that lived within. Anwen's heart danced with a blend of excitement and nervousness, a symphony of what-ifs and maybes that played quietly as the night settled in. Drawing a deep breath, Anwen stepped forward, her feet crunching softly on the path of fallen leaves that glowed underfoot like a trail of stardust. The air was cool and filled with the scent of earth and mystery, a scent that seemed to welcome her, wrapping around her like a comforting cloak. As she ventured deeper, the light from the trees painted her skin with a gentle luminescence, making her feel as if she were part of the very magic that surrounded her. The first creature Anwen encountered was a small, furry being with eyes as large and bright as lanterns. It was a whimsy-wisp, a creature so rare that even the oldest of Willow Bend stories spoke of them only in hushed tones. The whimsy-wisp approached with a curious tilt of its head, its fur shimmering in hues of blue and silver. To Anwen's delight, it did not shy away. Instead, it chirped a soft greeting, its voice a gentle melody that filled the air with warmth. "Hello there," Anwen whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves. She extended a hand, which the whimsy-wisp nuzzled with a soft, velvety nose. In that moment, Anwen felt a bond form, a connection that spoke of friendship and shared wonder. Encouraged by the whimsy-wisp's presence, she continued her journey, the little creature bounding alongside her, lighting the path with its joyful glow. As they wandered deeper into the glade, Anwen discovered a hidden grove where the trees parted to reveal a small pond. The surface of the water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky and the luminescent trees like a perfect mirror. Around the pond, tiny ethereal creatures danced, luminaires, their wings casting a kaleidoscope of colors with every flutter. They flitted about in intricate patterns, leaving trails of light that wove a tapestry of dreams above the water. Amongst the luminaires was a puzzle, a gentle challenge that beckoned Anwen's curiosity. Hovering just above the pond was a series of floating stones, each inscribed with a glowing rune. As Anwen watched, the runes shimmered and shifted, rearranging themselves in a sequence that seemed to tell a story she needed to understand to continue her journey. The whimsy-wisp chirped encouragingly, its eyes twinkling with the challenge. With a thoughtful gaze, Anwen studied the runes, her mind tracing the patterns and rhythms they suggested. She recalled the stories she had heard, snippets of old songs and poems that spoke of the glade's lore. Slowly, almost instinctively, she began to hum a tune, a melody that seemed to breathe life into the runes. As her voice filled the air, the stones began to align, their glow intensifying until the path across the pond was revealed. With a heart full of quiet triumph, Anwen stepped onto the stones, each one supporting her as if recognizing her bravery and determination. The whimsy-wisp followed, leaping gracefully from stone to stone, its laughter-like chirps echoing in the stillness. On the other side of the pond, Anwen and her companion found themselves before a grand ancient tree, its bark etched with the passage of countless years. Nestled within its roots was a door, small and unassuming, yet pulsing with a soft, inviting light. Anwen knew this was the heart of the luminous glade, the place where all the stories began and ended, the source of the forest's gentle magic. With a steady hand, Anwen opened the door and stepped inside. She found herself in a cozy chamber, the air warm and fragrant with the scent of lavender and honey. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books and trinkets, each bearing the mark of a different adventure. At the center of the room sat an elderly creature, an owl-keeper, its feathers a tapestry of time, its eyes deep and knowing. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl-keeper said, its voice a soothing melody that wrapped around Anwen like a familiar blanket. "You have shown courage and kindness, and in doing so you have become part of our story." Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and accomplishment. She had ventured into the unknown, faced challenges with an open heart, and in return, she had found friendship and wonder. The Owlkeeper handed her a small glowing stone, a token of the glade's gratitude and a reminder of her journey. As Anwen and the Whimsy-Wisp made their way back through the luminous glade, the night sky above them sparkled with stars, each one a promise of new adventures yet to come. The forest seemed to hum with quiet joy, its light a gentle lullaby that accompanied them all the way home. Back at the edge of Willow Bend, Anwen paused to look back at the forest, now a distant glow against the night. She felt a warmth deep within her, a light that would guide her through all the wonders and mysteries life had to offer. With a heart full of dreams and a spirit ready to explore, she turned towards home, knowing that the luminous glade would always welcome her back. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Anwen and the Whimsy-Wisp returned to the village, their path lit by the soft glow of friendship and the magic of a journey well taken. As she closed her eyes that night, Anwen knew she carried a piece of the glade within her, a gentle reminder that courage and curiosity could light the way to any adventure. Story 31. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sapphire-blue lake, lay the quaint village of Windale. The villagers lived simple, contented lives, tending to their gardens and flocks under the watchful gaze of towering oaks and whispering pines. Yet beyond the village, just beyond where the sunlight danced playfully through the leaves, lay the Whispering Woods, a place shrouded in mystery and magic. It was said that the woods held secrets deep within their heart, and only those pure of heart and intent would find their way to its core. The villagers spoke of a shimmering pool hidden in its depths, where the water mirrored the starlit sky, and wishes made with a true heart would always come true. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. She was a kind soul with a curious mind and a heart full of dreams. Her eyes sparkled like the night sky, and her laughter was as infectious as the spring breeze. Lila often wandered to the edge of the woods, enchanted by the symphony of whispers that danced on the wind, calling to her with stories of adventure and wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn shades of gold and crimson, Lila decided to embark on a journey into the Whispering Woods. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's warm woolen cloak, and set off with a heart full of anticipation and wonder. As she stepped into the woods, the world seemed to change around her. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the light filtered through the canopy above, painting the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. Birds sang sweetly in the trees, and every rustle of leaves seemed to whisper secrets of old. As Lila ventured deeper, she noticed that the woods were not as silent as they seemed. There was a melody in the air, a gentle humming that grew stronger with each step. She followed the sound, her heart guiding her through the winding paths and ancient groves until she reached a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center of the clearing was the shimmering pool, just as the stories had described. Its surface sparkled like 1,000 diamonds, reflecting the sky above. Lila knelt beside the pool, her heart full of wonder and awe. She closed her eyes and whispered a wish born from the depths of her heart. As her wish faded into the air, Lila heard a gentle rustling behind her. Turning, she saw a small creature emerge from the shadows. It was a fox, with fur as red as the autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the stars. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if it understood the wish she had made. "Hello, little one," the fox said in a voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Finn, the guardian of these woods. What brings you to the heart of the Whispering Woods?" Lila, though surprised to hear the fox speak, felt a warmth and comfort in its presence. "I seek to understand the magic of these woods," she replied, "and perhaps to find something within myself." Finn nodded, as if he had expected such an answer. The woods are indeed magical, but the true magic lies within those who enter it with an open heart. Come, let me show you the wonders that lie beyond. With Finn as her guide, Lila journeyed deeper into the woods. They crossed babbling brooks that sang of ancient times and meadows where flowers danced in the breeze. Finn showed her trees that stood for centuries, their bark etched with stories of the past, and hidden glades where the sunlight wove through the branches in golden strands. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the woods, of creatures that dwelled within its embrace, and the magic that bound them all together. Lila listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with the beauty and mystery of the world around her. Along their journey, they encountered a gentle deer with eyes as wise as the forest itself, a playful otter that splashed in the cool waters of a hidden stream, and a family of rabbits that lived in harmony beneath the roots of a great oak. Each creature greeted Lila with kindness, and she marveled at the way they lived in balance with the world around them. Yet, as they journeyed on, Lila sensed a change in the air. The woods grew quieter, the whispers softer, as if holding their breath. Finn led her to a grove where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching for the sky. "This is the heart of the woods," Finn said, his voice reverent and gentle. "Here the magic of the forest is strongest, and here you will find what you seek." Lila stood in awe, feeling the pulse of the forest through her very being. She closed her eyes and listened to the whispers, the songs of the trees, and the earth beneath her feet. In that moment, she understood that the magic she sought was not just in the woods, but within herself. The realization filled her with a warmth and light she had never known, a connection to the world around her that transcended words. She opened her eyes, and Finn was there, watching her with a gentle smile. "You have found the magic within," he said softly. "The woods have shown you their secrets, and now it is your turn to share that magic with the world." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and joy. She knew that the journey had changed her, opened her eyes to the beauty and wonder that lay in every shadow and beam of light. She thanked Finn and the woods for their wisdom and friendship, promising to carry their magic with her always. As she made her way back through the forest, the woods seemed to hum with a gentle song, a melody of friendship and understanding that resonated within her soul. Lila returned to Windale, her spirit light and her heart full, knowing that she was forever part of the Whispering Woods. And so, she lived her life with kindness and wonder, sharing the magic she had found with all those she met. She told stories of the woods and their secrets, of the creatures that dwelled within, and of the fox with eyes like stars who had guided her journey. The villagers listened with wide eyes and open hearts, and the magic of the Whispering Woods lived on in their stories and dreams. For Lila had learned that true magic lies not in the things we see, but in the hearts that believe and the friendships that grow. And so, as the sun set over the emerald hills and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the village of Windale slept in peace, cradled in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, a place where dreams and magic danced together in the starlit night. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a cozy valley nestled between rolling, pine-covered hills, there stood a little village called Mossvale. The cottages were built of river stones and thatched roofs, smoke drifting lazily from their chimneys into the crisp evening air. Lanterns glowed warmly in the windows as dusk fell, and the villagers would often gather by their crackling hearths to share tales and adventures over steaming mugs of honey-sweetened tea. One evening, as little Willow sat listening to her grandmother's stories, she noticed something odd out the window. A faint, flickering light was dancing among the trees at the edge of the forest. Willow's eyes grew wide with curiosity. "Grandma, what's that strange light?" she asked, pointing towards the tree line. Grandma peered out the window, wrinkles crinkling around her eyes as she smiled. "Why, those must be the forest sprites," she replied. "Harmless little friends who look after the woods, though they do love playing tricks now and then." Over the next few nights, Willow eagerly watched for the sprites' lights from her bedroom window. She saw them flit and bob, leaving trails of glimmering stardust in their wake. But something puzzled her. The lights seemed to be lingering around a particular spot. One night, Willow crept outside in her nightgown for a closer look. There in a clearing just beyond the village, a circle of toadstools glowed with an otherworldly radiance, the lights of the sprites swirling around them in a dazzling display. Yet as Willow watched in wonder, one by one the toadstools began to wink out until only a handful remained aglow. The The sprites seemed distressed, their lights flashing rapidly as if in frantic communication. The next morning, Willow raced to find her friend Finch, the potion maker's son, to tell him about the strange occurrence in the woods. Finch's eyes grew round behind his spectacles as she recounted what she'd seen the previous night. "We must investigate at once," he declared. "Grandmama always says the forest sprites are our allies. If something is amiss, it's our duty as keepers of the wood to help." So Willow and Finch set out into the forest, following the faint trail of stardust the sprites had left behind. As they ventured deeper between the towering pines and ferns, they came across all manner of wondrous flora and fauna, glowing mushrooms in kaleidoscopic hues, mossy stumps that giggled when you tickled them, and little burrows where thumb-sized rabbits peeked out cautiously before scampering back inside. At last, they arrived in the clearing and gasped at what they saw. The toadstools were indeed glowing more faintly than before, and flitting among them in obvious distress were dozens of tiny winged sprites. They looked like miniature humans with iridescent gossamer gowns and delicate butterfly wings. One sprite seemed to be their leader, her emerald tresses adorned with flowers as she fluttered about the fading toadstools. As Willow and Finch approached carefully, the little sprite turned and regarded them with bright, intelligent eyes. "Oh, thank the forest you've come," she cried in a voice like tinkling bells. "Humans to help us in our crisis. You see, the glow-ring mushrooms in our fairy circle are dimming. Their magic is waning, and soon their protective energies will be gone. Without the glow ring's radiance to safeguard our home, all manner of troublesome beings will move in. Spindleroots and gout willows and puckery boggles, oh my." Finch knelt to get a closer look at the fading mushrooms, pushing his glasses up his nose. "How curious. I've read about these," he murmured. "The glow-ring mushrooms are meant to be virtually immortal, continually soaking up moonlight and nutrients from the soil to maintain their ethereal luminescence." Willow bit her lip worriedly. But what could be causing them to dim? She wondered aloud. The sprite flew down and placed her tiny hand on one of the toadstool caps, her wings drooping. "We don't know, young ones. We've tended this circle for countless generations, keeping it clear of rotting leaves and debris so the mushrooms can thrive. Yet only a week ago, they began fading, one by one." Her luminous eyes welled with tears as she looked up at Willow and Finch imploringly. "You must help us solve this mystery before our circle's protection vanishes completely." So Willow and Finch set to work, determined to get to the bottom of the dimming mushroom mystery. They carefully dug around the base of each glowing toadstool with old spoons and trowels, inspecting the area for any clues. Finch sniffed and prodded, taking detailed notes in his worn journal. "Most peculiar," he mumbled after examining one mushroom's dirt patch. "It seems something has indeed been disturbing the soil around the roots, digging them up almost. But what could?" He paused, eyes widening as he stared at a tiny hole near the toadstool's base. "Willow, look here." Leaning in, Willow could just make out a little trail leading away from the hole. It seemed almost like a tunnel, gouged into the soft earth. "Now I understand," Willow exclaimed. "Something must be burrowing under the fairy circle and disrupting the mushroom's roots. That's why their glow is fading." She felt a prickle of worry. After all, burrowing creatures could mean many things in an enchanted forest, few of them good. Just then, Finch gave a startled cry and pointed further into the trees where a flash of movement had caught his eye. "Did you see that? Something just scurried behind that rotting log." Heart-pounding, Willow crept towards the log, ready to spring back at any sign of danger. Finch followed close behind her, brandishing a stout walking stick like a sword. Reaching the fallen trunk, they peered cautiously over the mossy bark and came face to furry face with the most peculiar little creature. It resembled a chubby field mouse, but with velvety antlers like a deer's sprouting from its head. It blinked large, innocent eyes at them and gave an inquisitive squeak. "Why, it's just a mousy thing!" Willow giggled, her fears dissolving. She reached out to scoop the creature gently into her cupped hands, giving it a scratch under its chin. It leaned into her touch with a contented chitter. "A whistler mouse," Finch declared in an awed whisper. "I've read all about them. They're very rare and quite clever, using those antlers to whistle secret messages and riddles to one another." He frowned pensively and tapped his bottom lip. But if there's one whistler mouse around, there are likely to be more, many more, which would certainly explain all the burrowing under the fairy circle. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen more whistler mice poked their whiskered noses out from beneath the log, snuffling curiously. Soft whistles and chirps filled the air as they communicated in their own secret language. "Well, that solves the mystery then," Willow said, stroking the first mouse's velvety head. "But what should we do? The whistler mice clearly didn't mean any harm, yet their burrows are causing the fairy circle to lose its magic." Just then, a familiar voice piped up from behind them. "I may have a solution, if you'll allow an old woman's counsel." Willow and Finch turned to see Willow's grandmother standing between the trees, a warm smile on her face. At her side hovered the emerald-haired sprite, who gave a grateful nod. "Oh, Grandma, how did you find us?" Willow asked. "The sprites came and fetched me, dear one," her grandmother replied. She knelt down and cooed softly at the whistler mice until they emerged fully to greet her, chittering and sniffing. "What curious, intelligent little things you are. And so very lost, aren't you, my friends?" To Willow and Finch's amazement, Grandma seemed to understand the mice's whistles and chirps. She nodded sagely and turned back to the children. "These whistler mice became separated from their colony during the cold months while seeking a new home," she explained. "By chance, they happened to burrow beneath this fairy circle in the springtime as the snow melted. Warm, safe, with plenty of earth to nest in, it must have seemed the perfect place to settle." She shook her head with a soft chuckle. "But in doing so, they accidentally damaged the ancient roots of the glow-ring mushrooms. Now, their burrows have grown too extensive, interrupting the flow of magic that keeps the toadstools luminous and alive." The sprite bobbed in the air, her expression hopeful. "Then, all is not lost? Can the circle be restored?" "Of course, my dear little friend," Grandma assured her. "With some patience and care, anything is possible." Over the next few days, Willow, Finch, and their grandmother set to work carefully relocating the whistler mouse colony. Using soft nets and tender hands, they gently scooped up each furry little whistler and carried it a safe distance away to the edge of the forest. There, Grandma called upon some of the woodland sprites to help dig out new burrows and tunnels fit for a large colony of mice. Once the whistler mice were comfortably rehoused in their new home, Willow and Finch turned their efforts to restoring the damaged fairy circle. Following Grandma's instructions, they carefully tilled and fertilized the soil with special mineral-rich supplements to revitalize the mushroom's root systems. After many days of labor, Willow noticed the first faint golden glimmer returning to one of the toadstools. She held her breath in hopeful anticipation, and then let out a joyful gasp as the radiance spread, intensifying, until the entire fairy circle was bathed in its enchanting splendor once more. The sprites rejoiced, swirling and dancing jubilantly among the mushrooms as they regained their full incandescence. Their emerald-haired leader landed before Willow and her friends, eyes sparkling like dewdrops. "You have saved our home, noble friends," she said with a graceful bow that sent petals from her flowery crown drifting around them. "The magic of the glow-ring circle will shine on, protecting this ancient glen for ages to come." From that day forward, Willow and Finch felt an ever deeper connection to the forest's whimsy and wonders. They visited the fairy circle often, learning its secrets and lore from Grandma and the sprites. And in the hushed evenings when the moon was full, they would sometimes glimpse the tiny whistler mice frolicking by the light of the glowing toadstools, chittering riddles and whistling sweet melodies into the night. For in that snug valley village of Mossvale, surrounded by rolling hills and whispering pines, magic and nature were cherished friends. All that was needed was an open heart, a curious mind, and a willingness to decipher the mysteries that twinkled just out of sight. Story 33. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a girl named Mira. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow gently, like the babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the village. The air was always scented with the earthy aroma of pine and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that danced in the meadows. It was here that Mira, with her chestnut hair and curious eyes, found her days filled with wonder and exploration. Mira was known in the village for her love of stories, especially those whispered about the enchanted grove at the edge of the woods. The grove was said to be a realm where magic thrived and mysteries unfolded beneath the canopy of ancient trees. Though many dismissed these tales as mere folklore, Mira held a secret hope that they were true. She longed to uncover the mysteries of the grove, believing that within its depths lay a world waiting to be discovered. One golden afternoon, as the sun cast a warm glow over the landscape, Mira set out on a journey to the enchanted grove. Her heart fluttered with anticipation, and her footsteps were light as she followed the path that led away from the village. The path was lined with tall grasses that rustled in the gentle breeze, and the air was alive with the songs of birds hidden within the trees. As she approached the grove, Mira felt a tingling sensation, as if the air itself were charged with magic. The trees here were ancient and towering, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Their leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, catching the sunlight in a dazzling display. It was as if the grove recognized her presence, welcoming her into its embrace. Mira ventured deeper into the woods, her senses heightened by the beauty that surrounded her. The forest floor was carpeted with soft moss, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming flowers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced in rhythm with the gentle breeze. As she wandered, Mira stumbled upon a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled trunk rising majestically into the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Mira's heart quickened as she approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that adorned its surface. It seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, as if holding a secret of its own. With a sense of reverence, Mira opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate silver amulet, its surface etched with symbols that glimmered in the light. The amulet was cool to the touch, yet it radiated an aura of warmth and comfort. As she held it, Mira felt a connection to something ancient and wise, as if the amulet were a key to unlocking the secrets of the grove. With the amulet in hand, Mira continued her exploration, feeling an inexplicable sense of purpose. The forest seemed to guide her, each step revealing new wonders, a stream that sparkled with crystal clarity, a family of deer grazing peacefully in a sunlit glade, and a chorus of frogs serenading the setting sun. As twilight descended, Mira found herself at the edge of a tranquil lake, its surface mirror-like in the fading light. The air was still, and the world seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating a moment of profound significance. Mira gazed at her reflection, the amulet glowing softly against her chest, and she felt a transformation begin within her, a deep understanding that the world was full of magic, not just in the grove but everywhere, if one only took the time to see. In that moment, Mira realized that the amulet's power was not in granting wishes or casting spells, but in opening her heart to the beauty and wonder of the world around her. She understood that her journey was not just to discover the secrets of the grove, but to discover herself, her courage, her kindness, and her capacity for awe. As night settled over the land, Mira made her way back to the village, her heart aglow with the magic of her journey. The path she walked was now familiar, yet it felt different, imbued with the knowledge that she carried within her a piece of the enchanted grove. She knew she would return to the grove, for there would always be new wonders to uncover, new stories to tell. Back in Willowbrook, Mira shared her tale with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that captivated young and old alike. She spoke of the amulet, the ancient oak, and the mysteries of the grove, and as she did, she saw the spark of belief ignite in their eyes. And so, the village of Willowbrook became a place of stories, where the line between reality and magic blurred, and the hearts of its people were open to the wonders of the world. Mira's journey had changed her, and in turn, she changed the village, infusing it with the enchantment she had discovered. As the years passed, Mira grew into a wise and gentle storyteller, her tales echoing through the generations. The Enchanted Grove remained a place of mystery and magic, a reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us to ourselves. and on nights when the moon bathed the world in silver light, Mira would sit by the crackling fire, her voice a soothing melody, weaving stories that began with once upon a time and ended with the promise of dreams yet to come. Story 34. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of whimsy Willow, nestled between rolling hills and a sparkling babbling brook, lived a group of delightful characters who were as charming as they were peculiar. The village was known for its vibrant houses painted in every shade of the rainbow, their rooftops adorned with twinkling wind chimes that sang softly with every breeze. In a cheerful cottage at the edge of the village, there lived a sprightly young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his wild, untamed hair that seemed to have a personality of its own, bouncing with excitement as he moved. He had a knack for inventing the most curious gadgets, like the self-stirring teapot and the ever-bouncing ball. His sunny disposition and imaginative spirit made him a beloved figure in whimsy Willow. Next door to Finn was his dear friend Pippa, a girl with a heart as warm as a summer's day. Pippa had a unique talent for understanding animals, especially her pet squirrel Nutmeg, who always seemed to be up to some playful mischief. Together, Finn and Pippa were an indomitable duo, embarking on all sorts of adventures around the village. One bright morning, as the sun sprinkled its golden rays over whimsy Willow, the villagers awoke to an unusual sight. The magnificent willow tree at the center of the village, a tree that had stood for centuries, was glowing with a mysterious, iridescent light. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the tree had become enchanted, causing the leaves to flutter about like tiny, luminescent butterflies. The villagers gathered around, scratching their heads with curiosity and delight. But as the day wore on, they realized that something was amiss. The tree's magical glow was spreading, and with it, a peculiar problem emerged. Anything the light touched began to float into the air, drifting aimlessly like balloons in a gentle breeze. Carts, pots, and even the baker's cat, Whiskers, were seen hovering above the village square. Finn and Pippa knew they had to act quickly to solve this magical conundrum before the entire village floated away. With their hearts full of resolve and a hint of giddy excitement, they set off on their quest, accompanied by Nutmeg, who chittered happily from Pippa's shoulder. Their first stop was the home of Mr. Tinker, the eccentric old watchmaker who was rumored to have a collection of peculiar trinkets and charms. Mr. Tinker was delighted to see the youngsters and, after a bit of rummaging through his cluttered shelves, he handed them a curious, gleaming compass. "This here is a compass of curiosity," he explained with a twinkle in his eye. "It will point you towards the source of any enchantment." Thanking Mr. Tinker, Finn and Pippa set off once more, following the compass's needle as it spun and pointed towards the heart of the enchanted forest, a place filled with wonder and whimsy. The forest was a magical realm where every tree had a personality, and the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. A frog with a top hat and monocle greeted them with a croak that sounded suspiciously like a good day. A brook sang a lilting tune as fish leapt in time to its melody, and a family of hedgehogs rolled by like a line of tiny spiky tumbleweeds. Finally, the compass guided them to a clearing where a peculiar sight awaited. In the center stood a little gnome named Tilly, who wore oversized spectacles and a patchwork cloak. Tilly was busily tinkering with an ornate, shimmering contraption that looked part telescope and part music box. "Ah, visitors!" Tilly exclaimed, adjusting her spectacles with a smile. "You've come to see my spectral spindle, haven't you?" Finn and Pippa explained the predicament back in whimsy Willow, and Tilly's eyes widened with realization. "Oh dear, it seems my spindle's enchantment has gone a bit haywire. I was trying to create a light show for the Firefly's annual ball." With a giggle, Tilly revealed that the solution was rather simple. By playing a melody on her enchanted flute, she could reverse the spell and restore everything to its rightful place. As the first notes of her tune danced through the air, the glowing willow tree's light began to dim, gently lowering the floating objects back to the earth. Back in the village, the villagers cheered and clapped as Whiskers landed gracefully atop the baker's cart, purring contentedly. Finn, Pippa, and Nutmeg returned as heroes, their adventure having brought the village closer together and filled everyone's hearts with joy. That evening, as the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, the villagers gathered at the base of the willow tree for a celebration. Laughter and music filled the air, and the enchanting tale of the day's events became a cherished story to be told for generations. And so, with bellies full of delicious treats and hearts full of happiness, Finn, Pippa, and all their friends drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures yet to come, beneath the watchful, gentle glow of the willow tree whose magic now rested peacefully within its branches. Story 35. In a small village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Alina. Her auburn hair danced like flames in the wind, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. The village was a place where the days passed in gentle rhythm, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey. But it was the forest, with its towering trees and whispering leaves, that called to Alina's adventurous spirit. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantment and mystery. They said it was home to creatures that only revealed themselves when the moon was full and the stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across velvet. Alina's grandmother, an old woman with a voice like the crackle of autumn leaves, would tell stories of the forest on cold winter nights by the fireplace. Her tales were filled with wonder and wisdom, and Alina would listen with wide eyes, her imagination painting vibrant pictures in the flickering firelight. One such story spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the trees were alive with magic and the rivers sang songs of old. It was said that this hidden world held a secret treasure, a single, exquisite flower whose petals glowed with the light of 1,000 sunsets. The flower, known as the luminara, was said to possess the power to grant a single wish to the one pure of heart who found it. Alina, captivated by the tales, dreamed of finding this flower. She yearned for an adventure that would take her beyond the village, beyond the ordinary. And so, one crisp morning as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, she set out on her journey into the heart of the forest. As Alina walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath, the leaves whispering secrets only they understood. The forest was a tapestry of life, vibrant and humming with energy. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy above, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. Alina wandered deeper into the woods, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She followed the path as it meandered through groves of ancient oaks and slender birches, each tree standing as a sentinel of time. The path eventually led her to a small clearing where a brook babbled cheerfully, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. It was here, by the brook's edge, that Alina met a most unexpected friend. A tiny creature, no bigger than her palm, sat perched on a rock. It had the body of a dragonfly, but its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow that shifted colors with every movement. Its eyes were bright and intelligent, and it regarded Alina with an expression of curious amusement. "Hello there," the creature chirped in a voice as clear as a bell. Alina blinked in surprise, her mouth forming a small O of wonder. "Hello," she replied, her voice soft with awe. "Who or what are you?" The creature fluttered its wings, the colors rippling like a rainbow caught in a breeze. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this forest," it said with a proud tilt of its head. "And who might you be, wandering so far from the village?" "I am Alina," she said, kneeling down to be closer to the little creature. "I've come to find the luminara." Lyra's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Ah, the flower of wishes. Many have sought it, but few have the heart to find it." Alina felt a flutter of hope in her chest. "Will you help me?" Lyra considered her for a moment, then nodded. "I will guide you, but the path to the luminara is not an easy one. It requires more than just footsteps. It requires understanding and kindness." Together, Alina and Lyra set off into the depths of the forest. As they traveled, Lyra revealed more of the forest's secrets, teaching Alina to listen to the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. Alina learned to see beyond the surface, to notice the small wonders that were often overlooked, a spider's web glistening with dew, the intricate patterns on a butterfly's wings, the soft sigh of the wind through the leaves. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered a river too wide to cross, but Alina remembered the lessons of her grandmother's stories. She closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, to the song of the river. She noticed a pattern, a rhythm in the flow, and when she opened her eyes, she saw stepping stones revealed by the shifting waters, guiding them safely across. In another part of the forest, they faced a maze of thorns, sharp and unyielding. Alina hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, but Lyra whispered words of encouragement, reminding her of the strength that lay within. Alina took a deep breath, and with careful patience, she found a path through, unscathed. As they journeyed on, Alina discovered more about herself than she had ever known. She learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the determination to move forward despite it. She found that kindness, even in the smallest of acts, could light the darkest of paths. And most importantly, she realized that friendship, unexpected and true, was the greatest treasure of all. Finally, after what felt like both moments and eternity, they reached the heart of the forest. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the trees formed a cathedral of green, their branches arching high above like the ceiling of a grand hall. Here, the light was different, softer, warmer, as if the sun itself had chosen this place to rest. In the center of this magical glade stood the luminara, its petals glowing with a gentle, golden light. It was more beautiful than any of the tales had described, a living sunset captured in delicate blooms. Alina approached with reverence, her heart swelling with wonder and gratitude. As she stood before the luminara, Alina thought of the wish she could make. But in that moment she realized that the journey itself had been her true wish. The lessons she had learned, the friendships she had made, were far more precious than anything she could ask for. With a smile, Alina turned to Lyra. "I have found my wish," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "It was in the journey, in you, and in the forest." Lyra's eyes shone with pride and joy. "You have found the true treasure, Alina." Together they made their way back through the forest, the journey home filled with laughter and stories. Alina knew that the village would be waiting, the familiar sights and sounds welcoming her back. But she also knew that the forest had become a part of her, its magic woven into her very being. As Alina stepped out from the shade of the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of evening blooms. Her heart was light, her spirit renewed. The village welcomed her with open arms, but Alina carried with her the secrets of the forest, the lessons of kindness, courage, and friendship. And as she lay down to sleep that night, her dreams were filled with the songs of the forest, the laughter of a tiny guardian, and the glowing petals of the luminara, forever etched in her heart. Thus, Alina's journey came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in every shadow of the forest, in every whisper of the wind, there was a tale waiting to be told, a magic waiting to be discovered. And Alina knew, with the certainty of the stars in the night sky, that she would always be ready for the next adventure. Story 36. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and lush forests, there lived a young girl named Isla. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, seemed to be drawn from the pages of a storybook. The air was always filled with the aroma of fresh bread and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees was a constant companion to the villagers as they went about their daily routines. Isla was known for her bright, curious eyes and a heart that yearned for adventure. Yet, she found herself at a crossroads. Change was whispering around her, like the first breath of spring after a long winter, but Isla was hesitant. She cherished the familiar rhythm of her life and felt unsure about stepping into the unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Isla wandered to the edge of the village. There, a grand oak tree stood, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Isla often visited this tree, seeking solace beneath its canopy. Tonight, however, she noticed something unusual. A small, shimmering light danced among the leaves, twinkling like a star brought to earth. As Isla approached, the light grew brighter, revealing a tiny creature with iridescent wings, the village's guardian sprite, known as Lumina. Lumina had watched over the village for centuries, her presence a comforting secret shared only among the trees and the wind. "Why do you linger at the edge of change, dear Isla?" Lumina's voice was gentle, like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Isla sighed, her breath mingling with the cool evening air. "I fear what I might lose if I choose the path of change. What if I'm not ready?" Lumina fluttered closer, her wings casting a soft glow around them. "Change is like the seasons, inevitable and necessary. It brings growth, much like the spring nurtures new life after the chill of winter." As Lumina spoke, the ground beneath the oak began to tremble, and from it sprouted a tendril of light, winding around Isla's feet. It felt warm and inviting, like the embrace of a loved one. The light spread, weaving itself into a tapestry of memories and dreams, each thread a moment from Isla's life, both cherished and yet to come. "Embrace the light, Isla. Let it guide you," Lumina encouraged, her voice a whisper in the night. Isla closed her eyes, allowing the light to envelop her. She felt her fears dissolve like morning mist under the sun, replaced by a gentle assurance. The light showed her visions of her village, her family, and her friends. She saw herself not just as she was, but as she could be, a beacon of warmth and wisdom, much like the oak tree that had stood steadfast through the ages. When she opened her eyes, the world seemed to shimmer with newfound clarity. The village, once a safe harbor, now appeared as a canvas waiting for her brushstrokes. Isla felt a stirring within her, a quiet resolve that had been dormant until now. Returning to the village, Isla shared her experience with her closest friends, Alden, a kind-hearted boy with an infectious laugh, and Marin, whose gentle spirit often mirrored the calm of a still lake. Together they formed a bond as enduring as the oak itself, each supporting the other as they navigated their own paths. Alden, ever the optimist, reminded Isla of the beauty in the unknown. "Every adventure begins with a single step, Isla. We are never alone in our journey." Marin, with her serene wisdom, added, "Change is the soil from which our true selves blossom. Let us tend to each other's growth with patience and love." With their encouragement, Isla began to embrace the small changes around her. She learned to weave stories from the fabric of her dreams, sharing them with the villagers during their evening gatherings. Her tales, infused with the magic of Lumina's light, inspired others to explore their own potential. As seasons passed, Isla found herself transformed, much like the landscape after a gentle rain. Her initial hesitance had given way to a quiet confidence, rooted in the understanding that change, though daunting, was an opportunity for growth. The village, too, seemed to flourish in this newfound spirit. Lush gardens bloomed in vibrant colors, laughter echoed in the streets, and a sense of unity wove the villagers together in a tapestry of shared experiences. One day, as Isla and her friends gathered beneath the grand oak, Lumina appeared once more. Her wings shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, a testament to the enduring magic of the village. "You have grown, dear Isla," Lumina said, her voice filled with warmth. "Your journey has just begun, but already you have touched the hearts of many." Isla smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Lumina, for showing me the way." Lumina twirled in the air, her laughter like the tinkling of chimes. "Remember, my dear, that the greatest magic lies within you. Let it shine brightly, and the world will be all the more wondrous for it." With that, the sprite vanished into the twilight, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust, a reminder of the magic that dwelled in the hearts of those who dared to embrace change. And so, Isla's story became a part of the village's lore, an enduring tale of personal discovery and magical transformation. As the years passed, the oak tree continued to stand as a beacon of hope and resilience, its branches a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of embracing the unknown. In the quiet moments of evening, beneath a canopy of stars, the villagers would gather to share stories, their voices mingling with the gentle whispers of the wind. And in those stories, they found comfort and inspiration, a reminder that in the tapestry of life, every thread, every choice, wove a picture of infinite possibilities. Thus, the village thrived, cradled in the arms of the forest, a haven where dreams took flight, and where the gentle magic of friendship and change continued to weave its spell, ensuring that the spirit of Isla and her journey lived on in the hearts of all who called it home. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled in a valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willow. This village was renowned not for its size, but for its vibrant gardens and the gentle river that whispered tales as it meandered through. The villagers cherished the simple pleasures of life, knowing that within their serene valley lay secrets untold, hidden by the delicate veils of nature. Among the villagers was a young girl named Mira, who possessed a heart full of curiosity and dreams as vast as the blue sky. Mira had chestnut curls that danced in the wind, and eyes that sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stars. She often spent her days wandering the whispering woods that bordered the village, dreaming of adventures in places unseen and mysteries yet to unfold. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Mira set out on her usual walk. The air was laced with the scent of pine and damp earth, and there was a certain magic in the way the light filtered through the canopy of leaves, casting dapples on the forest floor. As she meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon something peculiar. A glimmering stone partially buried in the ground. It was unlike any stone she had ever seen, for it shimmered with an ethereal light as if it held the essence of the stars themselves. Gently, Mira knelt and brushed away the soil, revealing the stone's full splendor. The surface was smooth, and as she held it in her palm, it felt warm to the touch, almost as if it were alive. Intrigued and enchanted, Mira decided to take the stone back to the village, her heart brimming with excitement and wonder. As she made her way home, an old friend, Leo, caught sight of her. Leo was a boy of boundless energy, with a mischievous grin and a heart as kind as the summer sun. He had been Mira's companion in many an adventure, and together they had explored every nook and cranny of Willowbrook. Seeing the twinkle in Mira's eyes, Leo knew she had discovered something extraordinary. "What have you found this time, Mira?" Leo called out, running to catch up with her. Mira held out the stone, its light casting a soft glow around them. "Look, Leo, isn't it beautiful? I've never seen anything like it." Leo gazed at the stone, his eyes widening in awe. "It's incredible. Do you think it's magical?" Mira shrugged, her heart pounding with the possibilities. "I don't know, but it feels special. Maybe we can find out together." The two friends decided to visit old Finn, the village's wise elder, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Finn was known for his deep knowledge of the world and his gentle wisdom, always shared over a cup of steaming herbal tea. As they approached Finn's cottage, the familiar scent of lavender and chamomile greeted them. Finn was tending to his garden, humming a tune that seemed as old as the hills themselves. He looked up, his eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Ah, Mira, Leo, what brings you here on this fine day?" he asked, his voice as warm and comforting as a soft blanket. Mira held out the stone, its light dancing in the morning sun. "We found this in the woods, Finn. Do you know what it is?" Finn took the stone, examining it with a thoughtful expression. "Ah, this is a rare find indeed," he mused, tracing the stone's smooth surface with his fingertips. "This is a starstone, a gift from the heavens. It is said to hold the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock the mysteries of the heart." Mira and Leo exchanged excited glances, their imaginations alight with possibilities. "What should we do with it?" Mira asked, her voice a mix of excitement and curiosity. Finn smiled, handing the stone back to her. "The starstone chooses its own path, and those who hold it must listen to its whispers. Trust in your heart, and it will guide you." With Finn's words echoing in their minds, Mira and Leo set off, eager to uncover the secrets the starstone might reveal. As they walked, the stone seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, guiding them deeper into the woods, to a place they had never ventured before. The path wound through towering trees and tangled vines, the air alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. The forest seemed to come alive around them, as if it were welcoming them into its hidden heart. Finally, they emerged into a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a small, shimmering pond lay nestled among the trees. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the cerulean sky above, and surrounded by wildflowers of every hue. It was a place of serene beauty, untouched by time, and Mira felt a sense of peace settling over her. As they approached the pond, the starstone began to glow more brightly, its light shimmering across the water's surface. Suddenly, the water rippled, and a figure began to emerge, a creature of ethereal grace and elegance, with scales that shimmered like moonlit pearls. It was a water nymph, her eyes like liquid pools of wisdom, and her voice a melody that echoed through the air. "Welcome, travelers of the Starstone," she said, her voice as soft as a breeze. "I am Seraphina, guardian of the hidden pond. You have been chosen to witness the wonders of this hidden world." Mira and Leo stood in awe, their hearts filled with wonder and joy. "What is this place?" Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Seraphina smiled, the light dancing around her. "This is a sanctuary of dreams and secrets, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. The Starstone has brought you here to discover the truth within your hearts and to learn the wisdom of the world around you." Mira felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of connection to something greater than herself. "What should we do, Seraphina?" she asked, her voice trembling with emotion. "Listen to the whispers of the water, the songs of the trees, and the stories of the stones," Seraphina replied. "Here you will find the answers you seek." With that, Seraphina vanished into the depths of the pond, leaving Mira and Leo alone in the clearing. They sat by the water's edge, the Starstone resting between them, its light casting gentle ripples across the surface. As they listened, they began to hear the melodies of the forest, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the soft murmur of the water. It was a symphony of nature, each note a story, a memory, a dream. Mira closed her eyes, letting the sounds wash over her. She felt the bond of friendship with Leo, the strength of their shared adventures, and the beauty of the world that surrounded them. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Starstone, not in its power to reveal hidden worlds, but in its ability to open their hearts to the wonders of the world around them. Leo, too, felt a sense of clarity and peace. He realized that the journey they had embarked on was not just a search for magic, but a path of growth and self-discovery. Together, they had learned to see the beauty in the ordinary and the extraordinary, to cherish the bonds of friendship, and to embrace the mysteries of life with open hearts. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with strokes of amber and violet, Mira and Leo rose, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. They knew that they would carry the magic of the Starstone and the lessons of the hidden pond with them, wherever their paths might lead. Together, they made their way back to Willowbrook, the Starstone's glow fading into the soft light of the evening. They felt a sense of contentment and peace, knowing that they had discovered a world of wonder and wisdom within their own hearts. And so, under the starlit sky, they returned to their village, their spirits alight with the magic of friendship and the beauty of the world they called home. As they lay in their beds that night, they dreamed of new adventures and the secrets yet to be uncovered, knowing that the Starstone would always guide them on their journey. Thus, the tale of Mira, Leo, and the Starstone became a cherished story in Willowbrook, a reminder of the magic that lies within and the power of friendship to illuminate even the darkest paths. And as the village slept, the gentle river whispered its tales, carrying the story of the Starstone far and wide, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who would listen. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled in the peaceful embrace of the Whispering Woods, there sat a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was cradled by the enchanted forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets and gentle streams sang lullabies. The villagers, with their warm hearts and gentle spirits, lived in harmony with this magical realm, respecting its mysteries and cherishing its gifts. At the heart of Willowbrook, in a modest cottage adorned with ivy and blooming wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her curiosity and kindness, traits that endeared her to both the villagers and the woodland creatures. Her emerald eyes sparkled with wonder, and her laughter had a melody that could brighten even the stormiest day. Lila's most cherished possession was a small, intricately carved wooden box, a gift from her grandmother. The box, adorned with swirling patterns of vines and leaves, was said to hold a secret, one that could only be revealed to a heart pure of intent. Though Lila had often wondered about the box's contents, she respected its mystery and chose to wait for the right moment to uncover its secret. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Lila felt an inexplicable urge to explore deeper into the whispering woods than she ever had before. Wrapped in her favorite woolen shawl, she set off, her heart guided by an unseen force. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the leaves rustling a gentle greeting, and the breeze carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila's footsteps were light as she ventured further, the path beneath her feet soft and inviting. She marveled at the symphony of nature, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a cuckoo. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed a subtle change in the air. The light seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, and the trees appeared to part willingly, as if leading her to a hidden realm. Her heart quickened with anticipation, and she followed the path that seemed to unfold before her, each step a note in a song of discovery. After what felt like both an eternity and a single heartbeat, Lila found herself standing before a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching skyward like a guardian of secrets. Beneath its protective canopy, the forest floor was carpeted with soft moss, and a gentle stream wound its way around the tree's roots, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. In the embrace of this sacred space, Lila felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She sat at the base of the oak, her back resting against its sturdy trunk, and closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the forest fill her senses. It was then that she heard a sound unlike any other, a soft, melodic humming that seemed to emanate from within the tree itself. Opening her eyes, Lila saw a faint glow pulsating from a knot in the tree's trunk. With a mixture of awe and curiosity, she reached out and touched the knot, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. To her astonishment, the knot began to shift and dissolve, revealing a hidden hollow within the tree. Nestled inside was a shimmering, iridescent feather, unlike anything Lila had ever seen. It glowed with a gentle light, shifting colors like the changing of seasons. With reverence, Lila picked up the feather, feeling its warmth and energy pulse through her. As she held it, she realized that this was the secret her grandmother's box had been waiting for. The feather was a key, a magical object that would unlock the mysteries of the box and reveal its hidden wonders. With the feather safely tucked into her shawl, Lila made her way back to the village, her heart brimming with excitement and a sense of destiny. The journey back seemed shorter, the path familiar and welcoming, as if the forest itself was guiding her home. Once she arrived at her cottage, Lila gently placed the feather on the table beside her grandmother's box. Taking a deep breath, she carefully opened the box, her fingers trembling with anticipation. As the lid lifted, a soft, golden light spilled forth, illuminating the room with its gentle glow. Inside the box lay a delicate scroll, its parchment aged and worn, yet imbued with an aura of timeless wisdom. Lila carefully unrolled the scroll, her eyes scanning the elegant script that seemed to dance across the page. The scroll told the tale of an ancient friendship between the forest spirits and the villagers of Willowbrook, a bond forged through kindness and respect, sustained by acts of courage and compassion. It spoke of the magical feather, a gift from the forest's guardian, bestowed upon those deemed worthy to carry out a special task. The task was to protect and nurture the hidden world within the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic continued to thrive and bring harmony to all who dwelled within its embrace. Lila realized that the feather was not just a key to unlocking the box, but a symbol of her role as a guardian of the forest. Understanding the magnitude of her responsibility, Lila felt a deep sense of purpose blossom within her. She knew that she could not undertake this journey alone, and so she sought the counsel of her closest friends, a group of kind-hearted souls who shared her love for the forest and its wonders. Together, they formed a bond stronger than any other, united by their shared mission to protect the Whispering Woods. They spent countless days exploring its hidden corners, learning its secrets, and nurturing its magic. Their friendship blossomed like the wildflowers that adorned the forest floor, each member contributing their unique gifts and strengths to the cause. As the seasons passed, Lila and her friends became beloved figures within the village, their dedication to the forest earning them the respect and admiration of all who knew them. The magic of the Whispering Woods flourished under their care, and the villagers of Willowbrook prospered, their lives intertwined with the enchanting realm that surrounded them. And so, the tale of Lila and the magical feather became a cherished legend, passed down through generations as a testament to the power of friendship, kindness, and the courage to embrace one's destiny. In time, the enchanted feather found its way back to the ancient oak, where it awaited the next worthy guardian to continue the cycle of magic and wonder. As for Lila, she lived a life filled with joy and fulfillment, her heart forever intertwined with the forest she loved so dearly. And in the quiet moments beneath the whispering trees, she would often close her eyes and listen to the symphony of the forest, a melody of friendship and harmony that would echo through the ages. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the gentle embrace of slumber, may you carry with you the warmth of Lila's story, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to create magic through kindness, friendship, and the courage to follow our hearts. Dream sweetly, and let the whispers of the forest guide you to adventures untold, where the bonds of love and wonder weave a tapestry of endless possibilities. Story 39. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Tumblebrook, where the rooftops wore hats of moss and the cobblestone streets giggled under the feet of passers-by, there lived a collection of whimsical characters who were as beloved as they were peculiar. First, there was Sir Whiskerfluff, a retired knight who now dedicated his days to baking the world's fluffiest pastries. His gingerbread house, with its frosting eaves and candy cane chimney, was always filled with the warm, sweet scent of freshly baked delights. Sir Whiskerfluff had a magnificent mustache that curled up at the ends like the croissant he was famous for, and he wore a suit of armor made entirely of silver foil, which crinkled delightfully with every movement. His closest friend, Widdershins the clockmaker, was an eccentric inventor whose shop was a veritable treasure trove of ticking wonders. Widdershins had a timepiece for everything, from clocks that sang the weather forecast in melodious tones to watches that told jokes at the stroke of noon. His hair was a wild, wispy cloud that seemed to operate on its own schedule, often floating in whichever direction the breeze fancied. Then there was Petalina, the kind-hearted florist whose garden was a riot of color and fragrance. Petalina had a special knack for growing flowers that didn't just bloom, they hummed. Her floral symphony included roses that crooned lullabies at dusk and daisies that giggled under the morning sun. Petalina herself was as vibrant as her garden, with a dress that changed its hue with the seasons and shoes that left a trail of blossoms wherever she walked. Life in Tumblebrook was as close to idyllic as one could imagine, until one particularly peculiar Monday when the air began to shimmer with a strange twinkling magic. That morning, as Sir Whiskerfluff was preparing his famous marshmallow muffins, he discovered that they were floating gently above the counter, bobbing like clouds. At the same time, Widdershins, while adjusting a cuckoo clock, watched as the wooden cuckoo emerged not with its usual chirp, but with a tiny trumpet fanfare. Petalina, tending to her garden, found that her flowers had decided to swap voices. The daffodils were now humming lullabies, while the roses burst into peals of laughter. It was as if the village had been sprinkled with a dash of whimsy that turned the ordinary into the extraordinary. As the villagers gathered in the town square, they noticed more peculiar happenings. The fountain, usually a serene spot, now spouted bubbles that formed into shapes of animals and danced across the surface before popping with a gentle sigh. Even the village bell, known for its solemn chime, had taken to singing a merry jig. Realizing that a magical problem was afoot, Sir Whiskerfluff, Widdershins, and Petalina decided to solve the mystery. They met in the shade of the ancient willow tree that stood at the heart of Tumblebrook, its branches whispering secrets of old. "We need to find the source of this enchantment," Sir Whiskerfluff said, adjusting his foil armor which glinted in the sunlight. "But where do we start?" queried Widdershins, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Perhaps the answer lies in the enchanted glen," suggested Petalina, gesturing towards the nearby forest with its trees that swayed to an unheard melody. And so, with a sense of adventure bubbling in their hearts, the trio set off towards the glen, where the path was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly like lanterns. As they walked, they encountered the first delightful twist in their journey, a bridge made entirely of rainbows that sang a harmonious tune as they crossed. Each step produced a different note, creating a symphony of colors and sound that made them laugh with delight. On the other side of the bridge, they met a peculiar creature, a flibberty, a small fluffy being with eyes as bright as stars and a tail that shimmered like moonlight. The flibberty, whom they named Sparkle, explained in a tinkling voice that the magical mishaps were the result of an ancient spell known as the Whimsy Wobble, accidentally released from the heart of the glen. To restore balance, Sparkle explained, you must find the Feather of Fancy, hidden deep within the glen, and tickle the roots of the oldest tree, the grandfather oak. With Sparkle leading the way, the friends ventured deeper into the glen, encountering all manner of enchanting wonders. A pond where frogs sang opera, a meadow where butterflies painted the sky with their wings, and a clearing where fireflies wove tapestries of light. Finally, they reached the grandfather oak, its trunk vast and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like the arms of a giant. At its base, nestled among the roots, they found the Feather of Fancy, a shimmering plume that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. With a sense of gentle reverence, Petalina used the feather to lightly tickle the roots of the grandfather oak. The tree shivered with laughter, a sound that echoed through the glen like 1,000 tiny bells chiming in harmony. As the laughter subsided, the air shimmered once more, and the whimsical enchantments began to settle into their rightful places. Back in Tumblebrook, the muffins returned to their trays, the cuckoo sang its cheerful chirp, and the flowers resumed their original melodies. The villagers who had gathered to witness the magic applauded the trio's clever solution and celebrated with a feast beneath the stars. As the evening drew to a close, Sir Whiskerfluff, Widdershins, and Petalina sat together, basking in the warm glow of friendship and adventure. They realized that the magic of Tumblebrook was not just in the enchantments, but in the bonds they shared and the joy they found in the unexpected twists of life. And so, as the moon bathed the village in its gentle light, Tumblebrook settled into a peaceful slumber, with the promise of many more whimsical days to come. The villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that no matter what magical mishaps might occur, there was always a solution to be found through friendship, laughter, and a touch of creativity. And in the whispering wind that rustled through the leaves, it seemed as if Tumblebrook itself was softly singing a lullaby, cradling its beloved inhabitants in a cozy, magical embrace. Story 40. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees seemed to hum ancient lullabies, and the air was perpetually filled with the soft scent of lavender and pine, there lay a quaint village named Willowbark. The village was nestled in a clearing, surrounded by a halo of towering birch trees whose leaves shimmered silver under moonlight. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens, weaving tapestries, and crafting trinkets imbued with gentle magic. At the center of Willowbark stood a great stone well, known as the Well of Whispers. It was said that the well, ancient and deep, held secrets of the earth and could speak to those who listened closely. However, of late, a curious thing had begun to happen. Every morning, villagers would find peculiar items at the well's edge, objects no one recognized. A silver thimble, a tiny brass key, a feather as bright as a rainbow, and a small, sparkling gemstone. Each day brought a new mystery. The villagers, intrigued yet puzzled, looked to young Finn, a thoughtful boy with a heart as open as the sky. Finn had a knack for noticing things that others might overlook, and his gentle nature made him beloved by all. Accompanying him was his loyal friend, a small, mischievous squirrel named Nibbles, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose bushy tail seemed to dance with excitement at the prospect of adventure. One sun-dappled morning, as the villagers gathered around the well, Finn decided it was time to uncover the mystery of the well's gifts. Nibbles chattered in agreement, his little paws twitching with eager anticipation. "I think the well is trying to tell us something," Finn mused, the breeze tousling his sandy hair. "But we need to understand its language." The village elders, wise and kind, nodded thoughtfully. They suggested that Finn visit the old seer, known as Granny Thistle, who lived at the edge of the forest in a cozy cottage draped with ivy and surrounded by wildflowers. Granny Thistle, with her eyes like pools of warm honey and a voice as soothing as a summer breeze, was known for her wisdom and her deep connection to the magic of the forest. Finn and Nibbles set off immediately, the path to Granny Thistle's cottage winding through meadows of wild thyme and beneath arches of intertwining branches. The birds sang songs of encouragement, and the sun peeked through the leaves, painting the path with patches of golden light. Upon reaching Granny Thistle's cottage, Finn knocked gently at the door. It opened with a soft creak, and the warm aroma of freshly baked bread and herbs enveloped them. "Ah, young Finn and dear Nibbles," Granny Thistle greeted them with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "I hear the well has been whispering mysteries." Finn explained the strange occurrences, laying the mysterious items before her. Granny Thistle examined each one with a thoughtful gaze, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the thimble, the cool surface of the gemstone, and the delicate feather. "The well speaks in symbols," she said finally, her voice a gentle melody. "Each item is a message, a piece of a larger puzzle. To understand it, you must listen with more than just your ears. You must listen with your heart." With Granny Thistle's words in mind, Finn and Nibbles returned to the village. That night, under a sky freckled with stars, Finn sat by the well, listening to the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle gurgle of water deep below. As he sat in quiet contemplation, he felt a presence beside him. It was a small, luminescent creature, no larger than a rabbit, with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. The creature introduced itself as Luna, a guardian of the well. "The well has been trying to reach out," Luna explained, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It seeks to connect with the world above, to share its stories and its magic. The items are gifts, each one carrying a piece of its essence." Understanding dawned on Finn. The well wasn't just a source of mystery, it was a friend reaching out. But why now? Finn pondered this as he gently stroked Nibble's fur, the squirrel now curled comfortably in his lap. "The well feels the world's changing rhythms," Luna continued, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "It senses a shift, a need for harmony and connection among all creatures." The next morning, with Luna's guidance, Finn gathered the villagers at the well. Together they began to weave the items into a tapestry of stories, each object inspiring a tale of kindness, courage, and friendship. The thimble became a story of a seamstress who stitched together the hearts of a divided town. The key unlocked a tale of a hidden garden where all creatures lived in peace. The feather carried a story of dreams taking flight, and the gemstone, a tale of inner light that guided lost travelers home. As the stories were shared, the air around the well seemed to shimmer, and the villagers felt a warmth radiate from within, as if the well itself was smiling. From that day on, the well continued to offer its gifts, but now they were understood and cherished. Each new item became a story that the villagers wove into the fabric of their lives, reminding them of the magic that lay in connection and understanding. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle guidance of Luna, the village of Willowbark thrived, its heart beating in sync with the whispers of the well, a testament to the power of listening and the bonds of friendship. As the seasons turned, the villagers knew that no matter what mysteries arose, they had the wisdom and warmth to embrace them together. Story 41. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves speaking in the soft language of rustling breezes, there lay a world hidden from the eyes of most. This was not an ordinary forest, for beneath its emerald canopy, a magical realm pulsed with life and wonder. The sun filtered through the branches, casting dapples of golden light upon the forest floor, where the shadows danced in playful patterns. At the center of this enchanted grove was a small clearing, carpeted with moss so soft it felt like walking on clouds. In this clearing stood an object of great intrigue and allure, a mirror, tall and oval, framed in twisting vines and studded with glistening dew that never dried. This was the Mirror of Echoes, a magical artifact that held the power to reveal truths hidden from the heart and mind. The Mirror of Echoes was known only to a few, whispered about in legends passed down by the forest's oldest inhabitants. It was said that the mirror could reflect one's innermost self, revealing strengths and flaws alike, guiding those who sought it towards a path of understanding and growth. One brisk autumn morning, when the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and fallen leaves, a young girl named Mira stumbled upon the clearing. Her brown eyes, wide with wonder, took in the sight of the mirror, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. Mira was a girl of quiet curiosity, her heart filled with dreams of adventure and discovery. She had wandered into the forest, as she often did, seeking solace among the trees and the creatures that dwelled within. Drawn to the mirror by an inexplicable pull, Mira approached it with cautious steps. Her reflection gazed back at her, but there was something more, something deeper within the glass that beckoned her closer. As she stood before the mirror, a gentle voice seemed to whisper in the breeze, "Look beyond what you see." Mira's heart quickened with a mixture of fear and excitement. She reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the mirror. In that moment, the world around her seemed to shift and blur. The forest faded away, replaced by a vast, swirling expanse of colors and light. Mira found herself standing in a place both familiar and strange, a reflection of the world she knew, yet imbued with a sense of magic and possibility. In this mirrored realm, the trees shimmered with iridescent hues, their leaves whispering secrets carried on the wind. The sky above was a tapestry of stars, even in the daylight, twinkling with a gentle luminescence. Mira felt a sense of peace enveloping her, as if the very air was infused with kindness and understanding. As she wandered through this fantastical landscape, Mira encountered a curious creature perched upon a branch. It was a small, fox-like being with fur that glowed like moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The creature regarded her with a friendly tilt of its head, and Mira felt an instant connection, as if they had known each other for a lifetime. "Welcome, Mira," the creature said in a voice as soft as a sigh. "I am Loomis, guardian of the Mirror of Echoes. You have crossed into the realm of reflection, where truths are revealed and paths are illuminated." Mira nodded, feeling as though she understood without needing to question. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice a mix of wonder and anticipation. Loomis leaped gracefully from the branch, landing lightly at her feet. The mirror sensed a yearning in your heart, a desire to understand yourself and the world around you. Here, you will embark on a journey of discovery, guided by the truths you find within. With Loomis by her side, Mira set off on her journey through the mirrored realm. The landscape unfolded before them in a series of wonders, a river that sang as it flowed, its waters sparkling with stardust, a meadow where flowers bloomed in a symphony of colors, their petals whispering stories of dreams and hopes. As they traveled, Loomis shared tales of the mirrored realm, of those who had come before seeking answers and finding their true selves. Mira listened, her heart swelling with the knowledge that she was part of something greater, a tapestry woven from the experiences of those who had walked this path before her. In the depths of the mirrored forest, they came upon a grove where the trees were adorned with lanterns of soft, glowing light. Each lantern contained a memory, a glimpse into a life lived and lessons learned. Mira watched in awe as the lanterns flickered, casting gentle shadows that danced across the forest floor. Loomis gestured towards one of the lanterns, its light warm and inviting. "This is your memory, Mira, a moment that holds a truth you must understand." Hesitant yet curious, Mira reached out to touch the lantern. As her fingers brushed its surface, the world around her faded once more, and she found herself standing in a scene from her past. She was younger, her hair tied in pigtails, her eyes wide with innocence and wonder. She saw herself in a small sunlit kitchen, her mother baking bread, the air filled with the comforting aroma of yeast and flour. In this memory, Mira watched as her younger self reached for a loaf of bread, only to be gently stopped by her mother's hand. "Patience, Mira," her mother said with a smile. "Good things come to those who wait." The memory faded, leaving Mira with a sense of warmth and understanding. She realized that patience was a lesson she had needed to learn, a virtue she had often struggled with in her haste to achieve her dreams. Returning to the mirrored realm, Mira felt a newfound sense of clarity and purpose. She thanked Loomis for guiding her, the guardian's eyes reflecting her gratitude with a gentle glow. Their journey continued, each step bringing Mira closer to understanding herself and the world around her. She encountered challenges along the way, moments of doubt and fear, but with Loomis by her side, she found the strength to face them. Through the mirrored realm, she discovered the power of friendship and the importance of embracing her true self. As the stars began to twinkle in the mirrored sky, Mira and Loomis arrived at a hill overlooking the entire realm. The view was breathtaking, a tapestry of colors and light stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a moment of perfect harmony, a culmination of her journey and the lessons she had learned. Loomis turned to Mira, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. "You have grown, Mira. You have embraced the truths within you and found your path." Mira nodded, her heart full of gratitude and joy. "Thank you, Loomis. I could not have done it without you." With a gentle nudge, Loomis guided Mira back to the clearing where the Mirror of Echoes awaited. As she stepped through the mirror's shimmering surface, the familiar forest welcomed her back, its trees whispering softly in the evening breeze. Mira turned to find Loomis beside her, the guardian's form beginning to fade. "Remember, Mira," Loomis said, his voice a tender echo, "the journey of discovery never truly ends. Continue to seek, to learn, and to grow." With those words, Loomis vanished, leaving Mira alone in the tranquil clearing. The mirror stood silent, its surface reflecting the stars that now adorned the night sky. Mira smiled, her heart light with the knowledge and wisdom she had gained. She knew that she would return to the mirror one day to seek its guidance and uncover new truths. But for now, she was content, her journey having brought her closer to understanding herself and the world she cherished. As she made her way home through the whispering woods, the stars above twinkled like old friends, guiding her path. And in her heart, Mira carried the lessons of the mirrored realm, knowing that she was never truly alone, for the magic of the forest and the friendship of Loomis would always be with her. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Mira's journey of discovery continued, a tale of friendship, growth, and the endless possibilities that lay within the heart of the whispering woods. Story 42. In the heart of the ancient bristlewood forest, where the canopy of trees stretched like an emerald ocean overhead, there existed a realm where magic and nature danced in perfect harmony. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle whispers of leaves provided a constant lullaby. Here, sunlight trickled through the dense foliage in golden streams, dappling the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow. Among the towering trees and delicate ferns, the creatures of this enchanted place lived lives intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons. They were gentle beings, each with a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance that held the forest in its timeless embrace. From the industrious ants, weaving intricate tunnels beneath the surface, to the wise old owl perched high above in the ancient oak, every creature contributed to the symphony of life. One such creature was a small, curious squirrel named Finn. With a coat as auburn as the autumn leaves, Finn was known for his bright eyes and boundless energy. He loved nothing more than to scamper through the treetops, leaping from branch to branch with an agility that made his forest friends marvel. But Finn had a special gift, too, a keen sense of the forest's moods, as if he could hear its very heartbeat. The forest was Finn's playground, but it was also his teacher. The elder trees, with their gnarled bark and sprawling limbs, whispered stories of the past in the rustle of their leaves. Finn listened intently to these tales, absorbing the wisdom passed down through countless generations. He learned of the times when the forest was young and the towering giants were mere saplings, of the ancient streams that carved their way through rock and root, and of the balance that must be maintained for the forest to thrive. As the seasons changed, so too did the forest. With spring came the vibrant blooms of wildflowers, a riot of colors painting the forest floor in hues of violet, gold, and crimson. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blossoms, and the gentle hum of bees filled the air. Summer brought lush foliage and the warm embrace of the sun, its rays filtering through the leaves to create a mosaic of light. The forest thrummed with life, a symphony of chirping cicadas and the soft rustle of creatures going about their daily business. Autumn, however, was Finn's favorite time of year. The forest transformed into a sea of gold and amber, the leaves crunching underfoot like nature's own music. It was during one such autumn that the winds began to whisper of change, of an imbalance creeping into their beloved home. the creatures of the forest gathered, sensing that something was amiss. The once steady stream that wound through the heart of Bristlewood had begun to dwindle, its waters receding to reveal the stones beneath. Finn, with his perceptive nature, felt the forest's unease deep within his bones. The elders spoke of a time long past, when a similar imbalance had threatened their sanctuary. It was a tale of the Frost Mother, a spirit of winter who once slumbered beneath the forest, waiting for the right time to awaken and restore balance. Her presence was tied to the weather's whims, and it was said that her breath could bring both life and stillness to the land. Determined to help, Finn set out to uncover the truth of the Frost Mother. He consulted the wise old owl, whose knowledge of the forest was unparalleled. With eyes like pools of amber, the owl recounted the legend of the Frost Mother, her existence a secret passed down through whispers and dreams. Finn learned that to awaken her, he must seek out the Heartstone, a crystal as clear as a winter's sky, hidden deep within the forest's core. With the owl's guidance, Finn embarked on his journey, his heart lightened by the knowledge that he was not alone. Along his path, he encountered friends old and new. A gentle doe named Mira, with eyes as soft as moonlight, offered her companionship. Her quiet strength was a comfort as they traversed the forest together, her hooves making barely a sound upon the fallen leaves. As they traveled deeper into the heart of Bristlewood, the forest grew denser, the air cooler and tinged with the scent of moss and damp earth. The path led them through a grove of towering pines, their needles whispering secrets to the wind. It was there, in the embrace of the ancient trees, that they found the entrance to the hidden caverns rumored to hold the Heartstone. The caverns were a world unto themselves, filled with the echo of dripping water and the soft glow of luminescent fungi. Finn and Mira moved cautiously, their steps echoing in the vast stillness. The walls of the caverns glittered with crystals, each one reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. But it was the Heartstone they sought, a gem of unparalleled beauty, nestled among the roots of the world itself. Finally, in the deepest chamber, they found it. The Heartstone lay cradled in a bed of moss, its surface smooth and cold to the touch. Finn approached reverently, his heart swelling with the knowledge that this was the key to restoring balance. With Mira by his side, he touched the stone, feeling a surge of energy that resonated through his very being. In that moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the air pulsing with anticipation. Finn closed his eyes and whispered a silent plea for the Frost Mother to awaken, to bring her wisdom and grace to their troubled home. As if in response, the Heartstone began to glow, its light spreading like ripples across a pond. The warmth of the stone seeped into the earth, and a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of frost and pine. The forest exhaled, a sigh of relief that rustled the leaves and set them dancing. Finn opened his eyes to find the cavern aglow, the Heartstone's light reflected in Mira's gentle gaze. Together, they made their way back to the surface, the forest around them vibrant with renewed energy. The stream, once dwindling, now flowed with a joyful gurgle, its waters clear and sweet. The creatures of Bristlewood emerged from their homes, their eyes wide with wonder at the change that had swept through their world. As the days passed, the forest settled into a new harmony, the balance restored by the Frost Mother's gentle touch. Finn and Mira became the keepers of this tale, their story passed down through generations as a reminder of the importance of wisdom, friendship, and the delicate dance of nature. In the quiet moments beneath the trees, when the sun dipped low and the sky turned to twilight, Finn would remember his journey. He would think of the Heartstone and the Frost Mother's awakening, of the strength found in unity, and the peace that comes from understanding the world around him. And as the stars blinked into existence, casting their light upon the forest, Finn would know that Bristlewood was safe, its secrets cradled in the hands of those who loved it most. The forest would continue to thrive, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the boundary between reality and dreams remained forever blurred. Story 43. The Whispering Woods. In a secluded village, nestled between the gentle rise of emerald hills and the shimmering expanse of a silver lake, there was a whisper that carried on the breeze. It was a sound so faint that it seemed to be merely the rustling of leaves or the distant call of a nightingale. But those who listened closely, who truly knew how to listen with their hearts, understood it as something else, a whisper from the enchanted woods that lay beyond the village, a place both feared and revered. Young Mara was one of those who heard the whisper. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the lake's tranquil hue, she was known in the village not just for her kindness, but for her insatiable curiosity. Mara had always felt a peculiar pull towards the woods, a sensation like a gentle hand guiding her toward a secret yet unveiled. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun spilled golden light across the patchwork of orange and red leaves, Mara awoke with a sense of resolve. She had decided that today was the day to venture into the woods and discover what secrets lay hidden within. Pulling on her soft woolen cloak, she stepped outside, the cool air pinching her cheeks with a rosy hue. The path to the woods was lined with ancient oaks, their gnarled branches twisting skyward, forming an archway of nature's own design. As Mara stepped beneath the canopy, the world shifted subtly around her. The air was richer, tinged with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Sunbeams broke through the leaves, dappling the forest floor in patterns that danced with the breeze. Mara's footsteps were soft against the leaf-strewn path as she wandered deeper into the heart of the woods. Birds trilled from above, their songs echoing like a harmonious symphony, guiding her forward. She felt a sense of companionship in their melodies, as if they were old friends welcoming her home. As she walked, Mara noticed something glinting amid the roots of a sprawling tree. Crouching down, she discovered a small, ornate mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with symbols of the moon and stars, and when she looked into it, the reflection that stared back was not her own, but a landscape, a vibrant meadow she had never seen. The colors were more vivid, the sky an impossible shade of blue, and the flowers swayed as if in greeting. Curious and unafraid, Mara held the mirror close, feeling a warmth seep from it, a gentle reassurance that she was on the right path. She continued her journey, the mirror tucked safely in her satchel, its presence a comforting weight. The woods seemed to embrace her as she walked, the path winding and twisting, leading her to places unseen. The whisper grew stronger, a chorus of voices that spoke not in words but in emotions, courage, kindness, and wonder. Mara felt her heart swell with these emotions, the sense that she was part of a story much larger than herself. Eventually, Mara came upon a clearing bathed in soft sunlight. In the center stood a majestic willow tree, its branches cascading down like a curtain of emerald silk. Beneath its shade sat an old man, his beard as white as winter snow, eyes twinkling with the mischief of 1,000 secrets. "Welcome, Mara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have been waiting for you." Mara approached slowly, her curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the keeper of the woods," he replied with a gentle smile. "These woods have watched over your village for centuries, and it is my duty to ensure their secrets are kept safe. But today, I have a gift for you." From behind him, the keeper produced a small pouch woven from threads of silver and gold. He handed it to Mara with a nod. "Inside, you will find seeds. Plant them with care, and they will reveal the hidden world within your own." Mara accepted the pouch, her fingers brushing against the soft fabric. "But why me?" she asked, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Because you have the heart to listen and the courage to discover," the keeper replied. "And because this world needs more like you, those who see beyond the surface and nurture the magic within." With the seeds in her possession and the mirror as her guide, Mara began her journey back home. As she retraced her steps, she felt a transformation within her, a newfound understanding of the world around her and the power of the unseen. Back in her village, Mara chose a spot near the lake to plant the seeds. She tended to them with love and care, watering them gently and speaking to them as if they were old friends. Days turned into weeks, and soon shoots of vibrant green emerged from the earth, reaching toward the sky with the vigor of new life. One morning, as the sun cast its first light upon the lake, Mara awoke to find the meadow from the mirror stretching before her. The flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals catching the light like jewels. Butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings painted with the hues of dawn. The village marveled at the transformation, a hidden world revealed in their midst. It became a place of gathering, of stories shared and friendships forged. And Mara, with her gentle heart and the wisdom she had gained, became a beacon of hope and understanding, a reminder of the magic that lies within the everyday. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the meadow flourished, a testament to the power of listening and the courage to discover. And Mara, with her mirror and memories, knew that the whisper of the woods would always be with her, guiding her toward new adventures and the endless wonders of the world. And so, as the village settled into the gentle rhythms of life, the whisper continued to carry on the breeze, a melody of magic and wonder that would forever echo in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Story 44. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young girl named Lila. She had a curious heart and a mind as bright as the morning sun that kissed the dew-covered fields each day. Lila loved to explore the nooks and crannies of her village, always on the lookout for something extraordinary in her seemingly ordinary world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Lila set off on her usual adventure. Her feet led her to the edge of the village, where an old cobblestone path wound its way into the forest. It was a path she had walked many times, but today it seemed to shimmer with a mysterious allure. As she followed it, the canopy of trees above whispered secrets, their branches swaying gently to the rhythm of the wind. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Lila stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its trunk as wide as a cottage door. At the base of this grand tree, nestled among the roots, was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lila picked it up, feeling a warm tingle spread through her fingers. Curiosity piqued, she carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate silver key that glimmered with an ethereal light. With it came a soft, melodious whisper that seemed to rise from the very earth beneath her feet. "Seek the heart of the forest," it urged, "for there you shall find your true path." Lila felt a flutter of excitement and a hint of hesitation. What could this message mean? And why was it meant for her? Undeterred, she decided to heed the call. Clutching the box and the key tightly, she set off deeper into the forest, her heart guiding her steps. The forest seemed alive with magic, and as Lila walked, she encountered creatures she had only read about in storybooks. First, a gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber stepped into her path. It nodded as if to offer guidance, and led her to a bubbling brook that sang a cheerful tune. At the edge of the water stood a small turtle, its shell decorated with moss and tiny flowers. "The heart of the forest is where the sun kisses the earth," it croaked wisely, before disappearing into the depths of the brook with a splash. Lila thanked the turtle and continued on, the path becoming more vibrant and alive with each step. She soon came across a clearing where the sunlight poured down in golden streams, warming the earth and painting the air with the sweet scent of wildflowers. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient, locked chest. It was adorned with the same swirling patterns as the box she had found. With a deep breath, Lila approached the chest and inserted the silver key. The lock clicked open with a sound like a gentle sigh, and the chest revealed its treasure, a beautifully crafted hourglass filled with shimmering golden sand. As she held it, the sand began to flow, and with it came a vision. In her mind's eye, Lila saw the village of Willowbrook, its people bustling about their daily lives. She saw moments of kindness, a helping hand, a shared smile, a comforting embrace. She realized then that the true magic lay not in the objects or the abilities they bestowed, but in the connections between hearts, in the wisdom of compassion and understanding. As the vision faded, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. She understood now that her journey wasn't just about discovering magical items, but about understanding the magic within herself and her community. She carefully closed the chest, leaving it in its place for the next wanderer who might seek its wisdom. With the silver key tucked safely in her pocket, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She greeted her neighbors with newfound warmth and shared her tale with those who would listen, weaving a tapestry of wonder and unity within the village. And so, as the sun set behind the hills and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila lay in her cozy bed, the gentle whispers of the forest still echoing in her ears. She drifted off to sleep, knowing that she was part of a world filled with extraordinary magic, woven from the threads of kindness, friendship, and shared stories. In Willowbrook, the forest remained, its secrets waiting patiently for the next curious heart to discover them. And in the heart of the village, Lila's tale of discovery and wonder continued to inspire, a gentle reminder of the magic that lived within and around them all. Story 45. In the heart of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet backdrop, floated the serene planet of Valoria. Known for its lush lavender meadows and gentle singing winds, Valoria was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing its inhabitants to revel in the beauty of the universe. On this tranquil planet lived a young Valorian named Ori, whose skin shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, much like the morning dew on the planet's vibrant flowers. Ori had always been a curious soul, enchanted by the stories of distant worlds and the melodies carried by the starlit breezes. One evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their silvery glow over the land, a soft hum filled the air, a sound unfamiliar and intriguing. Ori followed the sound to the edge of a crystal-clear lake, where a peculiar sight awaited. There, nestled amid the glistening reeds, was a small spacecraft, its metallic exterior gleaming under the moonlight. From the spacecraft emerged a creature unlike any Ori had ever seen. It was a creature from the planet Zinthar, known for its towering forested landscapes and cascading waterfalls. The Zintharian's name was Leaf, and he stood tall, with skin as green as the deepest emeralds, adorned with patterns reminiscent of leaves and vines. Ori approached with caution, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Hello," she greeted softly, her voice a gentle whisper carried by the wind. Leif turned, his eyes widening with a mix of surprise and relief. "Greetings," he replied, his voice rich and earthy, like the rustle of leaves in a summer forest. "I seem to have lost my way. My ship has malfunctioned, and I am far from home." Ori's innate kindness blossomed like a flower in spring. "Do not worry," she assured him. "Valoria is a place of peace and hospitality. You are welcome here until you can find your way back." And so began an unexpected companionship between the Valorian and the Zintharian. At first, their differences seemed vast. Ari's world was one of gentle whispers and soft hues, while Leaf's was vibrant and alive with the song of nature. There were moments of misunderstanding, as Ari offered delicate dishes of honeydew nectar, only to find that Leaf thrived on heartier fare made from the earthy roots he found in the forests. Yet, through these misunderstandings, they learned from one another. Ari introduced Leif to the calming rituals of Valoria, such as weaving intricate tapestries of starlight threads, which told stories of the universe. In return, Leif shared tales of his home, teaching Ari the rhythmic dances of the Zintharian forests, where each movement mirrored the sway of the towering trees. One day, as they wandered through the lavender meadows, a challenge arose. A sudden storm swept across the landscape, its winds fierce and unforgiving. The skies darkened, and the once gentle winds roared with an unfamiliar fury. Ori and Leaf sought shelter within a small cavern, its entrance hidden behind a waterfall that shimmered like a curtain of silver. Inside, the air was cool and filled with the sound of the cascading water, a soothing melody that calmed their racing hearts. As the storm raged outside, Ori began to worry. What if the storm lasts for days? Our supplies will run out, and we have no way to contact anyone for help. Leif placed a reassuring hand on Ori's shoulder. "Do not fear," he said, his voice steady and comforting. "We have each other, and together we can overcome this. Let us use what we have learned from one another." With that, they set to work. Ori gathered the soft moss and lichens that grew within the cavern, crafting cozy nests to keep them warm. Leif, with his knowledge of the forests, found edible plants growing near the entrance, their roots providing sustenance. As they shared their makeshift meal, a sense of camaraderie and understanding blossomed between them. They talked for hours, sharing stories of their worlds, dreams, and hopes. The storm outside became a distant murmur, as if the universe itself was listening to their newfound friendship. When the storm finally subsided and the first rays of dawn illuminated the sky, they emerged from the cavern, their bond stronger than ever. The landscape was transformed. the lavender fields glistening with morning dew, a breathtaking sight that filled their hearts with awe and gratitude. Leaf's ship was repaired with Ari's help, using the knowledge she had gained from the starlit tales and the resources of Valoria. As he prepared to depart, there was a bittersweet moment of farewell. "Thank you, Ari," Leif said, his voice filled with warmth. "You have shown me the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends worlds and differences." Ari smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "And you, Leif, have taught me that we are never truly alone, as long as we open our hearts to others." With a final embrace, Leif boarded his ship, the engines humming softly. As he ascended into the sky, Ari watched, her heart full of a gentle ache but also a profound joy. She knew that, no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a shining star in the vast expanse of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, the unlikely companions parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their hearts, a reminder that true friendship is a journey of discovery, growth, and infinite warmth. Story 46. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young squirrel named Hazelnut. Though blessed with a bushy tail and nimble paws, Hazelnut found herself struggling with the changes happening all around her. As the seasons shifted, the once vibrant leaves began to wilt and fall, leaving the towering trees bare and exposed. This transformation filled Hazelnut with unease, for she dearly loved the lush greens and vibrant flowers that adorned the forest in warmer months. One crisp autumn morning, as Hazelnut scampered along a winding path, she came across her wise friend, Willow the owl. Sensing her friend's distress, Willow hooted gently, "What troubles you, dear Hazelnut?" Hazelnut sighed, her little chest rising and falling. "Everything is changing, Willow. The forest feels so different. I'm not sure I like it." Willow blinked her large, knowing eyes. "Ah, but change is the way of nature, my friend. Just as the leaves must fall to allow new growth, so too must we embrace the cycles of life." Though Hazelnut appreciated Willow's wisdom, she couldn't shake her unease. That night, as she nestled in her cozy den, a strange glow caught her eye. Peering outside, she gasped in wonder. Scattered across the forest floor were hundreds of tiny, glimmering lights, like fallen stars come to earth. As Hazelnut watched, the lights began to swirl and dance, weaving intricate patterns through the air. Entranced, Hazelnut followed the lights deeper into the forest, her paws crunching over the crisp leaves. The lights led her to a clearing, where a magnificent sight awaited. In the center stood a towering, ancient oak, its gnarled bark shimmering with a warm, golden radiance. The light swirled around the tree, merging with its branches and filling the air with a soft, melodic hum. Hazelnut's eyes grew wide with wonder, and in that moment, she felt a profound connection to the rhythms of nature. She understood that change was not something to fear, but rather a beautiful process of renewal and growth. As if sensing her epiphany, the lights coalesced into the form of a glowing, ethereal being. "You have opened your heart to the magic of transformation," the being spoke in a voice like rustling leaves. With a wave of its luminous hand, the being conjured a vision of the forest in full bloom, lush and verdant. Though the cycles may seem harsh at times, they are necessary for new life to flourish. Hazelnut nodded, her eyes shining with newfound understanding. From that day on, she embraced the changing seasons with joy and wonder, knowing that each transformation held the promise of growth and renewal. And as the weeks passed, Hazelnut found herself surrounded by supportive friends who helped her navigate the ups and downs of life in the forest. There was Bramble the hedgehog, whose prickly exterior hid a heart of gold, and Flutter the butterfly, whose gentle wisdom belied her delicate wings. Together, they weathered the storms and celebrated the sunny days, learning valuable lessons along the way. Hazelnut discovered that true growth often comes from facing challenges head-on, with courage and resilience. And when the first buds of spring finally peeked through the softening earth, Hazelnut felt a sense of peace and contentment. For she had embraced the magic of transformation, emerging from her journey a wiser, more compassionate soul. As the warm breeze carried the scent of new blooms, Hazelnut knew that change was not an ending, but a beautiful beginning, a chance to spread her wings and soar towards the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Story 47. Once upon a time, Nestled in the lush, rolling hills of the village of Willowbrook, there stood a quaint little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a russet roof that gleamed warmly under the golden sun. This was the home of a gentle-hearted weaver named Clara. Each morning the dawn light would filter through her window, casting a quilt of patterns over her modest abode. Clara's hands were nimble and her heart kind, and she spent her days weaving beautiful tapestries that told tales of the world around her. One breezy autumn afternoon, Clara ventured into the forest near Willowbrook, her woven basket swinging at her side as she gathered vibrant leaves and fragrant herbs to dye her new threads. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant murmur of a bubbling brook. As Clara meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, and its branches stretching skywards like welcoming arms. At the base of this venerable tree, Clara noticed something glimmering. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down to uncover a peculiar spool of thread, shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow. Intrigued, Clara picked up the spool, its smooth surface cool to the touch, and felt an unexpected warmth spread through her fingers. She sensed that this was no ordinary thread, but a magical gift from the forest itself. As she turned it over in her hands, a soft voice floated on the breeze, whispering, "Weave with me, and I shall reveal the hidden wonders of your heart." That evening, Clara returned to her cozy cottage, the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. She carefully set her new find on her loom, the flickering flames casting shadows that danced along the walls. As she began to weave, the enchanted thread seemed to guide her hands, each strand a silken promise of mystery and wonder. Her humble loom transformed her thoughts and dreams into tapestries of vibrant, living stories. With each passing day, Clara wove new pieces, each more beautiful and intricate than the last. Word of her marvelous tapestries spread throughout Willowbrook, drawing visitors eager to see the magic woven into her work. Among these visitors were a friendly squirrel named Nutkin and a chatty bluebird named Lark, who often perched by her window, offering advice and stories of their own. "Clara," chattered Nutkin one day, his bushy tail twitching with excitement, "your tapestries tell tales of places I've never seen. They're like windows to other worlds." "Indeed," chirped Lark, her feathers ruffling with enthusiasm. "Each thread sings its own song. I can almost hear the whispers of the wind and the laughter of the brook." Encouraged by her newfound friends, Clara decided to create something extraordinary, a tapestry that would tell the story of the forest itself. However, as she began, she found herself faced with an unexpected challenge. The threads tangled, and the images refused to take shape, as if the forest's secrets were not ready to be unveiled. Puzzled and a little disheartened, Clara paused her work and sat by the window, gazing out at the serene landscape. Nutkin and Lark joined her, their eyes filled with understanding. "Perhaps," suggested Nutkin wisely, "the forest is shy, like the gentle deer who steps softly through the trees." "Yes," agreed Lark, her voice soft and melodious. "Maybe you must listen first, Clara. Listen to the stories the forest wishes to share." Taking their advice to heart, Clara set aside her weaving and spent her days wandering through the woods, listening to the soft whispers of the leaves and the gentle babbling of the brook. She discovered that the forest was filled with its own quiet wisdom, each sound a note in a symphony of life. As she listened, Clara learned to weave not just with her hands, but with her heart. She understood that the forest's story was not hers to tell. It was a tale of harmony and balance, of the dance between light and shadow. Returning to her loom, Clara wove once more, this time with a newfound respect and reverence. The threads flowed smoothly, guided by the forest's gentle spirit. Her tapestry blossomed into a magnificent portrayal of the woodland's wonders, a radiant sunrise over the treetops, the playful dance of fireflies at dusk, and the tranquil beauty of a moonlit glade. When the tapestry was complete, Clara hung it in her cottage, where it glowed softly in the firelight, a testament to the lessons she had learned. Visitors from far and wide came to admire her work, drawn not only by its beauty, but by the sense of peace it imparted. As for Clara, she continued to weave, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. She had discovered that the greatest stories were those told with love and understanding, and that true magic lay in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of nature. And so, in the warmth of her cottage, surrounded by the gentle presence of her woodland friends, Clara lived happily, her world richer and more wondrous than she had ever imagined. Story 48. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees swayed like gentle giants, there existed a hidden realm of natural creatures, each playing a part in the symphony of life. This forest was unlike any other. Its roots were steeped in magic, and its air shimmered with ethereal whispers. Here the seasons did not simply change, they danced with the rhythm of ancient spells, casting their own enchantments upon the land. As the first light of dawn kissed the dew-laden leaves, the forest awoke with a soft murmur. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of moss, mingled with the crisp hint of the coming autumn. A gentle breeze rustled through the canopy, carrying the songs of distant streams and the rustling of hidden creatures. Amidst this wonderland, a wise old owl named Balthazar perched upon a sturdy oak branch. His feathers were as soft as the finest velvet, and his eyes gleamed with the knowledge of centuries. Balthazar was the guardian of the forest's secrets, and his wisdom was sought by all who dwelled within the woods. Nearby, a family of squirrels scurried through the underbrush, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. They were preparing for the harvest festival, a time when the forest celebrated the bounty of nature and the harmony of its inhabitants. The squirrels chattered eagerly about the coming festivities, their words a blend of anticipation and joy. In the heart of a sun-dappled glade, a gentle deer named Seraphina grazed peacefully. Her coat shimmered like polished amber in the morning light, and her eyes held a serene wisdom that belied her youth. She was a creature of grace and tranquility, her presence a calming influence on all who encountered her. As the day unfolded, the forest buzzed with activity. The bees hummed a melodious tune as they flitted from flower to flower, while the butterflies danced in the air, their wings painting the sky with brilliant hues. The gentle brook nearby babbled a soothing lullaby, its waters glistening like liquid crystal as they meandered through the forest floor. Balthazar, observing the bustling life below, decided it was time to share an ancient tale, a story passed down through generations. Gathering the creatures of the forest around him, he began to speak, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Long ago, he intoned, when the world was young and the stars were new, the forest was home to a magical phenomenon known as the dance of the seasons. It was a time when the elements themselves came alive, each season weaving its own enchantment upon the land. The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. In spring, Balthazar continued, the air would be filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and the earth would awaken with vibrant colors. The rains would fall gently, nurturing the seeds hidden beneath the soil, and the forest would be reborn in a symphony of life. The owl's words painted vivid pictures in the minds of his audience, the scent of blossoms and the sound of raindrops echoing in their hearts. Summer brought warmth and light, Balthazar said, and the forest basked in the golden glow of the sun. The rivers ran swift and clear, their waters sparkling under the azure sky. It was a time of abundance, when every creature thrived in the lush embrace of nature. The creatures could almost feel the sun's warmth on their backs, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of ripe berries and fresh grass. As the days grew shorter, Balthazar continued, autumn arrived with its tapestry of fiery hues. The leaves turned brilliant shades of red and gold, and the forest was adorned in a cloak of beauty. It was a time of reflection, when the forest prepared to rest and renew itself. The creatures sighed in contentment, imagining the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the crisp, invigorating air. And finally, winter wrapped the world in a blanket of silence, Balthazar said, his voice a soothing lull. The snow fell like a gentle whisper, covering the earth in a soft embrace. The forest slept, dreaming of the new life to come. The creatures were entranced, their hearts warmed by the tale of the seasons and their eternal dance. But you see, Balthazar concluded, the true magic lies in the balance of it all. Each season brings its own gifts, its own challenges, and together they create the harmony that sustains life in the forest. It is a lesson that has been passed down through the ages, a reminder of the beauty in balance and the wisdom in change. As the story came to an end, the forest fell into a peaceful silence, the creatures reflecting on the wisdom imparted by the wise old owl. They understood now that their lives were intricately woven into the fabric of the forest, each creature playing a part in the grand tapestry of nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the forest settled into a tranquil slumber. The gentle rustle of the leaves and the distant hoot of an owl were the only sounds that punctuated the stillness. Balthazar, content in the knowledge that he had shared the ancient wisdom, closed his eyes and drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the timeless dance of the seasons. And so, nestled within the embrace of the ancient woods, the woodland creatures carried the lesson of balance and harmony in their hearts, a comforting truth that would guide them through the changing seasons and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 49. In the gentle village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering pines of Elderwood Forest, a curious event began to unfold. The village was known for its tranquil charm, where cobblestone paths wound through cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers and baking bread. One crisp autumn evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the landscape, a soft rustling began to echo through the village. It was not the usual rustle of leaves or the gentle flap of bird wings. No, this was different. It was as if the very air itself was whispering secrets. Lila, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes the color of the summer sky and hair like spun gold, first noticed the peculiar sound while she was helping her grandmother, Agnes, gather herbs in their garden. Lila had a knack for noticing the world around her, a gift she inherited from Agnes, who was the village herbalist and a wise woman revered for her knowledge and kindness. "Grandmother," Lila said softly, her voice barely rising above the symphony of crickets in the gentle breeze, "do you hear that? It's as if the wind is speaking." Agnes paused, her hands full of sage and lavender, and tilted her head to listen. Her eyes, a deep shade of azure, sparkled with curiosity. "Ah, my dear Leela, the world is full of voices, if only we take the time to listen. Perhaps it's the forest trying to tell us something." The rustling continued over the next few days, growing louder and more insistent, yet remaining a mystery. The villagers, accustomed to the serene rhythm of their days, began to gather in small groups, exchanging puzzled glances and whispered theories. Some speculated it was the work of mischievous sprites from the Elderwood, while others wondered if the winds carried messages from far-off lands. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of dusk, Lila decided to seek the counsel of the village's most unusual resident, a wise old owl named Horatio, who lived in the ancient oak that stood at the edge of the village. Horatio was known for his vast knowledge and had been a friend to the villagers for as long as anyone could remember. With a gentle knock on the oak's trunk, Lila called out, "Horatio, might I have a word with you?" The owl's eyes, as round and luminous as the moon, blinked open. He stretched his wings leisurely before settling on a low branch to greet Lila. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted in a voice as smooth as velvet, "what brings you to my humble abode at this hour?" Lila explained the mysterious rustling, her words weaving through the cool evening air like a soft melody. Horatio listened intently, his head tilted thoughtfully. "Indeed, this is a curious matter," he mused, fluffing his feathers. "But fear not, for the forest is full of answers, and sometimes all it takes is a keen eye and an open heart to find them." Encouraged by Horatio's wisdom, Lila decided to explore the forest with a fresh perspective. The next morning, she donned her warmest cloak and set out, her senses attuned to the whispers of the world around her. As she wandered deeper into the Elderwood, the rustling grew louder, surrounding her like a gentle embrace. She paused by a babbling brook, the water shimmering with flecks of sunlight. Here the sound seemed to dance with the ripples, creating a symphony of nature's music. It was then that Lila noticed something unusual. Tiny, delicate leaves, unlike any she had seen before, floated down the brook's path, their edges glowing faintly with an ethereal light. Intrigued, she followed their trail deeper into the forest. The path led her to a secluded glen, where the air was thick with the fragrance of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with moss as soft as a cloud. In the center of the glen stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, rhythmic glow. And there, amidst the stones, danced a group of ephemeral creatures, will-o'-the-wisps. These gentle spirits, with their luminescent forms and playful nature, were known to appear only when the veil between the worlds was thin. Lila watched in awe as the wisps twirled and swirled, their laughter a soft, tinkling sound that mingled with the rustling. She realized that the mysterious noise was the wisps' way of communicating, their dance a message to the villagers. With a heart full of wonder, Lila approached the wisps, who paused in their dance to regard her with eyes like sparkling dew. "Dear wisps," she began, her voice gentle and respectful, "what message do you bring to our village?" The wisps, understanding her sincerity, began to weave a pattern in the air, their movements telling a story of change and harmony. They revealed that the rustling was a call for the villagers to come together, to prepare for a new season of growth and unity. Inspired by their message, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart aglow with the wisps' wisdom. She shared the story with Agnes and the other villagers, who gathered around her like moths to a flame. The villagers, touched by the wisps' message, decided to hold a festival to celebrate the change of seasons and the unity of their community. They adorned the village with garlands of autumn leaves and lanterns that mirrored the wisps' glow. As night fell, the village square came alive with laughter and song, the air rich with the aroma of spiced cider and roasted chestnuts. Lila, standing beside Agnes, watched with a heart full of joy as her friends and neighbors celebrated in harmony. And so the mysterious rustling was no longer a puzzle, but a cherished memory of how the gentle spirits of the forest had brought the village together. The wisps, satisfied with their work, returned to their ethereal realm, leaving behind a world that was a little brighter, a little more magical. As Lila lay in bed that night, the comforting warmth of her grandmother's quilt wrapped around her, she closed her eyes with a smile. The world outside was silent now, save for the soft whisper of the wind, a reminder of the bonds of friendship and the beauty of listening to the world's whispers. And with that, Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, the village cradled in the gentle embrace of the night. Story 50. Once upon a time, in the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming lavender and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known far and wide for her herbal remedies and stories that could spin dreams into reality. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Lila found herself wandering through her grandmother's attic, a place filled with treasures of the past. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of light that peeked through the tiny window panes, and old wooden floorboards creaked underfoot. She loved the attic, with its hidden corners and forgotten secrets. As she explored, Lila's gaze fell upon an unassuming teapot sitting on a high shelf, its porcelain surface worn but delicately painted with scenes of vibrant meadows and smiling faces. Intrigued, she reached up on tiptoe and carefully brought it down. The teapot felt surprisingly warm in her hands, and as she turned it over, she noticed an inscription at its base: "Pour with an open heart and open mind." Curiosity piqued, Lila took the teapot downstairs, where her grandmother was tending to her herbs by the kitchen hearth. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of lavender and sage, mingling with the sweet scent of cinnamon from a simmering pot. "Gran," Lila said, holding up the teapot, "I found this in the attic. It feels special." Her grandmother turned, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, you've found the teapot of whimsy," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "It's been in our family for generations. But remember, Lila, it's not just any teapot. It holds the magic of possibility." "What does it do?" Lila asked, her voice filled with wonder. "It offers a glimpse into what could be," her grandmother replied. "But it requires something of you in return, a willingness to see beyond the ordinary." Intrigued and a little nervous, Lila nodded. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila and her grandmother prepared a pot of chamomile tea, using the teapot of whimsy. As Lila poured the steaming liquid into cups, a gentle golden mist swirled from the spout, filling the room with a warm glow. Suddenly, the mist began to weave images in the air, a path winding through a sunlit forest, a shimmering lake surrounded by mountains, and a quaint little cottage nestled among fields of wildflowers. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a sense of longing she couldn't quite place. "Is this real?" she whispered. "It's as real as you want it to be," her grandmother replied softly. "The teapot shows you possibilities, dreams that could come true if you choose to pursue them." That night, Lila lay in bed, her mind spinning with the images she had seen. She felt a stirring within her, a call to adventure that she could not ignore. The next morning, with her grandmother's blessing and a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a small jar of honey, Lila set off down the path shown to her by the teapot, eager to discover what lay beyond the horizon. The journey led her through the tranquil forest, where the air was cool and the ground carpeted with leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the path. Birds chirped merrily above, and every now and then, a curious squirrel would scamper across her path, pausing to twitch its nose inquisitively at her. As Lila walked, she soon encountered a peculiar sight, a small fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox was tangled in a net, struggling to free itself. "Please, help me," the fox cried, its voice surprisingly soft and melodic. Without hesitation, Lila approached and carefully untangled the net, freeing the fox. "Thank you, kind human," the fox said, shaking out its fur. "I am Finian, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. If ever you need guidance, call my name, and I will be there." Lila nodded, grateful for the unexpected friendship. She continued her journey, feeling a little less alone and a little more confident in her steps. Her path soon brought her to the edge of a vast lake, its surface shimmering like a mirror under the sun. There, she met a gentle giant of a turtle named Thistle, who was basking on a sun-warmed rock. "Good day, traveler," Thistle greeted, his voice slow and deep like the rumble of distant thunder. "What brings you to these shores?" "I'm following a dream," Lila replied, "seeking something I haven't yet found." Thistle nodded wisely. "Dreams are like the ripples on the water," he said, gesturing with a large leathery flipper. "They start small, but with patience and persistence, they can reach far and wide." Taking Thistle's advice to heart, Lila continued her journey around the lake, the path now winding upward into the hills. As she climbed, the air grew cooler, and she could hear the gentle murmur of a stream running alongside the path. Eventually, she came upon a quaint cottage nestled among fields of wildflowers, just as she had seen in the mist from the teapot. It was a charming place, with blue shutters and smoke curling lazily from the chimney. In the garden, a woman with hair like spun gold was tending to rows of vibrant blooms. "Hello," Lila called, approaching the garden gate. The woman looked up and smiled warmly. "Welcome, dear traveler. I am Ela, caretaker of these lands. What brings you here?" Lila felt a sense of familiarity and peace in Ela's presence. She explained her journey, the teapot, and the images she had seen. Ela listened intently, her eyes filled with understanding. "You have the heart of a dreamer," she said softly. "And this place, it is a sanctuary for those who seek to grow their dreams into reality." Lila spent many days in the cottage, learning from Isla about the art of tending dreams, much like one would care for a garden. She discovered the importance of nurturing ideas, giving them time and space to flourish, and having the courage to follow where they led. As the days turned into weeks, Lila's heart swelled with gratitude for the journey she had embarked upon. She had found not just a place, but a community of kindred spirits who valued wisdom and friendship above all else. When it was finally time to return to Willowbrook, Lila left with a heart full of memories and a newfound understanding of herself. She knew that her journey was not an end, but a beginning, a promise of endless possibilities. Back at her grandmother's cottage, Lila shared stories of her adventure, and together they poured another cup of tea from the teapot of whimsy. The golden mist swirled once more, painting new dreams in the air. And as the fire crackled gently in the hearth, Lila knew that wherever her path might lead, she would always carry the magic of possibility within her heart, forever guided by the wisdom she had gained and the friendships she had forged. And so, with the stars shining brightly above and the comforting warmth of the hearth beside her, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures yet to come. Story 51. In the shimmering expanse of the Andromeda cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet tapestry, lay the planet of Verdantia. Verdantia was renowned for its emerald forests and serene, crystal-clear lakes. Here the air was perpetually tinged with the scent of blooming starflowers, their luminescent petals gently swaying in an ever-present breeze. On this tranquil planet lived a gentle creature named Lyra, whose azure fur glistened under the twin suns. Lyra belonged to the Phalearians, a species known for their empathy and harmonious relationship with the natural world. Her large, expressive eyes mirrored the calm of the lakes she loved to visit. In stark contrast, from the fiery, volcanic planet of Pyrrhon came Zephyr, a creature of flames and shadows. The Pyrrhonians were often misunderstood due to their imposing appearance, with skin that flickered like embers and eyes that glowed like molten lava. Yet, beneath this intimidating exterior lay a heart yearning for connection. Fate, in its mysterious ways, brought these two disparate beings together during an intergalactic festival held on Verdantia. It was a celebration of unity, where creatures from countless worlds gathered to share their cultures and stories. Lyra, curious yet cautious, approached the festival grounds lined with stalls showcasing alien crafts and foods. The air buzzed with a symphony of languages, and the ground beneath her paws vibrated with the rhythm of distant drums. As she meandered through the vibrant crowd, her gaze was drawn to a solitary figure standing at the edge of the festivities. Zephyr, feeling like a flickering candle amidst a sea of vibrant stars, stood watching, his fiery form casting a warm glow on the verdant grass. He had come to Verdantia seeking solace, and perhaps a glimpse of the legendary lakes he had heard could soothe even the most turbulent of spirits. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, Lyra felt a spark of curiosity. She approached Zephyr with a tentative smile, her voice a gentle melody against the evening breeze. "Hello, traveler. Welcome to Verdantia. Are you enjoying the festival?" Zephyr, slightly taken aback by her warmth, nodded slowly. "It's different from home," he replied, his voice a deep rumble, like distant thunder. Lyra sensed the loneliness in his words and offered, "Perhaps you'd like to explore the festival together? I can show you the starflower fields. They're quite spectacular under the moon's light." Zephyr hesitated, unused to such kindness, but something in Lyra's eyes promised understanding rather than judgment. "I'd like that," he finally agreed, his flames flickering softly. As they wandered through the festival, they encountered a myriad of sights and sounds. Lyra introduced Zephyr to the sweet nectar of Verdantian fruits and the intricate weavings of the silken spinners. In return, Zephyr shared tales of Pyrrhon's majestic lava flows and the eternal dance of its twin suns. Their companionship, however, was not without its misunderstandings. Lyra, in her eagerness to share Verdantia's beauty, sometimes overlooked Zephyr's discomfort in the cooler climate. Similarly, Zephyr, unused to the gentle ways of Verdantia, occasionally reacted with defensive intensity. One evening, as they sat by a tranquil lake, an argument sparked when Lyra suggested a swim. To her, it was a simple joy, but to Zephyr, the thought of submerging in water was terrifying. His flames flared in agitation, and the ground beneath them sizzled. "Why would you suggest such a thing?" Zephyr's voice crackled with frustration. "Do you not understand that water can extinguish my very essence?" Lyra, taken aback, realized her mistake. "I'm sorry, Zephyr. I didn't mean to frighten you. I forgot that our worlds are so different," she said softly, her voice a soothing balm. In that moment of tension, they both learned a valuable lesson about empathy and understanding. Lyra resolved to be more mindful of their differences, while Zephyr began to see that vulnerability could be a bridge rather than a barrier. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges. One afternoon, a sudden storm, rare for Verdantia, swept across the festival grounds. The winds howled, and the skies darkened, threatening to scatter the delicate starflowers. Zephyr, his fiery nature unfazed by the storm, stood firm. "Stay close, Lyra," he urged, shielding her with his warmth. Together they worked to secure the festival stalls and comfort the frightened attendees. In the heart of the tempest, Lyra saw the true strength of Zephyr's spirit. He was not just a creature of fire, but a protector, capable of immense kindness. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and the ground glistening with raindrops, Lyra and Zephyr sat together under a canopy of leaves. The starflowers, resilient and radiant, began to unfurl once more. "Thank you, Zephyr," Lyra said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I couldn't have done it without you." Zephyr, his flames now a gentle glow, replied, "And I without you. Your courage in the storm was a light in the darkness." As the festival drew to a close, Lyra and Zephyr knew they had found something precious, an unlikely friendship that transcended the stars. They had discovered that true companionship was not about erasing differences, but celebrating them, finding strength in diversity and unity in understanding. Their parting was bittersweet, but filled with hope. They promised to visit each other's worlds and continue their shared journey of discovery. As Lyra watched Zephyr's fiery form disappear into the horizon, she felt a warmth in her heart that rivaled the glow of Verdantia's setting suns. She knew that friendship, like the starflowers, could bloom in the most unexpected places, lighting the way through even the darkest nights. And so, under the starlit sky of Verdantia, two souls from distant worlds found a lasting connection, proving that sometimes the most unlikely companions make the brightest stars in the galaxy's vast tapestry. Story 52. In a secluded corner of the world, where sunlight filtered through thick canopy layers, there existed an ancient forest known as Whispering Woods. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of damp earth and pine, while the soft murmur of a nearby brook provided a gentle, melodic background. Here, the boundaries between reality and magic slipped away, revealing a realm where natural creatures led hidden lives, each contributing to the forest's delicate balance. At the heart of Whispering Woods, nestled among knotted roots and under the watchful eye of towering oaks, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell bore the marks of countless seasons, and his eyes held the knowledge of many lifetimes. Thistle had long been the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. As autumn cast its golden cloak over the forest, painting leaves in hues of amber and crimson, a time of change was upon Whispering Woods. This season was a magical phenomenon, a transformation woven seamlessly into the fabric of the forest. The air turned crisp, carrying the sweet scent of ripened apples and the spicy aroma of fallen leaves. It was during this time that the forest gathered in a symphony of preparation, each creature playing its part. Among them was a young squirrel named Willow, whose spirit was as lively as the rustling leaves beneath her tiny paws. Her fur was a rich chestnut, and her eyes shone with curiosity and wonder. Willow spent her days scurrying through the treetops, collecting acorns and storing them away for the colder months. Yet she often paused to gaze at the world below, captivated by the vibrant tapestry of life unfolding around her. One crisp morning, as the first frost dusted the forest floor like powdered sugar, Willow noticed something peculiar. The once steady rhythm of the brook had grown faint, its waters barely trickling over the smooth stones. Concerned, she scampered down from her perch and went in search of Thistle, whose wisdom was sought by all creatures in times of uncertainty. She found the old tortoise basking in a patch of sunlight, his shell gleaming like polished mahogany. "Thistle," Willow called softly, "something is amiss with the brook. Its song is fading." Thistle opened his eyes slowly, as if awakening from a pleasant dream. "Ah, dear Willow," he said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us see what the brook has to say." Together, they made their way through the forest, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing softly in the stillness. As they reached the brook, Thistle paused, observing the water's sluggish flow. "The brook is a reflection of the forest's heart," he explained. "When its song falters, it is often because the balance has been disturbed." Willow listened intently, her heart heavy with concern. "How can we restore it, Thistle?" she asked. Thistle smiled gently, his eyes twinkling with the warmth of the sun. "The answer lies in understanding and harmony. Let us gather the creatures of the forest and seek their counsel." And so, a council was called, gathering creatures from every corner of Whispering Woods. The birds flitted above, their wings a blur of color against the azure sky. The deer stood gracefully at the edge of the clearing, their eyes soft and wise. Even the smallest insects buzzed with anticipation, knowing their voices mattered in this tapestry of life. As the council convened, Thistle spoke of the brook's plight and the need to restore balance. Each creature shared their observations and insights, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that spanned the forest's many realms. It was the gentle owl, Sage, who first spoke of the changes in the wind. "The air has grown warmer, and the rains have been less frequent," Sage hooted softly, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "Perhaps the seasons themselves are in need of healing." The creatures nodded in agreement, realizing that the forest's harmony was intricately tied to the cycle of the seasons. Thistle listened carefully, his mind turning like the slow, deliberate flow of the brook itself. "Then it is the dance of the seasons we must restore," Thistle concluded. "We must remind the forest of the rhythm it has forgotten." Under Thistle's guidance, the creatures set to work. The birds carried seeds from the heart of the forest to the barren edges where new life was needed. The deer trampled paths through the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the forest floor. Even the smallest ants played their part, aerating the soil and spreading nutrients. As they worked together, the forest began to hum with renewed energy. The air grew cooler, and the clouds gathered, heavy with the promise of rain. The brook's song grew louder, its waters once again dancing over the stones in a joyful cascade. In time, the rains came, a gentle patter that grew into a soothing symphony. The forest drank deeply, and the brook swelled with life. It song a triumphant melody that echoed through the trees. Willow watched in awe as the forest transformed before her eyes, the vibrant colors of autumn returning to their full splendor. "We did it, Thistle," she exclaimed, her eyes shining with joy. Thistle nodded, his heart swelling with pride for the creatures of Whispering Woods. "Indeed, dear Willow, together we have reminded the forest of its song." As the seasons continued their eternal dance, the creatures of Whispering Woods thrived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. And though the world outside may have changed, within the heart of the forest, the wisdom of the ages endured, whispered from leaf to leaf, from creature to creature. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits at peace. The forest was once again in balance, its song a gentle lullaby that cradled them to sleep beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient trees. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the sky, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over Whispering Woods. For within its timeless embrace, wisdom and harmony would always find a home, whispered softly by the gentle voice of nature itself. Story 53. Far beyond the distant sparkle of stars familiar to us, there lies the vibrant planet of Luminara, known for its mesmerizing, bioluminescent forests that glow in hues of amethyst and emerald under its twin moons. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Nyla, a Luminaran with skin that shimmered in the moonlight like dew-kissed petals. Nyla was known for her kindness, tending to the luminous flora and fauna, her heart as bright as the lights that danced around her. One evening, as Nyla wandered through the forest, the soft crunch of leaves under her feet, she stumbled upon something curious, a small metallic sphere, half buried in the moss. As she reached out to touch it, the sphere whirred to life, projecting a shimmering figure. It was a holographic message from a faraway planet, detailing the arrival of a visitor from the starry skies. Somewhere in the vast expanse of space, the sleek spaceship of a young explorer named Ziv was hurtling towards Luminara. Ziv hailed from the planet Mechanix, where beings like him were crafted from metal and circuitry, their bodies a complex blend of gears and wires. Unlike his kin, Ziv had always been filled with an insatiable curiosity about organic worlds and their inhabitants. As Ziv's ship descended upon Luminara, it landed gently amidst the glowing forest, creating a path of light. Nyla, guided by the luminescent trail, found her way to the craft. As the hatch opened, revealing Ziv's metallic form, Nyla gasped. Never had she seen such a creature, all gleaming and angular, yet something in Ziv's glowing eyes spoke of kindness. However, their first encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Nyla, in her eagerness to welcome Ziv, offered a delicate flower that shone with a soft golden light. But as Ziv reached for it, his metal fingers inadvertently crushed the fragile bloom. Nyla's heart sank at the sight, and Ziv, noticing her disappointment, felt a pang of guilt. He had not meant to harm something so beautiful. Over the next few days, Nyla and Ziv navigated their differences. They communicated through gestures and shared experiences, learning from one another. Nyla taught Ziv about the forest, and Ziv shared stories of stars and galaxies far beyond. Their bond grew stronger through shared challenges, like when a powerful storm threatened the forest, and they worked together, using Nyla's knowledge of the land and Ziv's technical skills to protect the luminous plants. One evening, as the storm began to wane, Nyla and Ziv sat under the shelter of a great glowing tree. The air was filled with the fresh, earthy scent of rain, and the forest glowed softly, a tapestry of light. Nyla showed Ziv how to weave leaves into a garland, and Ziv, using a gentle touch, fashioned a small, intricate flower from spare wires, presenting it to Nyla as a token of friendship. In this quiet moment, they understood each other deeply. Nyla realized that Ziv's heart was as gentle as her own, despite his metallic exterior. Ziv saw that Nyla's strength came from her compassion and the life she nurtured around her. They had learned to appreciate their differences, finding beauty in the ways they complemented each other. As the stars blinked into view, Nyla and Ziv knew that they had forged a bond that transcended planets and forms. They sat in companionable silence, the warmth of their newfound friendship enveloping them like a soft, comforting blanket. And so, as the gentle night embraced the forest, Nyla and Ziv understood that true friendship is not defined by appearances or origins, but by the ability to see beyond them, to the heart of another. With this knowledge, they rested easy, knowing they had found something truly precious in each other, a friendship that would shine as brightly as the stars above. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, there lived a young girl named Willow. She possessed a magical gift, the ability to weave dreams into existence with the strokes of her enchanted paintbrush. Willow's world was a tapestry of vibrant colors and whimsical wonders, but deep within her heart she longed for something more. She yearned to explore the vast unknown that lay beyond the confines of her quaint village. One fateful night, as the silvery moonlight danced upon her window, Willow gazed up at the starry sky and made a wish upon a shooting star. Little did she know that her wish would set in motion a grand adventure that would forever change her life. The next morning, Willow awoke to find a peculiar package on her doorstep. Unwrapping the parcel with trembling hands, she discovered a worn, leather-bound journal and a note that read, "This journal holds the key to unlocking the hidden realms. Let your dreams guide you." Intrigued, Willow opened the journal, and as her fingertips grazed the weathered pages, a shimmering portal materialized before her. Without hesitation, she stepped through the gateway, embarking on a journey that would take her to realms beyond her wildest imagination. The first realm she encountered was the Whispering Woods, a verdant wonderland where the trees whispered secrets of ancient wisdom. Willow marveled at the ethereal beauty around her, the sunlight filtering through the canopy of leaves, casting a warm, golden glow upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a curious creature, a tiny, winged pixie named Zephyr. Zephyr was the guardian of the Whispering Woods, tasked with protecting its enchanted inhabitants from those who sought to harm them. At first, Zephyr was wary of Willow, but upon sensing the pure intentions in her heart, he decided to accompany her on her quest. Together, they navigated through the twisted roots and verdant vines, uncovering the hidden secrets of the forest. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, they discovered a hidden glade where a majestic tree stood tall, its branches adorned with glittering crystals that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Zephyr explained that this was the Tree of Dreams, a sacred entity that held the power to manifest one's deepest desires. Willow, her heart filled with wonder, approached the Tree of Dreams and gently placed her hand upon its bark. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes, a glimpse of a world beyond the boundaries of her own, a realm of infinite possibilities waiting to be explored. Emboldened by this revelation, Willow and Zephyr continued their journey, venturing through a series of mystical realms, each more extraordinary than the last. They traversed through the crystalline caverns, where towering spires of glittering gemstones cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the mirrored lakes. In the celestial meadows, they danced amongst the swirling auroras that painted the night sky with ethereal hues, their laughter mingling with the gentle melodies of the celestial beings that dwelled there. Throughout their adventures, Willow and Zephyr forged an unbreakable bond of friendship, their hearts intertwined by the shared experiences and the magic they had witnessed together. They learned the value of courage, resilience, and the power of dreams to shape reality. Yet, as they journeyed further, they encountered challenges that tested their resolve. In the labyrinth of illusions, they faced their deepest fears and insecurities, navigating through a maze of trickery and deception. Only by trusting in each other and embracing their inner strength were they able to overcome the obstacles that stood in their path. At the heart of the labyrinth, they discovered an ancient tome that held the key to unlocking the greatest mystery of all, the true nature of Willow's magical gift. As she pored over the pages, her eyes widened in realization, for the words revealed that her enchanted paintbrush was not merely a tool for creating art, but a conduit for shaping the very fabric of existence itself. With this newfound knowledge, Willow and Zephyr embarked on their final quest, to seek out the realm of eternity, where the boundaries between dreams and reality dissolved into a tapestry of infinite possibilities. The journey was arduous, and they faced challenges that pushed them to their limits. But together they persevered, their bonds strengthened by the adversities they had overcome and the wonders they had witnessed. Finally, they arrived at the gates of the realm of eternity, where the very air shimmered with the essence of pure magic. As they stepped through the portal, they were enveloped in a realm of ever-changing landscapes, where mountains rose and fell, oceans ebbed and flowed, and stars danced across the sky in a never-ending celestial ballet. In this realm, Willow discovered the true extent of her powers. With each stroke of her enchanted paintbrush, she could shape and mold the world around her, bringing her wildest dreams to life. She created wondrous landscapes populated by beings of her own design, each with their own unique stories and destinies. As Willow and Zephyr explored the realm of eternity, they encountered other dreamweavers, kindred spirits who had embarked on similar journeys of self-discovery. Together, they formed a vibrant community, sharing their stories and their dreams, their collective imagination giving birth to worlds beyond imagining. In this sacred realm, Willow realized that her true purpose was not merely to create, but to inspire others to embrace the power of their own dreams. She became a beacon of hope and inspiration, guiding others on their own paths of self-discovery and personal growth. And so Willow's journey came full circle, her once burning desire to explore the unknown replaced by a profound understanding of the boundless potential that lay within her heart and mind. She had discovered that the greatest adventure was not the one that took her to distant realms, but the one that unfolded within her very soul. As the sun set on the realm of eternity, Willow and Zephyr would often sit together, gazing up at the starry expanse, their hearts filled with gratitude for the magic they had witnessed and the friendship they had forged. And in those quiet moments, they knew that their journey had only just begun, for the realm of dreams was infinite, and their imaginations knew no bounds. Story 55. In the heart of the lush, emerald-hued forest of whimsy woods, where the trees whispered sweet lullabies and the babbling brook sang along, there existed a quaint little village known as Tickleton. The village was famous for its delightful oddities and magical charm, where the air always smelled of honeyed biscuits and laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets. Tickleton was home to an assortment of quirky characters, each with their own delightful peculiarities. At the heart of this village was a jovial gnome named Mr. Pippin Twinkletoes. Mr. Twinkletoes had a beard that sparkled like stardust and shoes that playfully squeaked with each step he took. He loved nothing more than to concoct fizzy magical lemonade that could make even the grumpiest of badgers giggle. Living just across the street was Miss Tilly Tinkertop, a sprightly fairy with wings that shimmered like the morning dew. Tilly had a remarkable gift for crafting the most enchanting hats, each one more whimsical than the last. Her hats had the unique ability to change colors with the wearer's mood, much to the delight of the village children. One sunny afternoon, as the sun peeked through the leafy canopy overhead, Tickleton awoke to find itself in a bit of a predicament. Overnight, every flower in the village had mysteriously lost its color. The usually vibrant tulips, daffodils, and daisies now stood pale and lackluster, leaving the villagers in a tizzy. "Oh dear!" fretted Mr. Pippin Twinkletoes, his shoes squeaking in concern as he paced the cobblestone path. "Without the colors, our village will lose its joyful glow." Miss Tilly Tinkertop nodded, her wings fluttering anxiously. "We must bring back the colors, Pippin, but how?" she pondered, her eyes scanning the village for inspiration. Just then, from the corner of the street, came a curious little creature named Whiskers the Whimsical, a mischievous cat with a tail that could form shapes in the air. Whiskers had a nose for adventure and a knack for finding solutions in the most unexpected places. "Fear not, my friends," Whiskers declared, his tail swirling into the shape of an exclamation point, "for I have an idea that might just do the trick." The trio gathered in the village square, where Whiskers explained his plan. "There's a magical rainbow hidden deep within the Forest of Fancy. Legend says its colors are so vibrant, they can restore the brightest hues to anything they touch. We must journey there and ask the rainbow for its help." With a plan in place, the three set off into the forest, their hearts filled with hope and a dash of excitement. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered all manner of whimsical wonders. They passed a grove of trees that played soft melodies as the wind rustled their leaves, and a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns above. Finally, after what felt like a delightful eternity of wonders, they arrived at the Forest of Fancy. There, arching across the sky in all its glorious splendor, was the magical rainbow. Its colors shimmered like a kaleidoscope, casting a warm glow over the trio. "Hello, dear rainbow," called Miss Tilly Tinkertop, her voice as sweet as a lullaby. "We come from the village of Tickleton, where all the flowers have lost their colors. We humbly seek your help to restore them." The rainbow, though silent, seemed to twinkle in understanding. Suddenly a small, vibrant drop of rainbow light descended and touched the ground before them, transforming into a gleaming paintbrush. "Aha!" exclaimed Whiskers, his tail curling into a heart shape. "The rainbow has given us the means to bring the colors back ourselves." Armed with the magical paintbrush, the trio returned to Tickleton. With each gentle stroke of the brush, the flowers regained their brilliant hues, each petal bursting with color and life. The villagers cheered and clapped, their hearts swelling with joy and gratitude. In the end, the village of Tickleton was more vibrant than ever before, and its residents had learned a valuable lesson, that the most wonderful magic of all comes from friendship and working together. As the sun set over Whimsy Woods, casting a golden glow over the land, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, dreams filled with laughter and the gentle hum of a happy heart. And so, the story of Tickleton and its quirky, kind-hearted villagers became a cherished tale, whispered by the trees and sung by the brook, ensuring that its magic would forever linger in the hearts of those who believed in the power of a little whimsy and a lot of love. Story 56. In the quaint village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and a meandering silver stream, lived a young girl named Lily. Meadowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air carried the sweet scent of lavender and freshly baked bread. The villagers were kind, and their laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, weaving a tapestry of warmth and harmony. Lily had a curious heart and a vivid imagination, often spending her afternoons wandering the fields and woods surrounding the village. Her dearest companion was a small, fluffy rabbit named Thistle, who followed her on her adventures with a gentle hop and an amiable twitch of his nose. Together they explored the wonders of nature, from the rustling leaves of ancient oaks to the gentle ripple of the stream as it danced over smooth stones. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like confetti from the trees, Lily and Thistle stumbled upon something unusual. Hidden beneath a blanket of leaves, glinting softly in the morning light, was an ornate brass key. Its surface was intricately etched with swirling patterns, and it felt warm to the touch. as if it held a life of its own. "Look, Thistle!" Lily exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. "I wonder what door this key opens." Thistle twitched his nose in agreement, his whiskers quivering with curiosity. Together, they decided to search the village for the lock that this mysterious key might turn. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy place filled with the scent of old parchment and leather-bound books. Miss Cartwright, the librarian, was a gentle soul with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose and a penchant for stories of magic and adventure. "Ah, young Lily," she said with a warm smile as the bell above the door tinkled softly. "What brings you to the library today?" Lily showed Miss Cartwright the key, explaining their discovery. The librarian examined it with interest, her eyes twinkling behind her glasses. "This is no ordinary key," she mused. "It's said that such keys can unlock more than just doors. They open pathways to hidden wonders." Intrigued, Lily and Thistle thanked Miss Cartwright and continued their quest. Their journey took them to the village blacksmith, a burly man named Mr. Forge, whose heart was as warm as the fire in his forge. He examined the key with a soft chuckle. "Why, this key looks like it could open the heart of the world itself," he said, his voice a deep rumble. "But you must listen closely, for it will only reveal its secrets to those who seek with pure intent." Encouraged by Mr. Forge's words, Lily and Thistle wandered further, their path leading them to a small cottage on the edge of the village. It belonged to Granny Willow, a wise old woman known for her knowledge of the mystical and arcane. Her garden was a vibrant patchwork of herbs and flowers, buzzing with bees and singing with the melody of wind chimes. Granny Willow welcomed them with a kind smile and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. As Lily recounted their tale, Granny Willow's eyes sparkled with understanding. "This key," she said thoughtfully, "is a gift from the universe. It chooses its bearer and reveals a journey that will teach them a truth they need to learn." With Granny Willow's words echoing in their hearts, Lily and Thistle left the cottage, pondering what truth they might uncover. They wandered until twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and gold, arriving at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets among themselves. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the key in Lily's hand began to glow faintly, casting a warm golden light that guided their way. They followed its glow until they reached a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its trunk gnarled and wise. At the base of the tree was a small, brass keyhole, perfectly matching the key Lily held. With a deep breath, she inserted the key and turned it gently. The tree shuddered, and a door, cleverly hidden among the bark and leaves, swung open to reveal a hidden passage. Lily and Thistle stepped inside, finding themselves in a world unlike any other. It was a realm of soft, shimmering light and gentle music, where every petal and leaf seemed to hum with life. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and a sense of peace that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. As they explored this magical realm, they encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A wise old turtle named Eldon shared stories of ancient times. A pair of playful otters, Pip and Squeak, guided them through a labyrinth of crystal-clear streams. Each creature they met offered a piece of wisdom, teaching Lily and Thistle about the beauty of balance, the strength and kindness, and the magic of believing in oneself. The final challenge awaited them at the heart of the realm, where a shimmering pool lay still and serene. As Lily gazed into its depths, she saw her reflection, but it was more than just her own image. She saw the love and strength she carried within her, the courage that guided her, and the kindness that connected her to others. Understanding blossomed in her heart like a flower unfurling its petals to the sun. The key was not just a tool to open doors, but a reminder that true magic resides within. It taught her that every challenge could be met with wisdom, every fear conquered with love, and every journey enriched by friendship. With newfound clarity, Lily and Thistle made their way back to the ancient oak. The key had completed its purpose, and as they stepped out of the magical realm, the door closed gently behind them, leaving only the whisper of the woods in its wake. As they returned to Meadowbrook, the village seemed to welcome them with open arms, its familiar sights and sounds imbued with a deeper sense of wonder. Lily knew that she had changed, not just because of the places she'd seen or the creatures she'd met, but because she had discovered the magic within her own heart. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of twilight, Lily and Thistle retired to their cozy home. They nestled by the warmth of the fireplace, the crackle and pop of the flames a soothing lullaby. With Thistle curled up beside her, Lily closed her eyes, her heart full of peace and gratitude. She knew that whatever doors life might present, she had the courage and wisdom to open them, guided by the gentle glow of the magical key she now carried within. And in that moment, as the stars blinked into existence and the world drifted into slumber, Lily understood that the greatest journey of all was the one that led her back to herself. Story 57. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a peculiar little house made entirely of colorful candy bricks, topped with a roof of spun sugar. The house belonged to a merry old wizard named Wibbly Whiffle, whose laughter was as sweet as the caramel windows that twinkled in the sun. Wibbly was known far and wide for his cheerful disposition and his collection of enchanted hats, each possessing a unique magical ability. On any given day, you might find him wearing a hat that made him float gently above the ground, or one that caused flowers to bloom in his wake. Now, Wibbly had a most curious companion, a small round cat named Marmalade, who had fur as orange and soft as a freshly baked pumpkin pie. Marmalade had a penchant for adventure and a knack for finding the most unusual of situations. One bright morning, as the birds sang and the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, Wibbly and Marmalade stumbled upon a peculiar predicament. The village fountain, usually bubbling with crystal-clear water, had inexplicably started spewing fizzy rainbow-colored bubbles that floated whimsically into the sky. While the sight was undeniably enchanting, it posed a problem. The villagers had nothing to drink. "Well, Marmalade, it seems we have a bit of a conundrum on our hands," Wibbly mused, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Marmalade meowed in agreement, his whiskers twitching with excitement. Determined to solve the mystery, Wibbly donned his thinking cap, a magnificent hat woven with threads of wisdom and ingenuity. The cap shimmered in shades of sapphire and emerald as ideas began to dance in Wibbly's mind. Together, the pair set off to investigate. As they wandered through the village, they met a delightful array of characters. There was Bessie Bumble, the beekeeper, who wore a hat that attracted bees to her sunflowers rather than her hair. And there was Tobias Tinker, the village inventor, whose gadgets had a tendency to do the opposite of what they were intended. "Perhaps my latest invention caused this bubble-bursting escapade," Tobias confessed with a sheepish grin, showing Wibbly a peculiar contraption meant to purify water. "Instead, it seems to have added a bit too much fizz." Wibbly chuckled, patting Tobias on the back. "Fear not, my friend. I have a feeling we can turn this fizzy fountain back to its original splendor." With Marmalade perched on his shoulder, Wibbly headed to the heart of the village, where the fountain burbled joyfully. He noticed that the bubbles seemed to respond to music, their colors shifting with each note that drifted through the air. An idea began to take shape in his mind, a whimsical, musical solution. Gathering the villagers, Wibbly proposed a grand concert, where everyone would play their favorite instruments. The villagers eagerly agreed, and by twilight, the square was alive with the sound of fiddles, flutes, and tambourines. As the music swelled, Wibbly waved his wand, coaxing the bubbles to dance in harmony with the melody. The fountain began to shimmer, the fizzy rainbow slowly transforming back into clear, sparkling water, much to the delight of the cheering crowd. With a flourish of his wand, Wibbly sealed the fountain's magic, ensuring it would only bubble with water from then on. The villagers clapped and cheered, grateful for their wizard's quick thinking and the joyous concert that had brought them together. As the celebration wound down and the moon rose high in the sky, Wibbly and Marmalade made their way back to their candy brick home. Marmalade purred contentedly, his adventures for the day complete, while Wibbly removed his thinking cap with a satisfied smile. "Another magical mystery solved, and a lesson learned," Wibbly remarked softly, as the warmth of the fireplace enveloped them. "Sometimes the best solutions come when we all work together." With that, Wibbly and Marmalade settled into their cozy armchairs, the gentle crackling of the fire lulling them into a peaceful slumber. their dreams filled with the music of friendship and the magic of a village brought together by a fountain of fizz. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a land where the air shimmered with the faintest hint of laughter and the trees wore crowns of candy floss, there was a quaint village named Jolly Grove. This was a place where the clouds were as fluffy as marshmallows, and the sun seemed to wink mischievously every morning. The residents of Jolly Grove were as quirky as the village itself, each possessing a unique trait that made life here endlessly amusing. At the heart of Jolly Grove stood a little cottage belonging to a kind-hearted hedgehog named Prickle. Prickle was no ordinary hedgehog. He had an unusual ability to dance a jig that would make even the grumpiest soul break into a smile. His spines, which twinkled in pastel hues, were soft and perfectly harmless. Every evening, Prickle would gather with his friends in the village square, sharing stories and laughter under the gentle glow of the twinkling star lanterns. Prickle's closest friend was a cheerful frog named Fiddlesticks, who had an unquenchable thirst for adventure. Fiddlesticks wore a tiny bowler hat perched jauntily on his head and played the fiddle with such vigor that even the flowers would sway to his tunes. Together, Prickle and Fiddlesticks brought joy to everyone around, and their friendship was as warm as the golden sunlit afternoons of Jolly Grove. One fine morning, as the dew sparkled like tiny diamonds on the leaves, Prickle and Fiddlesticks set out for their usual stroll through the village. As they ambled along the cobblestone path, they noticed something quite peculiar. The usually vibrant flowers that lined the path had lost their colors, turning a dull gray that seemed oddly out of place in their cheerful world. "What a curious thing!" exclaimed Fiddlesticks, adjusting his hat with a thoughtful croak. "I've never seen the flowers look so glum." Prickle, scratching his chin with a soft spine, replied, "Perhaps it's a sign that something magical has gone awry. We must find out what's causing this and bring back the colors." Thus began their whimsical quest to restore the magic of Jolly Grove. Their first stop was the home of Lady Petal, a wise old tortoise who was known for her extensive knowledge of the village's magical flora and fauna. Her garden was a veritable wonderland of extraordinary plants, each with its own personality and charm. "Ah, Prickle and Fiddlesticks," Lady Petal greeted them with a slow nod and a twinkle in her eye. "I was wondering when you'd arrive. I've been expecting you." "You have?" Fiddlesticks asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Indeed," she replied. "The colors have been drained by an unexpected magical hiccup. You see, the rainbow well at the edge of the Whispering Woods has stopped flowing. Without its vibrant waters, the colors of Jolly Grove cannot be renewed." "The rainbow well?" Prickle mused. "I've heard tales of its beauty, but never imagined it could stop." "Fear not," Lady Petal assured them with a gentle smile. "You two are the perfect pair to solve this riddle. The well's magic is intertwined with laughter and music. Perhaps your talents can reignite its flow." Prickle and Fiddlesticks exchanged an excited glance. With renewed determination, they thanked Lady Petal and set off toward the Whispering Woods. The path wound through towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets in the breeze, guiding them with unseen hands. Upon reaching the clearing where the rainbow well stood, they found it eerily silent. The well, usually overflowing with a cascade of swirling colors, was now dry, its stones looking forlorn. "We must bring laughter and music to this place," Prickle said, feeling a spark of inspiration. With a nod of agreement, Fiddlesticks lifted his fiddle and began to play. The melody was bright and lively, echoing through the trees like a bubbling brook. Prickle joined in, dancing his signature jig, his spines shimmering with renewed vigor. As they performed, something magical began to happen. A soft, tinkling sound like chimes in the wind filled the air, and the well began to glow with a faint light. Slowly, colors returned to the stones, swirling and dancing as if waking from a long slumber. The more they played and danced, the brighter the well became. Laughter bubbled up from the depths, and with a joyous splash, the rainbow well burst into life, its waters cascading once more in a riot of vibrant hues. The colors spilled across the land, racing back to the flowers of Jolly Grove, painting them with renewed brilliance. The village once again shimmered with its usual charm, and the residents emerged from their homes, cheering and clapping for the heroes of the hour. Thank you," they cried, showering Prickle and Fiddlesticks with flower petals and gratitude. Lady Petal arrived, her eyes shining with pride. "Well done, my friends. You've reminded us all of the power of joy and friendship." Prickle bowed with a delighted grin, while Fiddlesticks tipped his hat with a flourish. "It was all in a day's adventure," Fiddlesticks chuckled. And so, the village of Jollygrove returned to its merry ways, with Prickle and Fiddlesticks always ready for the next whimsical escapade. The rainbow well continued to flow, a testament to the magic that lived not just in the land, but in the hearts of those who called it home. As the stars twinkled above, the residents of Jollygrove knew that as long as there was laughter and music, their world would remain forever colorful and bright. And as they drifted into happy dreams, they held the warmth of friendship close, knowing that it was the most magical gift of all. Story 59. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the gentle embrace of twilight, the village of Willowbrook nestled quietly amidst rolling hills and verdant meadows. This quaint hamlet, with its cobblestone paths and timber-framed cottages, seemed to belong to a time forgotten by the rush of the world. Every evening, the air would fill with the soft murmur of the river and the distant call of the owls, crafting a lullaby that beckoned the villagers into a peaceful slumber. At the edge of Willowbrook lay the Whispering Woods, a forest both feared and revered by the townsfolk. Cloaked in mystery, the woods were said to be alive with the secrets of the ages, where trees spoke in hushed tones and the wind carried ancient tales. It was here that young Finn found himself drawn one crisp autumn evening, his heart pulsing with the thrill of the unknown. Finn was a curious boy, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, and a spirit untamed as the wildflowers that dotted the fields. He was known throughout the village for his kindness and his insatiable thirst for adventure. While others listened to stories of the Whispering Woods with awe and apprehension, Finn saw them as an invitation to discover what lay beyond the visible. On this particular evening, as the sun dripped golden hues over the horizon, Finn set off towards the woods with nothing but a lantern and a heart full of dreams. The lantern had been a gift from his grandfather, who claimed it held the light of 1,000 stars and would guide its bearer through the darkest of paths. As Finn approached the forest's edge, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering a greeting that only he could hear. The path into the forest was narrow, flanked by towering oaks and willows that seemed to bow in reverence. Finn felt a shiver of excitement run through him as he stepped beneath the canopy, where the world was transformed into a tapestry of emerald and shadow. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves, a perfume that spoke of life and mystery intertwined. As he ventured deeper, the woods began to reveal their secrets. Finn's lantern cast a warm, golden glow, illuminating the path and the delicate dance of fireflies that accompanied him. He marveled at the intricate webs spun by spiders, glistening like diamond necklaces in the lantern's light, and listened to the symphony of crickets and distant owls that serenaded the night. Soon, Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle stream sang its way over smooth stones. Here, he paused to rest, the lantern's glow mingling with the silver light of the moon. It was in this tranquil moment that Finn heard a soft voice, as clear as a bell, yet as gentle as a whisper. "Welcome, traveler," the voice chimed, seeming to emanate from the very heart of the woods. Startled yet unafraid, Finn looked around to find the source of the voice. There, perched upon a moss-covered rock, was a small, radiant creature. Its wings shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, and its eyes twinkled with an ancient wisdom. "I am Leora," the creature introduced itself, bowing gracefully. "Guardian of the Whispering Woods." Finn's heart leapt with joy. "I've always dreamed of meeting a guardian of the forest," he replied, his voice filled with wonder. "But I never imagined it would be so magical." Leora laughed, a sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Magic is everywhere, young one. You need only open your eyes and your heart to see it." Finn nodded, feeling a warmth spreading through him. "What brings you here, Leora?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "The woods have watched you, Finn. Your kindness and courage have not gone unnoticed," Leora said softly. "And now, the forest wishes to share its secrets with you." With a wave of her delicate hand, Leora beckoned Finn to follow. The lantern's light flickered, casting playful shadows that leapt and danced as they moved deeper into the heart of the forest. The path wound its way beneath ancient trees, whose branches wove a canopy of stars, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine. As they walked, Leora spoke of the wood's history, of the time when the first trees took root and the streams carved their paths through the land. She told tales of the creatures that called the forest home, from the tiniest ant to the majestic stag, each playing its part in the great tapestry of life. Finn listened intently, his mind painting vivid pictures of the past as they wandered through this living storybook. He felt a deep connection to the world around him, as if he were a part of something vast and wondrous. Eventually, they arrived at a grove where the trees stood taller and closer than anywhere else. In the center of this grove lay a shimmering pool, its surface like a mirror reflecting the night sky. Leora gestured towards it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is the pool of reflection," she explained. "It holds the memories of the forest. Look into its depths, and you may see visions of your own journey, past, present, and future." Finn approached the pool with a sense of reverence, kneeling beside its edge. As he peered into the water, he saw images swirl and form, a tapestry of his own life woven with the threads of the forest's history. He saw himself as a child, playing beneath the oaks, befriending creatures great and small. He saw moments of kindness and courage, where he had helped those in need and stood up for what was right. Then the pool revealed a vision of the future, a journey yet to come. Finn saw himself standing at the heart of the Whispering Woods, surrounded by friends, both old and new. He felt a sense of purpose and belonging, as if the forest itself had chosen him to become its steward. As the vision faded, Finn looked up at Leora, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, knowing that these moments would stay with him forever. Leora smiled warmly. "The forest has much to teach us, Finn. Its wisdom is endless, and its heart is open to those who listen." Finn nodded, feeling a profound sense of peace and understanding. The woods had shown him that life was a journey, a tapestry woven with threads of kindness, courage, and connection. He realized that he was not just an observer of the magical world around him, but an integral part of its story. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, Finn knew it was time to return to the village. He thanked Leora and the Whispering Woods for their gifts, promising to carry their lessons with him always. With the lantern guiding his way, Finn retraced his steps through the forest, each footfall a note in the symphony of life. The woods whispered their farewells, a chorus of leaves and wind that carried him home. When Finn emerged from the trees, the village of Willowbrook lay bathed in the gentle glow of morning. He felt a renewed sense of purpose and belonging, knowing that he was part of something far greater than himself. And so, with the lantern of Luminara in hand and the wisdom of the Whispering Woods in his heart, Finn set forth on the path of life, ready to embrace the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. The forest had given him a gift, a light to guide him, a wisdom to inspire him, and a reminder that magic was always within reach, waiting to be discovered in the whispers of the world. The villagers of Willowbrook soon noticed a change in Finn. He carried himself with a quiet confidence, his eyes alight with a deeper understanding of the world around him. He shared stories of his journey with those who cared to listen, inspiring others to seek out their own adventures and learn from the wonders of nature. One day, as Finn sat by the riverbank, watching the sun dip below the horizon, he was joined by a new friend, a girl named Lyra, who had recently moved to the village. She was a kindred spirit, curious and full of dreams, eager to explore the mysteries of the Whispering Woods. Together they would embark on countless adventures, guided by the light of the lantern and the wisdom of the forest. They discovered hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and secret paths that led to breathtaking vistas. Along the way, they met creatures of all shapes and sizes, forging friendships that transcended the boundaries of the known world. As the seasons turned, Finn and Lyra learned that the true magic of the woods lay not just in its mysteries, but in the connections they forged with each other and the world around them. The forest became a place of refuge and inspiration, a source of endless wonder and discovery. Through their adventures, they came to understand that life was a tapestry of moments, each thread a lesson, each knot a challenge to overcome. They learned the importance of kindness and courage, of listening to the whispers of the world and following the light of their own hearts. And so, as the years passed, Finn and Lyra grew from children into stewards of the forest, guardians of its secrets and wisdom. They taught others to cherish and protect the natural world, sharing the magic and wonder of the Whispering Woods with generations to come. In the end, the Lantern of Luminara became a symbol of their journey, a beacon of hope and guidance for those who sought to explore the mysteries of life. Its light continued to illuminate the path for all who dared to dream, a reminder that magic was real and waiting to be discovered in the quiet corners of the world. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the trees whispered their ancient songs, a timeless symphony that echoed through the ages, carrying the stories of those who had come before and those who would follow. For Finn and Lyra, the journey had only just begun, a journey of discovery and growth, of friendship and love, a journey that would last a lifetime, woven into the very fabric of the forest itself. Together, they embraced the magic of the world, knowing that they were part of something beautiful and eternal, a story that would be told for generations to come. And so, as the night descended and the stars filled the sky, the Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the power of wonder and the enduring spirit of those who dared to believe in the magic of life. Story 60. In a quaint little village nestled in the heart of an evergreen forest, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves, there lay a series of cozy cottages with thatched roofs. The village was known as Willowbrook, a place where magic lingered softly in the air and where strange occurrences were as common as the morning dew. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon and painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers noticed that the usually twinkling lights of the fireflies, which danced gracefully above the meadows at dusk, had vanished. In their place was an eerie, soft glow that seemed to hover mysteriously just above the ground. Concerned, the villagers gathered at the heart of Willowbrook, by the old stone well that stood like a sentinel in the village square. It was here that they often convened to discuss matters of importance, and tonight was no different. The air was crisp, and the villagers wrapped themselves in woolen shawls as they murmured about the strange absence of their beloved fireflies. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anwen, known for her keen eyes and her love of solving puzzles. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She listened intently to the whispers around her, and as the villagers' voices rose and fell like the tide, she made a quiet decision to uncover the mystery of the missing fireflies. Anwen knew she couldn't embark on this quest alone, so she turned to her dear friend, a wise old owl named Barnaby, who lived in the tallest oak tree on the edge of the village. Barnaby was a creature of profound wisdom and had lived many lifetimes, gathering knowledge like the acorns he stored for winter. As Anwen approached the great oak, the moonlight bathed the forest in a silvery glow. She called out softly, "Barnaby, are you awake?" From high above, Barnaby's gentle voice drifted down. "Indeed, my dear Anwen. What brings you to my tree at this hour?" Anwen explained the mystery of the missing fireflies, her voice barely above a whisper. Barnaby listened with a thoughtful hoot and then unfurled his wings, gliding down to perch beside her. "Fear not, young one," Barnaby said, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "The forest holds many secrets, but it often shares them with those who seek with a kind heart." Together they ventured into the depths of the forest, the night wrapping around them like a velvet cloak. Anwen felt a shiver of excitement rather than fear, for she knew she was in good company. Barnaby's wisdom was a comforting presence, and she trusted him implicitly. As they walked, Anwen noticed things she hadn't before. The leaves whispered secrets as the wind passed through them, and the ground was alive with the soft crunch of fallen foliage beneath their feet. The forest was not silent, but rather filled with the gentle symphony of nature. Soon, they came upon a glade where the light seemed to shimmer strangely, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor. In the center of the glade, A cluster of mushrooms glowed with an unearthly luminescence, brighter than any natural light Anwen had ever seen. Barnaby tilted his head thoughtfully. "Ah, the moonshrooms," he mused. "Rare and magical, they bloom once every century, drawing the fireflies to them with their enchanting glow." Anwen crouched down to examine the mushrooms, her breath visible in the cool night air. "So the fireflies haven't disappeared," she concluded. "They've simply been drawn to these moonshrooms." Barnaby nodded, satisfied with the deduction. "Indeed, Anwen, and this is a reminder that sometimes what we perceive as loss is simply a change in perspective." With a plan forming in her mind, Anwen gathered a few of the glowing moonshrooms, careful not to disturb their delicate roots. She thanked the forest for its guidance and, alongside Barnaby, made her way back to the village. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Anwen placed the moonshrooms in strategic spots around the village, their gentle light soon attracting the fireflies back to their familiar dancing grounds. The villagers watched in awe as the night came alive with the soft, flickering glow of their tiny companions, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the square. As the villagers celebrated the return of the fireflies, Anwen and Barnaby shared a knowing smile. The mystery had been solved, not with force or fear, but through understanding and respect for the magic of the natural world. And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, Anwen learned that the forest and its creatures always had a story to tell, if only one listened closely enough. With the fireflies once again illuminating the meadows, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, content in the knowledge that the world was full of wonders, waiting to be discovered. Story 61. In the heart of a lush emerald forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves and the air was sweetened by the scent of wild honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and charming stone chimneys that puffed gentle curls of smoke into the crisp morning air. A cobblestone path wound its way through the village, lined with colorful flowers that seemed to nod in greeting as the villagers strolled by. Among the villagers was a curious young girl named Anwen. With her bright eyes and a mind always eager to explore, Anwen loved nothing more than discovering the secrets of the forest. Her best friend was a wise, old barn owl named Sylvan, who had seen more seasons than any other creature in the forest. Sylvan spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, and his wisdom was sought by all who knew him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in hues of pink and gold, Anwen noticed something peculiar. Small, twinkling lights began to appear in the forest, flickering among the trees like stars fallen from the sky. Anwen watched in wonderment as the lights danced and flitted, casting a magical glow across the forest floor. "Elder Sylvan," Anwen called softly, her voice carried gently on the breeze. "Have you ever seen such lights before?" Sylvan, perched on the branch of an ancient oak, blinked his large, wise eyes. "Ah, Anwen, those are the will-o'-the-wisps," he explained, his voice a soothing murmur. "They are playful spirits of the forest, but they seldom visit us in such numbers." Anwen was filled with curiosity. "Why do you think they've gathered here, Elder Sylvan?" The owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "There must be something amiss in the forest. The will-o'-the-wisps often appear when there is a mystery to be unraveled." With Sylvan's guidance, Anwen decided to follow the lights deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the air grew cooler, and the whisper of the trees seemed to carry secrets of the ages. The forest was alive with the soft hum of nocturnal creatures, and the ground beneath Anwen's feet was a tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, rich and earthy. The pair soon arrived at a clearing where the lights gathered in a shimmering circle, illuminating a small shimmering pool. The water's surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the moon's gentle glow. At the edge of the pool sat a delicate creature, no larger than a fox, with iridescent wings that shimmered in the moonlight. "Greetings, Anwen and Sylvan," the creature spoke with a voice like the tinkling of wind chimes. "I am Leora, guardian of the pool. I have called upon the will-o'-the-wisps to help solve a conundrum." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with wonder. "What is the mystery, Leora? How can we help?" Leora fluttered her wings, casting tiny rainbows across the clearing. "The pool's waters have become troubled, and the creatures who depend on it are in distress. There is a disturbance, and we must find its source." Anwen looked into the water, watching as the surface rippled gently. What could be causing the disturbance? Sylvan hooted softly, a thoughtful sound. We must observe carefully, my dear Anwen. The forest speaks in whispers, and we must listen to its tales. Together, they watched the pool and its surroundings, noting the patterns of the ripples and the behavior of the creatures who visited. Anwen noticed how the frogs seemed hesitant to approach, and the birds flew low as if wary of some unseen threat. Look! Anwen pointed to a cluster of reeds at the far edge of the pool. The water is flowing differently there. Sylvan nodded, his eyes keen. Indeed, it seems something is obstructing the flow. With Leora's encouragement, Anwen waded into the cool water, her steps careful and light. As she reached the reeds, she discovered a small woven basket lodged among them, its contents spilling into the water. Oh, it's a basket of herbs, Anwen exclaimed, lifting it gently. Someone must have dropped it, and it's changed the course of the water. Leora fluttered closer, her eyes bright with understanding. The herbs must be creating the disturbance. If we return them to the forest, the balance will be restored. Anwen and Sylvan worked together to carefully remove the herbs and place them on the soft forest floor. As they did, the water's surface smoothed, and the pool regained its tranquil clarity. The frogs returned, croaking happily, and the will-o'-the-wisps danced joyfully in the air. Thank you, dear Anwen and wise Sylvan, Leora said, her voice warm with gratitude. You have restored harmony to our forest. Anwen smiled, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. We are glad to help, Leora. The forest is our home, and we must care for it. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in soft pastels, Anwen and Sylvan made their way back to Willowbrook, the will-o'-the-wisps lighting their path. The village was still nestled in the embrace of sleep, but the forest was alive with the promise of a new day. And so, in the quietude of the morning, Anwen learned that even the smallest actions can ripple through the world, bringing peace and balance to all who dwell within it. With Sylvan by her side, she returned home, her heart full of the magic and mystery that surrounded her, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the comforting glow of the stars. Story 62. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little shop known as Whimsy Wonders. The shop, with its red-bricked walls and ivy-covered windows, was home to all manner of curious trinkets and peculiar paraphernalia. Its door was painted a cheerful yellow, and a tiny bell above it tinkled sweetly every time someone entered. The shopkeeper, Mr. Bramble, was an elderly man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as freshly fallen snow. He had a knack for spotting the extraordinary in the ordinary, and his shop was filled with treasures that hummed quietly with enchantment. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lily wandered into Whimsy Wonders. She was a bright-eyed child with cheeks the color of ripe apples and an insatiable curiosity that often led her to delightful discoveries. That day, she was seeking something special, something that would make her world just a bit more magical. As Lily explored the shop, her fingers brushed against an old, ornate mirror tucked away in a dusty corner. The mirror was framed in wood that seemed alive, its surface swirling with patterns of leaves and vines. Intrigued, Lily leaned closer, and to her astonishment, the reflection in the glass began to shimmer and dance with colors like the northern lights on a winter's night. "Ah, you found the Mirror of Murmurs," Mr. Bramble said softly, appearing beside her with a knowing smile. "It's a rather special item, you see. It reveals the hidden magic within one's heart." Lily's eyes widened with wonder. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Mr. Bramble chuckled gently. "Why don't you take it home and find out for yourself?" he suggested, his words wrapped in kindness. And so, with the mirror carefully tucked under her arm, Lily set off on a journey that would lead her to unexpected places. Her first stop was the meadow at the edge of the village, a place where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. There, she held up the mirror and peered into its depths. Slowly, an image began to form, a shimmering path leading into the heart of the forest. Guided by the mirror's whispers, Lily ventured into the woods, her footsteps light and her heart filled with anticipation. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze like an ancient lullaby. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, Lily met her first helper, a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes were deep pools of amber. "Greetings, young adventurer," Orin hooted warmly. "I see you found the Mirror of Murmurs. It will guide you, but you must listen closely to its secrets." Lily nodded, grateful for the owl's company, and continued on her way. The path led her to a babbling brook, where she encountered another helper, a playful otter named Ollie. With a splash and a gleeful chirp, Ollie greeted her. "Come, follow me," he urged, leading Lily across the stepping stones that dotted the stream. With Orin and Ollie by her side, Lily felt her confidence grow with each step. The forest seemed less daunting, and its mysteries more inviting. Together, they came upon a clearing where a gnarled old tree stood, its branches twisting and turning like the arms of a wise old sorcerer. The mirror's surface shimmered again, revealing a puzzle etched into the bark of the tree. It was a riddle, one that required thought and understanding rather than brute force. With Orin's wisdom and Ollie's cleverness, Lily pondered the riddle, her mind piecing together the clues like a tapestry. Finally, the answer came to her, a realization that felt like the gentle warmth of a hearth on a cold night. As she spoke the solution aloud, the tree shivered with delight, and a door appeared at its base, opening to reveal a hidden glade. Inside the glade, the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves. In the center stood a fountain, its waters sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. The mirror glowed warmly in Lily's hands, its whispers now a soft symphony of approval. "You've done well, Lily," Orin said, his voice a comforting balm. "The magic of the heart is the greatest magic of all, and you have shown great wisdom in unlocking its secrets." Ollie clapped his paws in delight, his laughter like bubbles rising to the surface of a stream. "Now you have a gift to cherish and share," he added with a joyful twinkle in his eyes. With a heart full of gratitude and joy, Lily thanked her friends and made her way back home. The journey had changed her, not by altering her world, but by revealing the beauty and magic that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lily placed the Mirror of Murmurs on her bedside table. Its surface was calm now, reflecting the cozy glow of her room. She knew that whenever she needed guidance or a reminder of the wonders within her, the mirror would be there to whisper its secrets. And so, with a heart brimming with newfound wisdom and friendship, Lily drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of a world where the ordinary was truly extraordinary. Story 63. Once upon a time, deep in an ancient forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. She was a gentle creature with warm brown eyes and a soft, downy coat. But despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and unsure of her place in the world. The forest was her home, a place of wonder and magic, where towering trees swayed in the breeze and sparkling streams trickled over mossy stones. Yet Willow couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more out there, something she had yet to discover about herself. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow grazed on the tender green shoots poking through the fallen leaves, a glimmering light caught her eye. She turned to see a radiant fairy flutter down from the canopy above, her gossamer wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in her wake. "Greetings, Willow," the fairy said in a melodious voice. "I am Isla, a keeper of the forest's magic. I sense your yearning for change and have come to guide you on a journey of self-discovery." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "But how can I leave the safety of these familiar woods?" she asked hesitantly. Isla smiled warmly. "Fear not, dear one. The answers you seek lie within. The magic of transformation begins in your heart and mind." With those words, Isla waved her delicate hand, and a shimmering mist enveloped Willow. Suddenly, the young deer found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever seen. The ground beneath her hooves was a vast, mirror-like surface that reflected the swirling colors of the sky above. Towering crystalline structures rose all around, refracting the light into a dazzling array of rainbows. As Willow gazed in awe at her surroundings, she heard a gentle voice call out, "Welcome, Willow, to the realm of reflection." She turned to see a wise old tortoise ambling towards her, his shell gleaming like polished emerald. "I am Sage," the tortoise said with a kindly smile. "This is a place where inner truths are revealed and new paths are forged." Over the next few days, Sage became Willow's trusted guide, helping her navigate the wonders of the realm of reflection. He taught her to look deep within herself, to confront her fears and insecurities, and to embrace the change that was stirring in her heart. With each lesson, Willow felt herself shifting and transforming, her physical form mirroring the growth happening inside her. Her once plain coat took on a shimmering iridescence, and her eyes shone with newfound confidence and wisdom. Yet even as she marveled at her metamorphosis, Willow couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving her forest home behind. As if sensing her melancholy, Isla appeared once more, her fairy dust sparkling like stardust in the air. "Do not be troubled, Willow," she said gently. "The forest will always be a part of you, just as you will forever be a part of it. But now, you are ready to spread your wings and share your radiance with the world beyond these woods." With a grateful heart, Willow embraced her newfound destiny, carrying the lessons of the realm of reflection with her wherever she roamed. And though her path was not always easy, she faced each challenge with the wisdom and resilience she had gained, trusting in the magic of personal growth that lived within her soul. Story 64. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering boughs of oak and pine wove a verdant tapestry against the sky, there lay a hidden realm, known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, where the mysteries of nature unfolded quietly beneath the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. As dawn spilled its gentle hues of pink and gold over the canopy, the forest stirred to life. The air was sweet, with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves mingled with the distant murmur of a babbling brook. Here, nestled in a hollow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, lived a community of woodland creatures, each playing their part in the symphony of life. Leading this harmonious ensemble was Fern, a wise and gentle deer with eyes that mirrored the wisdom of the ages. Fern had a coat the color of autumn leaves and a heart as vast as the forest itself. She had seen many seasons pass, each leaving behind its own story etched into the bark and soil. Fern's hooves moved silently over the forest floor as she made her way through the underbrush, pausing now and then to nibble on tender shoots or to listen to the stories carried by the wind. Beside her walked Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and an insatiable curiosity. Bramble was always eager to learn the secrets of the forest, darting up trees and skipping across branches with a lightness that made him seem a part of the breeze itself. He admired Fern deeply, for her wisdom was as nourishing as the acorns he stored for winter. One morning, as the forest basked in the gentle embrace of spring, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. A mist, soft and silver, curled through the trees, whispering secrets of change and renewal. It was the mist of seasons, a magical veil that visited the forest once every decade, bringing with it the harmony of nature's cycles. The mist had the power to reveal the hidden lives of the forest's inhabitants, allowing them to understand the intricate balance that sustained their home. It was said that those who listened closely enough could hear the voices of their ancestors, guiding them with wisdom passed down through generations. Fern and Bramble stood side by side as the mist enveloped the forest. The world around them shimmered with a gentle luminescence, and the air was filled with the soft, melodic hum of nature's song. As the mist swirled around them, they saw the spirits of creatures long past, each one a guardian of the forest's secrets. "Listen, Bramble," Fern whispered, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "The mist carries the wisdom of our forebears. It is a gift, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all." Bramble's eyes widened with wonder as he gazed into the mist. He saw the spirit of an ancient fox, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. The fox spoke in a voice like the rustling of autumn leaves, sharing tales of the forest's history and the delicate balance that kept it alive. "We are all threads in the tapestry of this world," the fox's spirit said. "Each creature, each tree, each river plays a part. To thrive, we must honor the roles we were given and protect the harmony that sustains us." The mist lingered for days, its presence a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Fern and Bramble walked through the forest, sharing the wisdom of the mist with their friends. They spoke to the rabbits who burrowed in the soft earth, to the birds who wove their nests high in the trees, and to the bees who danced among the flowers. "Each of us has a role to play," Fern would say, her voice a lullaby to the listening forest. "Together we create the balance that allows life to flourish." As the mist of seasons began to fade, the forest hummed with renewed energy. The creatures worked together, each contributing their part to the vibrant ecosystem. The bees pollinated the flowers, the birds scattered seeds far and wide, and the rabbits tended to the soil, ensuring the cycles of life continued. In the heart of the forest, beneath the sheltering branches of the ancient oak, Fern and Bramble sat together, their hearts full of gratitude for the beauty and wisdom of their world. The sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the land and igniting the sky with a promise of new beginnings. The mist had taught them the importance of harmony and balance, of listening to the wisdom of the past and embracing the possibilities of the future. As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight, Fern and Bramble knew that their forest, their home, would continue to thrive, sustained by the gentle bonds of friendship and the timeless magic of nature. And so the ancient forest remained a sanctuary of peace and wonder, a place where the hidden lives of natural creatures flourished in harmony, and the whispers of the wind carried the enduring wisdom of the ages. As the night embraced the forest, a sense of deep contentment settled over all its inhabitants, cradling them in a gentle lullaby of life and dreams.